And that's it. We're live. We've made it back with the least technical difficulties I've had in one of these in I don't know how long. So I'm excited. How are you today?
I'm doing great. I'm moving tomorrow. That's exciting.
I
Um,
mean, moving is terrifying and exciting. So,
yeah, it's not too far away, so it should be okay. But yeah, it's been a year or so since I last moved, and so we're doing it again. It's should be great fun.
so it's been a good chunk of time since we last did one of these where we, got to sit down and talk about the state of the game and just Dwarf Fortress in general. So, one of the things that's really kind of stood out to me about the past like year of development is just the consistency and frequency of the routine patches. So, I guess my kind of first real little topic here is what is kind of your goal with the routine patches? Is it just to kind of keep things covered up? Is it to address immediate concerns, or do you have like a checklist of things that are small that you can piecemeal out?
No, I mean we just want to stay active and non-dead. It's like and we have the new technology, the new branching technology, so might as well use it. But I'd like to fix, I mean, because we always used to fix old bugs for a little bit after, disappearing for 26 months, and never as long as people wanted, but we would do that. And now that we have the power to be doing that while we're doing bigger things, it's yeah, it's just it seems good to use. So we want to hot fix things, obviously, which we've had to do quite a bit lately. We'd also just like to fix the old things, and we'd also like to explore the new wild and shiny graphical universe in which we find ourselves, so that we can just throw out things like the shiny Forgotten Beasts, the upcoming die stuff, just with routine patches as well. Um, and then there's like whatever Lua counts as too, because we got that branch as well, right? That's on beta now, and we want to switch that over when we can. And that will have the cadence of a routine patch in a way, but it's bigger than that. Um, and then there's still just the siege stuff lurking in the background, which I've been able to work on a bit, but of course, not as much as I would have liked, since it was announced, because I was sick in May. That kind of took a chunk out of my siege time. That was going to be a nice siegey time, but alas.
Yeah,
So
well,
yeah,
when the body's under siege, it's kind of hard to be at work constantly. So, um, glad you're feeling better regardless. Like, getting sick is not fun. But I've just I wanted to talk about the routine patches because I've been really enjoying them. I think like there's kind of a sentiment that I've seen kind of come and go as time has gone on while covering the game as intensely as I do, which is the game's very quiet. It's been a long time since we've seen anything, and then it kind of eventually bubbles back up to, oh, the game's super active. And I think that like if the goal is to just simply make things seem active, I think you're achieving that. And also just the frequency of small fixes is lovely.
yeah, no, it's good not to go for more than 2 years with some horrifying thing that shouldn't happen anymore, because someone will bother me and say like, "Hey, by the way, X, Y, Z," and then we can be like, "Oh, okay, we can get that in the next patch," rather than having some horrifying thing going on while we all pass through a whole stage of life waiting for it to be fixed.
Yeah. Well,
Although, really, yeah, I mean, there's enough things out there that I guess that's still going to happen. Um, but we'll try to have it happen less.
I mean, when it comes to stuff like, you know, being the same age as a child and then finally getting fixed, or I mean, fixed is I guess a relative term. I think it's more improved. The Mark Dwarves update has definitely made waves, and I've seen, at least from my gameplay experience, them acting completely differently and like devastatingly more effective. So can we talk a little bit about the Mark Dwarves changes and like. I know some of them are things coming back from older versions, like the menu that allows you to assign ammunition and food and drink, but like the actual behaviors of the dwarves are pretty different now.
Yeah, yeah. No, we didn't do as much as we would have liked. Like, their scanning range for fortifications is still quite small. But yeah, Yeah, and we want them to do things eventually, like if you really need an ammunition, then you just pick it up if it's right next to you and shoot it. Who cares who it belongs to? Stuff like that. But that of course has like knock-on effects that last all the way, um, through the remainder of the fort if someone's holding the wrong object and stuff. So we just cut our losses and got that part out. And it's yeah, it's good. It's good. I like where it ended up. Even if I always feel like that there's more to do, of course.
So, how do you feel about the current state of them? I mean, like that kind of final statement that you had there kind of makes it feel like there's still more to do when it comes to Mark Dwarves. So, like, at least from the player perspective, it's like a night and day difference, right? They are a lot easier to manage and function in kind of fights. And to me, it's like just kind of a tease of the bigger picture of things to come because I've now suddenly seen people saying they're too strong now. And it's actually curious to hear you say that like there's more things that you want to do to improve them at the very least in Fortress mode.
Yeah, and logistically too, like the I don't like that you can still only place one barracks effectively that can hold the bolts, um and so you can't like have a large Marksdorf squad with reliable caches of bolts in like a bunch of different places. And we were trying to set that up as well, to have an interface for that, but it was too fiddly. So we need to do a thinking through that again to make it not as fiddly. So that's why we kind of, I mean, I was disappointed to fall back to basically what was the old menu. That was not the plan. The plan was to do a kind of barracks based menu so that you could position little caches wherever you wanted, but we also couldn't just couldn't have that be super fiddly. And hunters too, they're just buried in a standing orders sub menu or something, right? So yeah, no, there's a lot to do there, but yeah, no, I agree. Like headshots and things are like way more frequent now because they're actually aiming for the head, and if they're good at it, they can hit it. So like things like defense against ranged weapons also needs some thinking through, things like cover being able to do that more responsibly and dashing forward, um and also like shields, because shields, I mean, they're very effective against like dragon fire and with ranged weapons as well. They get kind of like just a blanket bonus. That kind of thing needs to be rethought. That's probably going to happen with the melee update instead, um, which is not a thing except being a bullet point on the siege stuff. So that's just going to happen sometime during the siege stuff, whether it happens early or as we're kind of finishing up the big chunks, that we drop in a non-routine way, is remains to be seen. But yeah, lots of things we want to do there that could also have ranged effects.
Yeah, the biggest takeaway I have from the additions made to Mark's Dwarves is it's just a kind of a tease of what we are going to see in the near future, which really kind of brings me to the next subject here of like, how is the Siege update coming along? Like, what's the process been like for designing new features? I mean, we know that your head is full of ideas, but like, we've had things mentioned, but we don't really know what the actual granular changes are going to be. So, like, something that keeps coming up is enemies building and digging. Are they going to just like tunnel down to like the first cavern layer and attack us? Like, what should we expect?
Yeah, no, I don't think that yeah, they're going to have to interact with your fortress as it stands first, just because like cheesy digging invaders that like they could just strip mine the map, right? And it's just dumb. Yeah, you could go out and kill them or something, but yeah, no, they could just start at the top left and just kind of do the whole thing in a big pyramid of ramps. Um, that would just be obnoxious.
They just show up and start
Uh,
playing Minecraft.
yeah, it's just hard to deal with, right? To have that. So it has to feel more earned than that. So they need to suffer some losses and then try and overcome what's in their face rather than just doing this kind of like dig straight down from the corner or whatever. So they're going to have like right now the siegers, like the existing siegers, have kind of a infinite knowledge of where every dwarfen building is, and they use that to just path and just slaughter everybody. So that is going to change. I've got this structure now that's like their siege plan is what it's called, I think, but it's also kind of like what they know, what they've seen, and so they can interact with that. There's going to still be some cheaty stuff in the sense of knowledge because player chaff is like super effective in these situations where you could just have all kinds of decoy depots and decoy other things that make then you're just kind of making this weird amusement park that would be seen through, I think, by realistic invaders. So I've got some experimental ideas with that, just to because I don't want them to feel like they know too much, but I don't want it to be again like because the current situation is that it's far too cheesy because you can just put up a wall or whatever, or even less to avoid sieges entirely. Um, so yeah, that's kind of what I'm dealing with. I kind of want it to feel like they're sort of flooding forward and they're attempting a dig at a spot that you'd kind of understand so that you can kind of marshal your next wave of defenses. Remains to be seen how that's going to play out.
Right. So like when you say you've got some like prototyped ideas, because you mentioned they come in with like a siege plan. How are they going to be acquiring that plan? I know that right now there's like spies and things that can spot traps, but like do you have any idea what the player should be looking out for to try and stop them from being able to make a plan, or is that something they're just going to have upon arrival?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't, like, it's not like you can stop them from making a plan because the fortress, if the player has been doing things, then there's going to be something that's been dug. There's going to be something that's been built, a door, a wall, something that is legitimately like visible to someone who's coming by to check the place out. Now,
Hmm.
there is a whole like school of dwarfdom where maybe you want to be hidden or something like that,
Sure.
with behind natural walls, or you're like digging inside of a volcano or something, and it would be hard for them to find the entrance because you've only put it on the inside of a volcano or something like that, and everyone is dead that set that up, and now you're fine. That's fine. I mean, they will just lose in those circumstances, perhaps. I don't have much of a problem with that. The other thing for them to do would be just to start digging, like we heard the dwarves come from here, or this is where the dwarves come from that have like attacked and taken over several of our villages. And so we are going to be more enthusiastic about our attempt to destroy this place, right?
That's exciting.
So then they will just start, I think at some point they have to just start digging or something, whatever they've got. But I want them, if you've got an entrance, I don't want them to just go way far away and be like, ah, ha, ha, I'm digging a secret tunnel down to the second level instead. There's something cool about that in terms of like, infiltrators or something like that feels like an actual sapping operation or something. But mostly we just want them to like, try you as you stand.
So when you say like people will come by and will have seen your fortress, you're referring to like visitors and stuff, right?
No, in that particular case, that would be the case too, which is how they get their trap information. I'm talking about the squads when they enter the
Right.
map
Sure.
and just hanging out there, and then no longer doing like, I'm 150 humans and here we go, charging all the same. They basically are all charging the nearest dwarf, right, or something, and they just funnel in and get chummed by whatever's hanging out there, or they just start murdering people and animals and whatever one at a time. Um, that is no longer what we generally want to have happen. So the squads will come in
Sure.
like the humans used to make those little campfires. That was kind of an attempt to make it feel like we're now going to actually have it be where they stop, they're at the edges, they send forth, group one, the people that are here to test. Where is the entrance? Unless it's obvious or something. I mean, if there is like a giant populated depot or something out front, then maybe they will just go nuts. But if there isn't, then they can send a squad forward, see what happens, and then they would get more information based on what those people have seen, because they would be able to see buildings and dwarves and things, and see constructed walls, see staircases, that kind of thing, and then mark those locations down, and then see what your losses were. If the entire squad was killed, then by say traps, then they could, if they have the capability, send in the engineers or whatever,
Interesting.
and see if all the engineers get killed by arrows, then we're at the next stage where you're like, okay, do I try and commit to something more brazen in the front, or do I try and come up with one of the Otterball ideas of digging around the side, and etc. Or do I just give up because I've lost 50% of my people or whatever? That is something like we're just gonna have to see if we can get a feel there, and then we'll be in a little like this kind of arms race with the players a bit, I imagine. Not to win it because people are always going to do better than whatever we do, but just so that as we're improving that arms race with the veteran players a little bit, then the new player experience, and the kind of more casual player experience, in the sense of a casual Dwarf Fortress player, um, is just much improved, right? It's just like, oh, this feels pretty cool. That's where we want to end
Yeah.
up.
No, totally. I mean, I'm kind of very much looking forward to these changes. Like the thing that has me the most excited is the like you just don't want to be mean to the player. You just want to challenge us with having to think about new things, which I'm all for. So that kind of leads into the next thing of like what is our options going to be? I mean, I know that you've talked about some sort of repeating bolt firing thing and catapults and ballista changes.
Yeah,
So what's being
yeah.
planned there?
Yeah, so so we have that all drawn up, which is nice. It's nice to have things drawn. The artists are way ahead of me as usual. And so that's just going to be something where if you have a place where you'd like to amplify the number of bolts that are coming down and that's going to be a good place to do it, then you don't need to rely on having 10 dwarves up there. You can have a couple of these emplacements, and it'll have much the same effect, and it'll just kind of dump bolts down on the people that come by, and that's good. And yeah, just a little dwarf sitting there rotating around a one of these bolt thrower critters, and that's that. So that's one good thing. The ballista will be better if it can fire. It's not just like a north, south, west, east thing. It's got better targeting. It's got 3D targeting, and it can just carve through things in much the same way as it does. I think that still holds up, as long as they can get to it quickly. The catapult, I feel like, is just because in a 3D environment where people move as fast as they do, the catapult is basically a shitty weapon. I think it's unless they're making siege emplacements where they sit for longer, like those people camping on the edge of the map, then it starts to have more meaning, to be able to kind of launch a rock or something into that area, or not just a rock. And that's where we kind of entering into some other thoughts about what you can put in a catapult.
Like a beehive.
Yeah, people want to put live cows in catapults, and our philosophy here is like, the people want to do that, and that sounds okay to me. It might be something that's a little weird to do, but I think it's kind of it's something that we can do because of how the game is um, is set up. that items and creatures and stuff as projectiles are something the game already understands. So, having the ability to do that's not a big lift, and so it's something that we're definitely is just front and center in terms of what we want to get out of siege weapons. Um, so those are the ideas we had. We kind of were looking at like siege hooks and other weird things that people have used to dismantle walls and things that they might use on you and that kind of thing. That stuff like that's all kind of backburnered a bit because we just want to get through their main attacker stuff before we get too fiddly
Yeah.
with things like that. And we'll see where we're at. I mean, this is all good. This is all going to be a process of more than one release. And I think sort of the core bit is going to be the digging, rewalling, that kind of the central thing about really breaking through a fortress and being able to defend against that better will probably be one of the later things to come through as we're giving you things like, I mean, I see definitely it's possible that we could have the rework for siege weapons, damaged item type graphics, perhaps cage trap rewrites, which we've talked about, or betterment. Those things coming before kind of a core behavior thing while we're working on that. But that remains to be seen. And then how long we're spending on this versus changing gears over to like the map updates and cabin stuff. Also a question, but we have lots of things we want to get done before we switch gears. While at the same time, yeah, things like the Forgotten Beast graphics or the dyes I mentioned, they're also kind of the type of thing that's going to be happening while we do this, just to have some life and
Yeah.
liveliness as we go.
I do kind of have a question regarding graphics and such, especially like because you said that the artists are always ahead of you. And there's something that I always find a little bit funny in the premium graphics, which is there's blood everywhere all over the floors, but there's also blood on the walls, but that's not represented in any way. And because the Siege update is going to come with, a lot of violence, are we going to see blood contaminants on walls reappear at some point?
It's not a bad idea because it's nice to have the whole nice slick tunnel.
Just the
You
walls
know,
painted red.
when yeah, like if you do a minecart shotgun or something, like you want to see the whole thing go, right? Go like if it's trolls, you want to see it like all blue, right? Or cyan or whatever color we've got for trolls these days. And that's a legitimate thing, and it's not something where the artists are ahead of me. I think that's something that needs to be yeah, would be communicated to them. It's not a bad suggestion at all.
So I
And I
know
was
that. Go on.
and just on that point, I do like the lists of things that were um in the old version that haven't been brought back, especially a lot of stuff in Legends mode. Like those are written down, but certain things like Bloody Walls are sitting in some giant file somewhere. But yeah, they're kind of half forgotten. So I really don't mind these kind of reminders about because I really do want to get, and that this goes for like keyboard menus and stuff too. Just I want to get a parity with what we already had. That I'd like that to happen for sure.
Certainly. So I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on cage traps, because I know many people haven't dug too deeply into your posts and haven't seen exactly what's going to be changing with traps.
Yeah, and this is still, I mean, one of the nice things about, spending some more months on um the Siege update is that the thoughts on this are still evolving a bit. So we had like our kind of whatchamacallit, the sort of main siege notes on cave traps was to change their behavior a bit, because right now, like, the cage trap is sort of the easy mode thing, right? You put except for against very particular opponents, but you just put down 100 cage traps and then you don't have to worry about anything at all. Like, they'll just fill up with creatures, which is cool, right? And because you can then you release those creatures into a pit or something like that, and do as you please with them. It's part of the game. But as it relates to siegers in particular, and also, I mean, but also perhaps just cavern wildlife and stuff, we do want to make that a little bit harder to do. That it's not just like a fire and forget one little thing. So, whether that's setting up like like a bit more of a delay with the traps or something. It's tricky. Like, if you had to connect them to pressure plates and have them drop in a different tile, that's very tricky because they'd be so unreliable. But that's kind of the thing we're thinking about a little bit. But then also large cage traps is the kind of the biggest thing. That the cages are just a really weird thing right now, right? You can fit infinite things in them, and they kind of go half into stasis. And if they made a bit more sense, both in terms of size and in terms of materials, then that would be great. Now, does that mean turning a dragon cage into like a 3x3 adamantine building or something? Maybe. Maybe that's what you have to do to because it doesn't make sense. They can just melt their way out of anything, right? Um, and but also just large creatures and seal cages and stuff like that, instead of like I mean, a wooden cage might make sense for some of the large creatures.
Mhm.
That's something that we're flexible about. But then you'd have this there's a lot of things that come out of that, which is where we have kind of thought about this, and we have the artists have worked on this a bit. Is if you have a large cage trap that's more like a building than an item, because we don't have any really big items anymore, and never really did, aside from ballista bolts. Like, then if that's a building, you still want people to create zoos and stuff, right? But you don't want to take, just, oh, you were gonna guide the wild dragon up to your zoo that's like 100 floors down or whatever. Um, and this led to this whole giant discussion about cage wagons, um, which I think is very entertaining if we can get it to work.
Like a
Like,
wheelbarrow, or
having,
like bring out your dead
well,
guy?
yeah, like bigger, yeah, bigger, like a
Huh.
big 3x3 wagon with a cage on it, and you can put your prisoners in it, or you can put like the big dragon in it, and it actually has to move kind of like a wagon to the location where you want to build your zoo or something, and then you can install that there without getting in danger. Um,
Oh
it's
man.
kind of it's kind of tangentially related to sieges, but it's also because cage traps are such a big part of defenses. This is kind of where
Huh.
our brains were going with this stuff, and yeah, I think that's just pretty cool. I think it might have been Jacob that Jacob perhaps suggested the wagon idea. I'm trying to remember. So yeah, no, artists definitely having and then provided some pictures and stuff. I think. And it reminded me of like the quest at the beginning of Dragon's Dogma, where you take the Hydra's head on the wagon and kind of move it through a mountain pass or whatever, while you're being attacked by like bird monsters that want to eat it or something. Um, that Yeah, so I think it's entertaining to move big things around. And then we have all of our other multi-tile kind of trap notes. I don't know if it's wise to get into that as a kind of core siege update thing, because we'd probably get trapped. So we're trying to stay self-contained there with the cage update, because it's already, pretty interesting sounding. But we have all those notes too, and Just because it's, I mean, it's like right now weapon traps. You just throw a bunch of things there. They do occasionally get jammed, which is kind of the only way that they're sort of mitigated. But it would be entertaining if they and the stonefall traps and stuff had to be more elaborate with more pieces. Um, and that's still on the table ultimately, I think.
Wow. I I'm just envisioning like I think it's Command and Conquer when you like build the little trucks and then they drive to a location and then fold out into a building for some reason. But
Yeah, yeah,
um
yeah, yeah. It's like, yeah, how does the installation process work?
yeah, that wow. Okay, that's not a direction I was expecting in the slightest. That's fascinating. Curious to see what manifests out of that. So,
Yeah, yeah, same here.
the next thing that I saw a lot in my submitted questions from users, which that's kind of what this intro section is just me kind of condensing stuff into topics, is the underground siegers. I mean, currently they're not in the game. They were in the game. They were kind of a problem when they were in the game. Are those going to be making a return in any way, or are they going to be reworked? What's the plan there?
So, yeah, this is kind of one of these situations where we have two masters, and I think ultimately they'll probably be a tad disappointing. We want to bring them back. We want them not to gum up your saves with 5,000 people holding blowguns down in the bottom layers or whatever. We want them to just be nice little fun things that attack, but we don't want to get bogged down in their details because of the underground map rewrite. It's just going to change that situation too much. So it'd be a bit self-defeating to get super into that. But we do want the underground to be used rather than everything coming from the top.
Sure.
But that's hard. Because like goblin armies, for instance, they actually move on the map, as you know, right? And so the underground movement code is all really messed up, and it was one of the things that was going to be fixed up with the underground map changes because those maps would be a lot better understood by the game. Like what movement means there, what it means in adventure mode to be traveling there, what it means for all these armies to be moving around down there, what the terrain's like, what kind of hazards there are, and all that kind of thing, just as a real sort of role-playing game type environment that's connected. And then as you explore down there, you'd be hitting all kinds of things that are interesting as dwarves, I mean, too, just as you dig down. And then the hazards that you get and the things that attack you would make sense as being belonging to that place a little better than they do now. Um, and that also includes goblins, etc., being able to travel and attack from those locations properly, and also flee that way as well properly, rather than like trying to run up through the fortress and then running up the surface when it doesn't make sense, or the other way around when it doesn't make sense. Like having, I mean, sometimes it would make sense just because they want to get away and they don't care how they get out, but sometimes they deliberately go like the wrong long way or whatever. So making we can't make sense of that without the big rewrite. And by big rewrite, I don't mean as big as it was going to be when it was the map rewrite, but it's still at some point there's rewriting that is done that involves maps. That is to say, in a more targeted way. And so yeah, so that's why the underground Civ stuff I think may be something like that, like the reptile people and stuff may ultimately be one of the things that's not emphasized.
Sure. I know that the underground discussion also kind of loops in the underground roads and such, so I presume that's kind of lumped into all that as well. Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, the last kind of big note I have here in regards to siege stuff is those temple defenses that were mentioned once. Is there any kind of prototyping that's been done there? Do we have anything that we should look forward to, or is this something that's maybe further out still?
It's a bit further out. It's like the way we're thinking about it is as well, it's kind of double pronged, triple pronged, as respecting the subgroups of your fortress more, first of all, because you have religions, you have temples, and if you disrespect them, then this won't be available to you, of course. And so you'd have to think about that. Uh, and then the other thing is that since we are committing to some more robust magic and myth type stuff through this process in terms of your attackers, um, that is where it starts to be in danger, kind of like we were talking about the random digging of just turning into to sort of unfair cheese fest sometimes, depending on how their powers are used. So there's going to be a bit of back and forth there. I mean, one of the ones, of course, you worry about is stuff like teleport, right? If like an enemy sorcerer can just kind of gate through them and 10 people into the guts of your fortress without any and they get to go where they want and don't have there's nothing you can do about it. Then the game's like, why did I set up all of this crap, right? It's just kind of stupid. Unless there are mitigating things that to do there. And that's kind of where because we want those things, right? It's ultimately like a fantasy game that should accommodate, not must accommodate, but should accommodate all kinds of, like, these are the powers that people expect people to have. And they should have balanced costs and all that kind of thing, sure, but they can do this, right? This is something that is like, yes, I can teleport my group inside of your fortress and just start murdering people. But because that's a thing, then that means that I get to defend against that. And so that's where we're at. We're still thinking of it that way, um, and thinking of things that relate to the religions there, relate to, can you do this stuff purely magically in a non-religious sense? That is going to depend on how the sorcerers end up working, whether or not that any of that's learnable. Those kind of things are sitting around to do, and we should start getting into that. But yeah, nothing yet where I can just say, yes, these are the 6 things that are going in the game.
Well, I mean, that whole list just has me very excited, quite frankly, because like there's just a lot of things coming up, and it feels like I've gone through several eras of talking to you on these streams where initially it was just scroll bars and UI, scroll bars and UI, scroll bars and UI, and a lot of questions about myths and magic. And now it feels like we've made it back to where we were before all of that, where normal development is up and running again, which is genuinely exciting because we get to see you excited for development again, and we also get to see new cool things coming down the pipe. So my next question is similar subject, but a little bit different, which is like Lua is in beta, and I saw a comment earlier today, which was Lua kind of seems like Myths and Magic in disguise, or the big wait for Myths and Magic in disguise. Um, how is Lua affecting the development for you right now, and where do you see it going in the future?
So yeah, that person's correct. I'm not sure if it's in disguise because we probably mentioned this at some point. That the reason we started Lua was so that I could do myths and magic the way I want to. That that's and also have it be um, something that, because every time we brought up myths and magic, right, we said like, oh yeah, editors and constraints. And when I gave that talk 9 years ago or whatever, it was like, here are the constraints. You can put this in your text files, you can put these constraints. And doing just a regular TXT format for that um is something that will work. Like right now, you can still edit creatures the same way. You don't have to learn Lua to mod the game, but this is essentially a way of just open sourcing some of that stuff. I mean, the Forgotten Beast generation is now essentially an open source thing, and the I wanted to start the actual myth stuff at that point as well, so that I wouldn't just be building up another kind of hidden generator. That is still kind of stuff that Putnam has been working on. She's got that running on beta with a lot. I mean, it's basically ready to go. We're just doing last minute fixes and stuff. And uh, so I have not engaged with it though, right? I haven't sat down and written a thing in it. All of that's been Putnam. So for me, that's gonna be I think starting with this sorcerer stuff. It's kind of one of my challenges is to get myself up to speed on that, so that I can start putting some things in and see what happens. And then that'll cause more powers, of course, to come online, in terms of what modders can do. Like things that you can't mod now will slowly become moddable, and there'll be more things you can do. People, of course, once you get the scripting language up with enough things, will start doing wild stuff that's never going to be in vanilla, right? So that, and I mean that's always already true with mods as they stand, and that's just going to become very, very different and larger. So yeah, but this is the idea, yeah, and it also, things that were kind of filling me with dread in terms of like making better spells and stuff, and how spells work, in my own like interactions system in the TXTs that has targeting and choosing effects and stuff, but no ability to do like steps. All of that comes for free, with the scripting language, and it means I don't have to write some crappy scripting language that wouldn't be nearly as powerful. So yeah, I mean that's what it is.
That's you know, Lua and that kind of scripting is way beyond me. I'm not a programmer in the slightest. I know a couple Linux commands, but that's about it. So it's on one hand completely past my realm of knowledge, but at the same time also very exciting. Any kind of opening up of like or exposing of parts of the game so that the community can poke it and change it to their heart's content is exciting because, you know, as you said, we're never going to have a Warhammer 40,000 bolt gun in Dwarf Fortress, but somebody's done it already. So
Yeah.
being able
Yeah.
to add more stuff like that is exciting and cool, and is just good for everybody in the long run.
Yeah,
Um,
and at the same time, and I mentioned it, but I want to make sure I reiterate, like Dwarf Fortress, modding is going to be, continue to be accessible to people who want to change the name of a creature, or they want to copy the cat entry and paste it and add 10 different types of cats. Um, like that's still available. You don't have to go learn Lua to do that.
sure. And like, I mean, that's the level of modding I can already do. I mean, there back in the ASCII era before everything needed a sprite, I absolutely had a couple custom creatures that I made because it was 3 lines of text. You just edit a couple values and press go, save. But you know, with the existence of sprites, modding gets a little bit more complicated. But I think that like it's still
Yeah,
surprisingly
yeah.
accessible. I think just making it more accessible is the exciting change here for me.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what kind of tools exist, if any, for people to kind of get yeah, the sprites attached for free and stuff, because it just has to be an entry in another file, which is kind of irritating, but that's just load order stuff. But
So
yes.
I do want to dive into some user questions here, because we've kind of cleared my topics. And the first one is, and most of the questions I've selected are stuff that we've more or less not covered yet. And at the same time are things that I saw asked multiple times. So there's things that a lot of people are interested in. And I try and pick the best worded ones. So this first one comes in from INFI, so Infini. And they say, is Tarn happy with the current implementation of the one-on-one simulation during off-map squad missions, such as raising and raiding and raising a site? If not, what's the plan for improving that?
Yeah, so that was called the Army Arc, and has been, now cut into. It's going to be cut into little pieces. No, it's garbage. I don't like it at all. Um, I think there's a place for some of the duel stuff that happens there, like the historical duels that happen there. But the way that it takes the squads and the historical figures and has them fight like 1 on 10 in some nebulous sense, or 10 on 10 in some other sense, and just they're just chopping through people. It turns into like it's like one of those Dynasty Warriors type games,
Mhm.
um, where they're just like just going like you're the heroes, like, and by heroes I mean historical figures, have like a like an out of like their like the regular games rules, like an outsized impact on the battlefield, and uh like the whole there's some abstract roles for positioning and stuff and tactics and stuff that I mean it's good that they exist, I guess. But our idea there, which still stands, was to break that, like do some spatial stuff to the extent we can. It kind of depends on how much of this fighting is going on in the world at a given time, to not overload the system, or realize too many map areas and stuff. I mean, partially realized, like the mid-level maps and stuff that it would have to load or create to really understand what's going on. But just having it understand much better what's going on, for sure. That was going to be a whole, siege sized arc of development, when we conceived of it that way, and now it's still the same way. It's just when we do it is not yet decided.
Sure. It's just something that I've seen come up a lot, and like every single iteration and variant of two armies colliding in a different screen has been asked and written. So I thought that this would be like that would be an interesting topic alongside of the siege stuff, because it is kind of sieging. It's just sieging far away
Yeah,
things.
no, I mean it would be cool if, like, when you go to read about like one of Hannibal's battles or something, where there's like the encirclement and the smashing with the cavalry and that kind of thing. That's how it should read, right? I mean, this
Mhm.
game has always been producing stories and reproducing Wikipedia paragraphs, basically. So like that would be cool. I mean, we want it to go into that level of detail, and then also when you're playing, as a fort squad or an adventurer in an army, to actually participate in that level of detail, would be cool, and to have it understand what's going on. But right now, yeah, it's just garbage.
So now I've got another one that's kind of Sieges related, but it's kind of a more specific question. And it comes from Snab, and they say, is it difficult to find solutions for the Siege updates without making it too easy or irritating? And how do you find a good balance and fun for players? And do you get a lot of ideas from old wars?
Yeah, I mean it's that's just game design in a nutshell, I guess. I mean, you want people to be engaged, and you want them to be thinking about what they're doing. You want them to have multiple options, and you want them to yeah, it has to be geared at some challenge level, but also that should be an option as well. It already is. It's just crap. But when we have more levers to pull, we can start working on our difficulty settings too. So yeah, for sure. I mean, it's that is something that we're thinking about. It's kind of the main thing we're thinking about with sieges. Just getting the balance right there. If that was the question, I feel like I'm forgotten a part or
It's
something.
mostly just how do you redesign Sieges without making it irritating to the player, basically.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's like, yeah, it's part of what you think about it in advance, and then you play it and notice some more stuff, and then you let other people play it, and they notice some more stuff. But yeah, no, because it can be irritating. I like the example I mentioned with the teleporting people. That is something that is irritating if it's not something you can control. Like if you imagine a legendary swords person that can teleport, they can just teleport next to each of your civilians, chop off their head, teleport back outside. If that power is completely unrestricted, then yeah, you're just going to lose the game, except for having your military as like a husk sitting outside on top of a stack of dead people down below, and that's bad. So yeah, but we want those kind of options to be available. So that's kind of the yeah, and then it's like yeah, think about mitigations, think about how to control that thing. Um, yeah, so that's kind of yeah. You think of irritating things and then try to make them not irritating. Sometimes you just don't do the irritating thing.
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
but you have to yeah, think about and understand. Yeah.
The next question comes in from General Akela. Now, this is again the sort of question that I know that we've talked about before, but as things change, they remain relevant in some cases. And their question is: from what I understand, wagons require 3x3 tiles to pass to your trade depot, but dragons, giant elephants, titans, and forgotten beasts do not and can fit through a 1x1 door. With the new Siege update, do you think size of larger creatures will increase since they have the ability to dig, if I understand correctly, and create their own 3x3 path into your fortress?
I don't think that's gonna happen for a couple reasons. One is that not all large creatures would wear digging well. Like if like a giant elephant comes on the map and then just starts making a burrow, it's just I mean it's funny as hell, but it's not where we're going.
Yeah.
Um and and then also there was like multi-tile creatures has been something we've been asked about and been thinking about this for God 15 years or something. I don't know where that stands now. We've had little prototypes and things. They're all very fiddly, and they're also just kind of trying to recreate a 3D modeled 3D game when you start to get down into the details of how much it wants to know about what they look like when they're running and all that kind of stuff. If they've got different parts and different tiles and that kind of thing. Um, and of course, the problem with just making a 3x3 creature is kind of in the kind of negative space of the question there is that if they can't dig and they can't just go where they choose, then they're super easy to kill
Hmm.
because you just make a little tunnel
I,
and just shoot at them.
I think from my perspective, digging for an elephant doesn't make much sense, but smashing down a wooden wall does. So there's like a weird line with this where in some instances it's like would it make sense for creatures to have more building toppling effects even if like they're not necessarily bigger?
Oh yeah, no, that's a different question. Like in a game that's more about up like structures and less about digging, then it is you could make them 3x3 creatures and just have them break the
Hmm.
crap out of everything. Because our game is so 3D underground, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
You would just be able to kill a giant elephant every time, but that doesn't mean that the giant elephant can't just destroy the crap out of everything on the surface, and that'll be fun.
Because I don't know if like enemy siegers show up and build camps and then a bunch of rampaging angry giant elephants show up because I'm playing in the Untamed Wilds in the middle of like the savannah or something, and then they just like knock all their buildings down, that would just be comedy. So
Yeah, yeah, no, it's yeah, no, we are breaking things. We are breaking things. That's part of the siege mentality.
if
Constructed walls no longer safe.
wait,
Um,
if
yeah,
could
everything's
the
not
goblins
safe.
show up and chop down all my trees in order to incite a war with the elves?
I don't know what happens there. I believe it would happen by default now, right? Because they just count. The elves just have a very merciless counting procedure. That might be something that we would if we've got them chopping down trees. I think we'd look at that before the first release because well, just hope we remember.
Okay, I feel like that would be very funny.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah. No, they should hold the goblins responsible is what they should do. But yeah, well, what if the goblins are gone though, and all the trees are gone, and the elves come later? And then you're like, oh, the goblins did it. Doesn't that sound like a kid that didn't do their homework?
yeah, I don't know. I just the big thing I still just want to see is the like any kind of inner faction silliness that is more than just oh we don't like how we treat they don't like how we treat plants basically.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah. No, well, that's a whole different batch of things mainly. Like
yeah.
we've felt more and more tension as we've gone in terms of just getting rid of the current kind of really silly trade agreements set up and actually setting up um, trade diplomacy, even in the nearer term with discrete events that are very you kind of big news for the fort. Like if you had to do a really big mandate um, for the person I don't mean mandate like it's a noble mandate. I just mean in that style. Like I have to produce 100 things, but then I get 100 things that I really want rather than, just a 20% discount on leather or something. That's much more fun to play with, especially if you have choices about how those agreements are made, how they unfold, how the timing is staggered and stuff. That would just be a nice thing that lays over the fort in ways that can be broken badly by all the other critters in the game as well. That would add a lot, I think. But yeah,
Yeah.
anyway, been talking about that for a while, and it's just I don't know. Yeah, we're in the middle of it.
It's
Not
exciting.
that we're not in the middle of that. We're in the middle of the exciting Dwarf Fortress development process. Yes.
It's all
So
exciting.
yes.
Speaking of things that are exciting, another good question from Infini, and it was the only Legends mode related question, so I have to ask it as a fan of Legends. Legends mode would benefit greatly from adding more detailed info about historical figures' motivations, like why did they leave their home site, why they joined another religious group, what was the basis for some political decisions, like the war declarations. I suppose that this info could be somewhere, it just needs to be brought to the surface.
Sometimes sometimes that info is somewhere and needs to be brought to the surface. Like the war decisions, um, though they're not ultra compelling, sometimes there are, 10 things that go into them, and it could save and list those. So that's a thing. When it comes to like why did this person move to a site, um, sometimes it's because like their spouse was there or something, but sometimes it's like we need population diffusion in order to make the map more interesting or something. And so we would need to kind of make up a reason backwards to do that, or add more simulation of the pressures of overpopulation in a village and that kind of stuff, which is also like a whole thing that doesn't exist right now. Except as like you have gone over the 150 cap or whatever, please start a new one if you can. Um, and I think I think some of the cracks I mean, the cracks show anyway, but it's like I think some of the cracks would show a little bit more as regards caps, because the caps are all nonsense, right?
Mhm.
And that needs to be. I think the caps. I would prefer to have soft caps everywhere, but that would mean having a very violent world, way more so than it currently is, or just diseases. I guess disease and famine is always a fun way to make a soft cap. But yeah, I would see. I don't know if it would seem too artificial. Right now, it just seems completely artificial, but that's good sometimes because it just means okay, that's a thing, rather than like, oh, what a weird, yeah, universe that's always churning and murdering everybody. But yeah. I guess the overarching sense I have is that a lot of stuff is very mechanical right now, and it's difficult to make it sound better in Legends mode without adding new simulation stuff. But we like adding new simulation stuff, but also everything we add to Legends mode, we really would like to also start having it happen in Fort mode. And um, well, there's room. I don't know. Maybe you all want to talk me into adding diseases. That's fine. Um,
As somebody
Seems
who once
depressing.
had piles of like Forgotten Beast dust that got frozen into snow and spread around the entire surface of a map, that if you touched it, it made you spontaneously bleed to death.
Mm,
I don't know. I don't know if I like that
yeah,
idea. I don't like diseases
yeah,
very
yeah,
much. They kind of suck.
yeah,
The occasional fever
yeah.
is
No, it's
fine,
like,
but like
well, it's like
maybe
if
seasonal
something like,
allergies.
I mean, the Black Death comes through in what Cole's a third or something, right? It's not everybody. Um, so that's like that would just be like a crappy thing that happened, but maybe it's too much. I don't know. It's like how does it affect when you've got 150 dwarves or something, and 50 of them die? Sometimes that's like a siege can do that, or a dragon breathing the wrong direction, or a werebeast thing or something. But if it's just the game saying like, hey, it's time for you to all have pustules or whatever, then it's less earned, I guess, or something. Um, Also, dwarves. Well, I mean, we always have an out because dwarves are just like, I mean, they've got 19 Constitution points or whatever. So, yeah, no plague for you.
I've got a question here about adventure mode dialogue, which comes in from Valentino. And they say, in adventure mode, enemies sometimes shout lines that feel out of place. Like, I'll be stabbing a goblin repeatedly, and he blurts out, "This kangaroo tunic really makes the outfit." Do you have any plans to help characters read the room a bit in the future?
It's not like I don't notice those things too, and it would be nice, but it's like it's not the highest priority. But I do agree, it kind of sucks,
I love the
for sure.
slapstick nature of it. I think it's
But
hysterical.
yeah, it is a goofy game, and yeah, there's way too many people denying their emotions too. It makes me wonder if that's just a bug or something when they're all like, this. I am not afraid, or I am not sad, I am not terrified. When they're like all that way, I think. They're doing their best, but I don't know. It's just there's just a lot to be done there.
I
Um,
I tend to read it as like an attempt at, well, as it was sort of mentioned in chat here, an attempt to use flattery to make the stabbing stop, like just trying to save oneself by flattering their attacker.
yeah, yeah. In that case, though, like if that were the thing, obvious, I mean, like the best thing to do then is go change the lines a bit. Um,
Give them more
to make
options
them,
or
yeah,
context
well,
sensitivity or
and
something.
make them sound more desperate.
Yeah.
It's like it just doesn't come across now. It's very like, yeah, they're doing their pickup line in the bar thing
Hmm.
at the wrong time. But yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, it's not the end of the world for sure, and it hasn't been fixed yet. But yeah, yeah.
So I've got a question here from Crumpet Sounds. And this is a more general questions that we're into now, which is projects always get away from me, and very rarely will the final product be precisely what I envisioned at inception. How has Dwarf Fortress ended up being from what you first envisioned, and are you still working towards that initial view or leaning into where it's taking you?
I mean, it's not even the original thing, right? I mean, we kind of like the original thing is just part of the lore of the game, where it was going to be like an arcade game practically with a high score list, right?
Hmm.
Um, and that didn't happen. Um, like where the adventure mode realizes the score by exploring the fortress left behind and just finding little diaries and stuff. We still don't have little diaries. We have those weird necromancer books. That's about it. But yeah, it's just not. It just wasn't at all what we thought it was going to go. Um, and we had like our ideas originally, like very originally, like back 2003 or whatever, for where that would go, um, is more like changing the roguelikeness so that you can have older fortresses that you revisit in the modern day and stuff. Like that's kind of where we had some ideas when it was a small game. Would be like, oh, you finished Dwarf Fortress in 3 months. Oh, but then we revisited it and added a new like layer on top where you're finding these things in the modern day and so forth. Um, yeah, it's like Indiana Jones killing Nazis and shit, that kind of thing.
I mean, never
Because
gets
there's
old.
always some there's always some old thing they're looking for, you know.
Uh, the next question I have comes in from an anonymous user, and they say, "Is there anything that you're especially excited about developing in Dwarf Fortress that nobody's asked about yet?"
Well, I think I mean mostly not. I mean, there's been a lot of questions over the years and stuff. So really, it's more like the little things that I spring quickly before people get a chance to ask about them, like this dye stuff I'm doing now, right? I mean, someone might have asked about it, but it's basically happening and done before there's been much of a discussion, right?
Hmm.
Um, and that's that kind of thing for sure. There's little things like that. The bigger picture stuff, though, I'm just pretty open about the process, pretty open about the development stuff, and then people ask about it, right? So there's not a whole lot of that. I mean, there might be something, um, but I would have to sit and think about it. But like magic boats, all that stuff we've been over, you know.
Hmm. I mean, I for whatever it's worth, one of the next questions I have here is dies question mark, and it was also sent in by an anonymous user. So what are we gonna get with dies? Are we gonna get new workshops? Is this gonna be new structures, or is it adding on to pre-existing features?
Oh, it's all pre-existing stuff. I mean, in a sense, because this is just one of those little things, right? We're like the dwarves, especially now that we're in the era where you can see all of their little garments and stuff. It's just having four colors in the base game is that's not a lot of colors. That's like CGA. I grew up in CGA and I didn't want my dwarves to be that way all the time, you know. But and I know there must be mods and things, like lots of them or something, like with colors and things. And so like I could envision a setup where yeah, I also went through and added, 70 more dyes and just hit most of the colors in the color file. And then well, that's a very colorful thing, right? So that's that, but it doesn't feel true to life in a way, and it's way too regimented. Like I always do this plant get this color, this plant get this color. Like no one's painting. There's no like palette, you know. So I wanted that, and so I approached this from the perspective of like how do we mix RGB colors, um, and and still end up with text paragraphs, which we require, and also realistic mixes, which is it turns out that's a very hard problem, like mixing RGB colors, but fortunately it's I wouldn't say solved problem, but it's a problem where people made a lot of progress recently, like in the last, I don't know, few years. And so there's some open source JavaScript stuff we found that does like really nice, like give me two RGB colors and I can give you a gradation of colors that mix properly, right? That mix like paint. So if you mix like uh, blue and brown, you can get a kind of dark greenish color, that kind of thing that doesn't show up if you try and do it like light. It just doesn't work. It's because it's not just subtractive, but there's all kinds of extra equations in there to take into account, like making it feel like chemicals, kind of that I didn't have to write, that I just had to use from this library.
Mhm.
So now I've got the ability to mix any dyes, and get a lot of different colors from the color list, even with just the existing dyes. And also there's a tinting kind of thing now where you can take, like, you have your red root dye and that just makes things red normally.
Mhm.
But if you have white silk, now you can get pink, dark pink, by partial dyeing. But then you can take the pink cloth object and mix in like a blue dye with it if you wanted to bring it over to some kind of, like, I don't
So you
know,
can like
mauve taupey
re-dye
thing.
stuff.
You can re-dye cloth, you can re-dye thread, and you can also mix dyes in the bag to get new colors.
Oh
And
my
then you just have
gosh.
bags, and it's called a dye mix. So you can get like a nice pine green. We found that because we just have the pre-existing dyes right now. We have the emerald dye and the midnight blue dye. You can make pine green with that, which is kind of a bluish green in the game. And then we can make some nice pine green things. But if you mix in some sliver dye, you can make a dark green with that. But you can also make the dark green directly from the emerald dye, I believe, with the sliver dye. And so you can I've been a lot of just doing interface, showing the nice colors, putting at the top of the workshop all of the things that you can currently do. But if you want to set up a job that's in the future for stuff you don't currently have, you can just pick the colors. And yeah, working with that, and then we found, like, okay, that gets you a lot of stuff, but bright yellows and purples and stuff are still not accessible through mixing any of these colors. Like, you can mix the red and the blue dye to get this kind of darkish colors, but you don't just get a really nice popping bright purple. And there's no white dye to kind of lighten things into pastels like that, unless you're doing it on the cave spider silk cloth, in which case you can tint it into like a half color, which gets you there. But it's like, but so basically that's to say we're also going to add some new dyes, just to give you some more starting points. And so, yeah, that's something where we're looking at not adding new stuff exactly, but just adding some more reactions on some existing leaves and fruit and things to give you some extra ones. Uh, if we really, we may add a plant or something. I mean, it's because you have to order up the artwork and all that kind of stuff. Also, we added dyeing leather. Leather was not dyeable previously, so that's done now. And that's all of the leather starts as brown, which is weird a bit. I thought it had different colors, but it's all brown. So that's a thing. I just don't have time to go through all the leather items in every creature and change the colors there. But you can fully dye them. So if you used a red dye and you could dye the leather red, and that's, I mean, it's practically like painting it or something. But you could say, I mean, I don't know how realistic it is. You might have to bleach it first or something in real life. Whatever, it's fine. But you can also tint it, so you can get, I made a nice dark green cloak out of brown leather with dimple dyes, because it was midnight blue, and it just kind of deepened it into this really nice green, which, yeah, it's cool. So that's fun. And yeah.
So I have a
Uh,
question. Is that gonna get surfaced in adventure mode? Because holy hell, that would be cool for like a trading character.
so adventure mode is, the colors are used, and all of the entities pre-calculate their mixes that are available to them. And they do some partial dyeing as well. Right now, of course, in adventure mode, you can't do anything.
Hmm.
So if you're talking about like a crafting character that dyes things themselves, we just haven't done that with any of the
Just
jobs.
like a
But
mortar and
that
pestle
is,
and just like go mash up plants in a
yeah,
bed.
well, that's what, well, you know, now when we're talking about the cabin release, that was kind of the thing that we were aiming at there. Like if we amp up the cabin stuff, it was going to be to make all of the dwarf workshops available in adventure mode. Um, that's what we want to do. We have been stalled, whatever, for years and years and years by saying like adventure mode needs to have more tools. It needs to be more granular. That's why we have helves and shit, right?
Hmm.
And napping. We're starting with napping and helves, and then it didn't go anywhere. So I think what we need to do is recalibrate what we're gonna do there. So first put it in parity with dwarf mode, then explore making things more granular in a kind of more thoughtful way than just saying like, hey, I want to make it super granular and then not doing anything, which isn't helping anybody. So that's I mean, it's just been such a slow process for me because I just don't have a lot of craft knowledge like that to make adventure more and more granular. It's like kind of one of the problems. But that's yeah. And I know like all of the Mordant fans out there want us to make alum from our alanites so we can have really true dyes, and maybe you want your oak galls, and maybe you want iron-based, iron pyrite mordant copperas heap leaching pits that sadden the dye to darker colors. Um, um, so we wrote all that down. I don't know that we'll get to all that kind of stuff, but it's not that we don't know that dying is, you know, more complicated in real life, and
Hmm.
you know, respect to the heap leechers and saddeners.
That sounds incredible, and also is a lot more than I was expecting. I was expecting like two or three more new dyes. So like my brain is melting a little bit, but I've got to a couple kind of closing questions here because I've taken an hour and 15 minutes of your time at this point. So I've got a couple fun ones to cool things off. One comes in from Carl, and they say, "Have you found your next guitar yet?"
So I got the so I got the guitar that I found in town here. I didn't get a flamenco guitar yet. That's still, some people sent me some very nice emails about like, oh yeah, you know, go shopping here in Spain and stuff. and I was kind of overwhelmed and didn't reply to a lot of those or anything. But there's a lot of great information people have been sending me. But in terms of just having a guitar here in Norwich, I found a classical guitar that they were using at a school, and it got damaged a little bit. Um, so it was the price was right, and but it's a full wood guitar, so it's the best guitar I've ever had. Um, in terms of its construction, and also it's fun to play. I like it a lot. And I think I still need to take one more step to find one that has a really just it's like like this one I played many years ago where I was just like, oh, I understand why people care about the action on the fretboard and stuff more now, because it was much easier to play. This is not that, but it's a good guitar. So that's where I'm at. I got a guitar here.
So I'm going to ask the next question, and then I'm going to really quick take a toilet break. But Neezer asks, how much do you play Dwarf Fortress yourself? I mean, in the sense that do you just sit down with it and relax without thinking about the next update or the latest bug report? And I will BRB.
Yeah, so utterly impossible for me to do that, it turns out. When I sit down and play Dwarf Fortress, immediately just start thinking about what 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 problems I'm seeing, what things I'd like to improve. Um, and it becomes hard to play. I think I did get into it a bit some months back and was able to just kind of enjoy hectically the first sort of 4 years of the fortress, and that was nice. And I don't think adventure mode is quite at the place where I will be able to do that, but I'm hoping to get it there. That's kind of one of the goals, is to make adventure mode playable for me. So it's yeah, not as much as I was hoping when I started the project, but it's been a joy to work on. So it all balances out in the end, and I think it may actually be something that I can play recreationally in some years, hopefully. But I am not sure anymore. It's so hard to not just stop the game where I'm at, save it, and be like, okay, I've got this save file that now exhibits this behavior I've been wanting or whatever, or this menu did something wrong and I need to change some numbers and get it to, calibrate right or whatever. It's a bit stressful, but yeah, it's imperfect, but that's okay. Because other people make games. So, I
It's
got
very
I
true.
got things I can do from time to time. Um,
I've
yeah.
got a lighthearted question about Gorlax from Maze, and they
Hmm.
say, lighthearted question, accepting non-serious answers. Why do baby Gorlax look so different from adult Gorlax?
I think that the artists can live the dream and kind of draw the Gorlak as they see them. Is it the lack of tusks and things? I remember somewhat the picture that they're referring to.
I would say take
Uh
baby human and put like adult human next to baby human. Baby human look pretty
yeah,
different than an adult human in real life.
that is true. And I didn't like for a lot of these things we described the adult and let Neorice is good generally did all of the baby creatures. There may be a few exceptions, but not many.
Soothers and all.
And it's um yeah, the artist judgment as to what a baby is the baby. uh, I was trying to scroll here. Here we go. I've just been noodling around in this folder to open it. There it is. That is not a baby. Are the babies in a different file? That's a child. Is the
I'll
is
go
the
grab it from the wiki.
oh, because the child Gorlak looks exactly like the regular Gorlak, right? I remember the baby looks absolutely ridiculous though, because it's an
Yeah, it
emoji,
looks
isn't
like
it, in one of
it looks
these?
like a Mr. Potato Head. Here, I found them. I'll chuck it to you on Discord.
Mr. Potato Head and his bucket of parts. Oh, there we go. Yeah, yeah. So the almost a pacifier, right? But yeah, no, the mouth. I think it's something about the cheeks as they develop. Then, right? The cheeks have to kind of fold as the tusk grows. So it must be how the tusk goes in. They've got this big kind of jelly cheek mouth, right? And just big wobbly cheeks. But then as the tusk comes out, it stretches to the left and right to accommodate these tusks coming through, which would otherwise just puncture their poor little baby cheeks, right? So they get a big, wide mouth, and then the tusks start poking through. And I think that's the main difference. It's their development along those lines as the tusk is accommodated. That's what I think.
So I've got just a very small handful of questions left. Big Bang would like to know what your favorite cookie is.
Hmm. Well, I like it. Yeah, I mean, I like incredibly heaped on grotesque cookies if you just add a bunch of crap. But also I like snickerdoodles. I like white chocolate chips sometimes, even though that's too sweet sometimes. But yeah, I'd say a snickerdoodle is a good cookie, or just a fresh chocolate chip cookie is also very good.
Ooh.
Um, and yeah, of course, now that I'm in this country, I don't remember if a cookie is a cookie still, or is a cookie a biscuit, or is a biscuit a cookie, and a crisp is a chip, is a chip is a crisp is something else. And
Brits in
um,
chat, please inform us.
yeah, I always forget stuff
What
like
is a
that.
cookie?
What is a cookie? Is a cookie exist here? Is it just a biscuit?
So I've got a slightly more serious question for the kind of tail end questions here, which is from Emily. And they say, I want to make a game with the depth as deep as Dwarf Fortress one day. Do you have any tips or suggestions?
You should get started on your game, because it'll take some time. Um, and you should make sure it's playable. Think of some version of the game, like I said, but like Dwarf Fortress has changed a lot from its original conception. But think of some version of the game that you can make playable as quickly as you can, uh, and then write down some things that you want to have in the game and think about them, and then put one in the game, and then keep that list and think about how the next thing you're going to put in impacts the other thing, and then you'll have five more things in your list. And yeah, it's just make sure it's playable though, and then you could just keep rolling it, and then that's about it. I mean, I think people have um a hard time thinking, I guess, about kind of the simulation layers and stuff like that, the abstraction layers, which all in Dwarf Fortress grew over time, but also on the shoulders of the dead games, so like dead shoulders and piles of the games that came before them, where I didn't know what level of abstraction I should deal with. Like with Armok, I started way too nuts and bolts and hairs and things, and like whether or not people could walk on a hand and a foot, like who gives a shit, right? Um, you could do it in that game, but it's dumb. I mean, it's funny, but it's ultimately not going to accomplish the mission. So I think that kind of thing is something that that was 15 years of experience up to that point, thinking of how to layer things and how to structure things. And so I think that is something that you're going to have to get somewhere. I just got it by banging my head against the wall for a long time. But as an adult, you can learn things without doing that, um, if you study. So I think that's something that you should think about as the architecture of the thing that you want to make, and what's important, and what different levels of understanding you'll need to have of the thing at different kind of abstraction levels and stuff. But yeah, no, it's not easy.
It's a process, right?
Yeah, oh, it sure is. Yeah, I mean, it's like the thing where you have a little playable game and you're adding to it is part of the picture, and I think that's really important because the game's going to suck if you can't play it, and then you're like, 3 years later, your thing's suddenly playable, but it's garbage because you've been working on it for 3 years and don't know shit. Like you haven't been playing your game, so you don't see things. But like your game's going to sputter and die if you just keep adding things to it and you don't know how to add things, like at what level. And sometimes you have to have the kind of tolerance for a really shitty refactor that takes you like months. Like with the Z levels, right? I think the Z levels are one of the good things we added to the game, and that was like 6 months of fucking adding comma Z all over the goddamn place. If I had thought of better ways to represent things earlier, then I would have avoided a lot of that. But sometimes you don't think, I mean, you don't think of everything, right? So no matter how good your thing is structured, sometimes you just have to rewrite a bunch of shit. Um, and so you have to have a tolerance for that kind of pain. Um, but that's general. Well, no, there's some big deep project specific stuff, and also some general programming stuff in that, I think. But I think the big deep projects do more of that kind of work. And also you have to be able to debug, like, you know, sit and work on a bug for 5 days or something, just logging and being miserable. Um, and knowing that on the other side, things will be okay.
I have to say a very big thank you for taking your time out of your day to hang out with me and folks in the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. Because a lot of people send in questions and I can't even get to a fraction of them without taking hours out of your day. So I always need to cap it off at some point, and I think that we've reached that amount of time. So I do have one final thing to say, but first I just want to say thank you before I ask the last question. So thanks for joining
Yeah,
us.
yeah, you're welcome. It's always fun to um to come on and talk. I just posted a little Bob Ross in the Twitch channel for the dies and stuff. So there you go.
Hopefully that
Um,
means we also get painting.
so this is something that yeah, no, that I've been talking. I've been talking a bit with people around about, like, I need to learn more about paint. And there's all kinds of paint, right? Because you go into like the portrait gallery around here, and they're like, this thing was made in like 1544 with like eggs or something, like some kind of eggy thing, which I don't know if it used actual eggs or not, but it was some,
I've got
it
too many
wasn't
eggs that are
oil.
half fertilized that aren't
Yeah.
finished that we could use for that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's why I would like to, yeah, learn about, what exactly makes up an paints that it's all about like era appropriate in Dwarf Fortress. So I don't even know if like oils and acrylics and stuff. I'm not sure what's actually accessible. Um, but for these, there was lots of paint, of course, in the old days.
We got tons of
But
lead.
I'm
That
not.
doesn't seem to negatively affect the dwarves, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. People saying tempura. That's what I was trying to say. Not that I remembered it all, but yeah, yeah. So the stuff like that, so thinking about things like that, and then we've got various colors, and I have no idea if the dye colors have anything to do with that, or if the sources of colors are all different minerals and things. But let's not forget, also during this dye discussion, I've been, yeah, ceramic dye glazes have also come up again. People have asked for ceramic glazes for a long time that are not just the one that we have right now, and that's a thing. Also, ink. I have an email someone sent me years ago that just a lot of stuff about ink, and I've thought about ink a bit.
We have charcoal.
So
Charcoal can be
yeah,
used to draw.
yeah, well, yeah, that well, no one can even draw, right? No one can. So I think the visual arts, aside from like sculpture, the visual arts have just been really ignored in Dwarf Fortress to this point, right? Yeah, any kind of sculpture thing like the statues, but also like engraved images or images on items. Like there's certain ways that images have come up in the game, but no one could just sit down and like draw like a happy dwarf being killed by an elephant.
Stickman,
And
stab,
yeah,
sad face.
yeah, and so there's like and it's like our text. There's already some structure in the game for like that is unused for like illuminating texts, like monks and things. So there's that whole thing. Um, so yeah, so this is kind of yeah, just as we think about shiny things, that's kind of yeah, it's come up.
A beautiful cacophony of shiny things. All right, so I've got one final question, and then I'm going to take us out here, which is a very personal and important question to my chat specifically. Me, not so much, but my chat very much so. Which is, which song by the hit platinum award-winning super talented rock and roll band Creed is your favorite, and why?
Creed. Do I know a Creed song?
Ideally, no. And then we could just be like, and then leave.
I don't. Well, sometimes things are on the radio and you don't know who was playing them. So it might be that would I recognize a Creed song is a different question.
Maybe it's like the most 2000s dad rock.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't a dad in 2000, was I?
I listened to it in
But
high school, but yeah.
yeah. Well, can you sing me a chorus of the very most
Uh,
famous song?
no, but I'll just say arms wide open with arms wide open.
So, do you say with arms
My
wide open?
my favorite
I'm not. I don't know that one. I
thing
know. I
I've
don't
ever
know.
seen about Creed is a YouTube comment from the music video of Arms Wide Open, which is, this wasn't recommended to you. You didn't hear this and you didn't like get this sent to you. You looked for this intentionally, which is funny because every time I end up listening to that song, it's because I was like, what the heck did that song sound like? And it has like almost 1 billion views on YouTube. So like,
Oh wow.
it is not small, but
Yeah.
not having heard of Creed is probably
Yeah.
a blessing, actually.
I've heard of it. I've heard of it. I just don't know any of the songs at all. Like I don't know that I have heard them. Maybe I wasn't listening to the radio back when they were playing them more on the radio. But they're not playing them on like the throwback 90s or zeros station?
Oh,
Like we've got one
probably.
here and yeah, because we've got is it 2000s or
It's like
90s?
right next to
Um,
Skillet and Breaking Benjamin
you
and early
know,
Nickelback.
nothing's ringing too many bells over here. But I was kind of out of everything in those exact years because that was my math time, and so I wasn't listening to any current stuff at all.
Well, I have
Uh,
to say this. We'll have to follow up with this very important subject when we chat next. So I just wanted to say
yeah,
thanks
no, I mean
once again for spending
yeah,
some
yeah.
time
Well,
with
I could
us.
start learning some. I could start learning some for like karaoke now, right? I could just maybe I could have an all Creed karaoke thing and just sing the songs because the words pop up on the screen and you just have to try your best, even if you've never heard them before, you can
I,
give it a shot.
absolutely. Karaoke does make things simple that way. Thank you very much for
Yeah,
spending some time here, Tarn. And thanks, chat, for being behaved, except for the one bot that popped up in the YouTube chat. That was odd. And thanks, everybody who sent in questions. And we'll see you in 3 or 6 months or something.
yeah, yeah. Everything will be all right.
Everything will be all right.
Yeah.
Hello. Hi. How is everybody? Did I miss it? Is it over? Am I on time? What do you guys think? Did we do a good job? You just have... Damn it! I was looking forward to this one. I did it? I mean, I also just explained what Nickelback is. Sort of. I mean, you're welcome, Bonesaw? I don't know. Bonesaw was the one who sent in that last one. You know, I think that might be the least questions I've ever asked, like, from the community, but holy crap. That might be the most questions I've had submitted to one of these in a while, but it's also been a while. So, to folks who missed it, the VOD will go up on the YouTube channel polished up a little bit tomorrow morning. Or you could just scroll back in this VOD, because I'm going to go stream for a bit. Because we've only been live for 2 hours and 40 minutes. I think I got, like, 5 hours left in me for some dwarfs. Do we get any updates on the magic update? A little bit. Etsu, a little bit. More focused on how Lua is kind of the baseline for the magic update. I'm just updating thumbnails and titles and turning stuff back on and re-scrambling things, etc. It was a great format. I'm glad you liked it. I mean, I think I'm getting better at these, especially like when I go back and look at the early ones of these that I've done. I just kind of poke them and go, man, I could improve this so much. I could do so much better. And I think we're slowly getting there. Slowly. Feels like it could be the first step to more vehicle-based things. For sure. Yeah. No, absolutely. The thing that really... The two things that caught me out about that was cage wagons. That's the big one. And dies. Like, holy shit. Like, someone in YouTube chat even commented, it was like, Blind's just trying to get a word in, because I'm just like, because for clarity, he can't see me in the Discord call. So he can't, like, see my face. I mean, it's Arms Wide Open, obviously. To be honest with you, that's, like, the only Creed song I know. So, I don't like Creed. So if Creed is, like, a 1 out of 10, Arms Wide Open is, like, a 0.5 out of 10. I usually turn it off immediately when I hear it come on. So that's how I feel about Creed. I actually like Nickelback more than Creed, believe it or not. Like, I will willingly listen to Gotta Be Somebody, but, like, I don't feel the same about Creed. Yeah, but anyway, the dye stuff to me is going to be a nightmare with stockpiles, hey? Because if that all goes into bags, are those going to end up in food stockpiles? It's a meme, Mareb. It's literally, it's kind of like, where's the obsession with, like, Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up, or Dancing Queen. Like, it's just, it is a joke that people reference. That's what it is. Because it's fun to laugh at, because it's easy to make fun of. Like, Nickelback, but dumber. Okay, so all of my titles and things should be updated now. I do have to say a big thank you to everybody who left likes on the YouTube stream. And just as a reminder to everybody, if you're watching on YouTube or if you're watching on Twitch right now, this is a crowdfunded channel. I don't take any sponsored segments, so you're not going to see me yelling about HelloFresh, because I will yell about the fact that one of my neighbors has it and fills up the entire trash bin once a week by himself. And it's very annoying. The amount of plastic that crap throws out, it's disgusting. That being said, if you like this channel and you want to help me keep doing what I do, I do stream on Twitch, so if you happen to have an Amazon Prime subscription lying around, you could subscribe to me on Twitch for free and chuck a couple bucks my way. Otherwise, people who have the hats next to your name, thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. And shoutouts to everybody who's done so far, and thanks for that 10-pack, by the way. That was silly, but appreciate it. During the interview itself, Ferris Mole, thank you very much for that Prime. El Duderino, thanks for the 3 subscription gifts. Ire Stupid with the $3.99, and then also the 2 super chats in the YouTube chat. Ire Stupid also with the gift as well, way back at the beginning. The last thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to... Did you miss the ending of the last part? Nope, still going. Still going. Still alive. Sort of, somehow. Maybe, barely. Still going. What was I doing? I was turning my notifications back on. And I need to go to here. And oh, I know what I need to do. There you go. Bot's now unmuted. Dashboard. But yeah, I will be highlighting and archiving the VOD probably temporarily here on Twitch, but it'll be edited and stuck on YouTube on the main channel, and it's going to live on forever in the live stream archive playlist on the main channel as well, which is hidden and unlisted, but is there if you are sneaky and know how to find it. I actually feel bad because of how many questions I didn't have time to ask. Like, I didn't think that my intro series of questions would take 45 minutes, but it did. We need potato sacks for food and bags for dye. Like, we need to differentiate between different types of bags and then just call them all bags, but like with a different size allocation so that it's very confusing. That's what we need. So who's ready to play some Dwarf Fortress, chats? YouTube folks, how you guys feeling? You guys sticking around for some Dwarf Fort? Your friend is literally going to a Creed concert today. I know somebody who's seeing Creed in August, because Creed is going to be here in August, but that's not until August. I think it's August. Maybe it's this month. I don't know. Bag size depending on the race creating it. Oh my god. They're still gigging? Yeah, no, they're still touring. They're currently touring with Mammoth, who is Eddie Van Halen's kid. Which is weird, because like Creed is a Christian band and Mammoth isn't. Like at all. Like very much not. So it's like, did Mammoth find God, or is Creed having a hard time finding people to tour with? Or is like, do that few people care about Mammoth? Like, which direction is this? Pigtails are a plant. Creed is absolutely a Christian band. Or they were. I don't know if they are now. I don't know if they're like one of those bands that like, Anne Boleyn, where it's like, oh yeah, no, that first album, if you listen to the lyrics, it's like, oh wow, you guys are preachy as fuck. And then like their modern stuff, they're like, yeah, we stepped away from the religion a bit. Or if it's like an Under Oath situation where their parents wouldn't let them sign a record label deal unless it was with a Christian label, so they were a Christian band for their first 2 albums. And now they're just a very, very grim emo band that uses a lot of like like emo hardcore band that uses a lot of religious iconography. Well, I mean, thankfully the game doesn't differentiate between pigtail and pigtails, you know? Like the tails of pigs and pigtails. They're playing in Lexington today. When is Creed playing in Vancouver? Hold on, let me double check, because I do actually know some people that are going to that. I'm not going to go to that. I got hard drives to pay for. Yeah, it is August. It's August 16th. According to Bands in Town. Skillet is maybe one of the preachiest bands I've ever... Maybe not ever seen, but one of the preachiest non-overtly Christian bands out there. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure they do. Like, I'm sure that, like, a Creed show is probably a perfectly inoffensive, like, mid-2000s, mid-alt-rock show, you know? Like, I'm sure Skillet is similar live, right? Nope. I feel like I've seen a meme format about this before, though, Ping My Dear. I love how, like, there's just all this crazy nonsense about, like, dyes and stuff, and we're sitting here talking about Creed. This is why that Creed question is maybe the most important song, or the most important question out of all of the ones that I asked today. And meanwhile, Creed in chat's going, I regret everything about my username. Like, it's inoffensive, like, mid-rock and roll. That's all it really is. Like, they're not going to offend anybody. Okay, here's the thing. 1,000 Foot Crutch has, like, 2 or 3 bangers. Like, seriously, 1,000 Foot Crutch does, in fact, have, like, 2 or 3 bangers. In, like, kind of a rap rock kind of way. Due to a bug where allowing planting seeds is handled, pigtails are considered similar enough to pigtail seeds that you're able to plant pigtails due to the fact that, wait, you can plant full pigtails? Huh. What? I've seen Arch Enemy, GB Eve. I just learned more about pigtails than I ever thought I needed to. Skillet does, in fact, go hard if you are in middle school. I do agree with Cricket in the YouTube chat. Skillet does go pretty hard in middle school. That's about when I listened to Skillet. It's like, I don't know, like maybe 10 to 14 I listened to Skillet. You're just in time. Unemployed Chaco, all the VODs are there. If you want to go back to the beginning of this VOD, you can see it. But yeah, you're about 20 minutes late. I did ask Tarn what his favorite Creed song is, and he just kind of confusedly looked at the camera and then started looking it up. That doesn't surprise me at all, because they're a Christian band. Tell ya. Like, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. That very much 100% checks out. They are that demographic, yeah. But I mean, I'd be lying to myself as a human being if I didn't say that I loved them when I was in middle school, but like that was also, you know, the better part of 20 years ago. So I'm going to put a marker down in chat, disappear for a second. Hold on, before I do that, I'm gonna hit this button, click this, and delete that scene. There we go. I just got rid of a scene that had Discord capture on it, so that I could capture Toadie's face. Okay. Back to Skull Ponders, friends. ICP is just a collective of individuals that really value their fans. You know? It's a cult, is what a juggalo is. They're like Catholics, but with more clown paint. I'm not gonna lie, ICP has a couple decent bangers from back in the day. That being said, Shaggy 2 Dope is the best member. He's got the best the best raps. However, I will never go see them live. No interest in taking part of anything they have to do is with their community or live shows. But they've written some songs that have made me go, yeah, this bangs. I'm good with this. I can listen to this. Although recently the two things I've been listening to most are A Place to Bury Strangers, because they just put out a new song, which is actually really fucking good. And Kneecap. I've never seen any of them. I think they sound like they have funny names. That's all I know, really. I know the words Big Money Hustlers and Big Money Rustlers. I know those two words. That is the entirety of my knowledge of those films. We just had some dwarves die because a demon arrived. My Marks dwarves were able to execute it, though. In that series of deaths, we did lose a few dwarves, including Warthog, who killed a Warthog demon, one of my Marks dwarves, who was an elite Marks dwarf, which is a damn shame. But it was a necessary evil because we are trying to dig out this so that I can drain this, so that I can drain that siege that is currently a threat to our existence. Currently in the fortress, we have Hippo, we have Laya, we have Ice Blue, we have Cricket, we've got Lazy Man, Shogun, Jeff. We've still got Killed with Style, who's still chained up on the roof. We've got Gut Vial and Love Monkey, as well as Wolf and Triple A and Merlin Buff and Serena G, Dr. House, Phazon, and Phantom, as well as Cilantro, Arcloid, and Wood Eye, who killed a Forgotten Beast with a wooden bolt. We've got Neezer and Crossbow Iron, as well as Bastet, Wormshot, and Arx and Dumb. And Badger Demon, who killed a Badger Demon. We've got Storm Pup down here at the bottom, and Drew. And I'm going to enable dwarf naming. And I do have to say a real quick thank you to those of you who are sticking around post-interview. It means a lot. It's good to have all of you. So who needs a tour or like a recap or like an update as to where we at? Is the question. New you, new dreams? Darius Cardin, what would new me like to be for Darius? And YouTube chat. The first person to put a pickaxe emoji into the YouTube chat gets a dwarf. I'm going to run through here and claim all of this up to here. And just double check and make sure that no burrows are on. No burrows are on. You would like to be a Marks dwarf. I'll find you a happy one. How about Cog? Although you are just a novice. Let's see if I can find a higher skill one who isn't unhappy. You're skilled Marks dwarf. Darius. Darius created Kenobot and always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations, tends to hang on to grievances, and doesn't often feel discouraged. He's quick to form negative views about things, is slow to trust others, and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He is troubled by this because he holds romance in low regard. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and can sometimes act without deliberation. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he is quite polite, and does not often feel lustful, and can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Makart's attack. What would you like? Have we breached hell yet? No, but we've killed many a demon. It turns out these are very, very, very tall, adamantine tubes. So we've got quite a few layers we have to break through first. Personally, holds well laid out plans and shrewd deceptions in the highest regard, and finds the abstract idea of romance, even the abstract idea of romance, repellent. strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, values tranquility and quiet, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes gold, onyx, and deer tooth, the color moss green, bracelets, donkeys, and when possible prefers to consume black mamba and bilberry wine, and white millet and pineapples, and absolutely hates flies. Do you have any mythic weapons? Mythic? If you mean artifacts, we've got several. If you mean like those magic weapons, no, there are none of those in this fort. You have a wife named Besmer. I wonder how she feels about your lack of romance. You know, you're pretty well armed, pretty well kitted out for a dwarf. So something else I need to check. This is the surface, which goes all the way up to here. The surface of the fort has had many problems in the past few streams. As an example, I had to lock down the entire hospital and isolate it and put in fortifications and then shoot a bunch of were creatures inside of it because we had a pretty bad were lizard breakout. Thankfully, that has since been culled. And as you can tell by all of the coffins, things have been going just great for everybody, and nobody is depressed, sad, and definitely nobody has lost any important loved ones recently. By that I mean a lot have. Any dwarves skilled in deception and or negotiating. I'm not going to look for specific skills because that is just like way more legwork than I'm willing to do. So would you like a specific job like crafting or metalworking, and would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? I'm not going to go looking for specific skills like deception because that's just too much searching on my end. I try and keep these a little bit more broad. If there's a particular task that's available that you'd like, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to try and keep things a little bit easier on my end. The only thing I've ever seen when it comes to ghosts is they do remember past things. So they'll like remember their past memories, but yeah, they can't like, I haven't seen them get depressed in hindsight or anything after they're dead. Like once they're dead, they're just kind of dead. Tripod Q says, what do you like most about the game? You're trying to get into it, but you don't know if you have the time. Chat, what do you like most about this game? What do you like most about Dwarf Fortress? I like its ability to surprise me. And its way to expand in surprising ways. Because I've played a lot of games for a lot of years, and Dwarf Fortress is the first game I've ever played that has consistently impressed and surprised me with things I haven't seen before after thousands and thousands of hours of play. No beard metalsmith, gotcha. We'll go with that. Let's go with somebody who isn't like pissed off either. Oopsies, clicked on the wrong one. Just looking at moods here. How about this one? This one's happy. Oopsies. You, right there. Besmer. Makart's attack is married to Rakust, Merged Mine, aka Darius. What are the odds of that? She is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. So your husband hates romance and you're prone to hatreds. Gotcha. They seem like a great couple. She does not easily fall in love, rarely develops positive feelings. Maybe they're made for each other. It's a marriage out of practicality. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Is slow to trust others, and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She's curious and eager to learn, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she scratches her head when she's thinking. When she gets bored, she starts talking to inanimate objects, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values a harmonious existence, and doesn't particularly value loyalty, and doesn't particularly care about craftsdwarfship. She likes malachite and billen bucklers and earrings and buckets and giant gray squirrels for their tails, and the words of this silken watchful amethyst, and when possible prefers to consume cheese. Dwarven cheese. And whip wine, as well as hates leeches. She worships Cattle, who is the god of gems and minerals, and we've already met your husband. So there is a siege on the map. They're quite far away. They did kill a Bronze Colossus moments ago. And now we've got this. What's Dwarven cheese? It's cheese made out of milk from a purring maggot. It's called Dwarven cheese because they're the only ones who are able to make it. Also, for those of you who are wondering about contaminants on walls, if I hover my mouse over like a wall tile that would have a bunch of contaminants on it, you'll see what I mean. Like actually, if I go to maybe... Not seeing many. Like right here. This wall right here, the splattering of cave crocodile blood. I mean, obviously there's blood right there, right? From the large rats and the cave crocodiles. Like this wall could be splattered with blood. And I feel like that could be represented with just like some red streaks. You know? Like it wouldn't... I don't feel like it would be that much. That you'd need to like represent there being blood on this wall. It would just give it a little bit more depth, you know? Instead of making fancy rooms out of stones and woods they like. I like doing that until I don't. I like doing that until like a third of my population dies and then I realize that I have to go back and redo it all. Or give everybody new bedrooms. Like I've never managed to keep that up long term. Like I've tried to do that in multiple forts and then just never succeeded in actually pulling it off in the long term. But let's just go back to channeling or digging out this. Because this currently is the biggest project that needs to be completed. This and this is the biggest project. I also need some more miners because my miners keep dying. Which is a bit of a pain. Much to my dismay. And also, I'm sure we have several tomb tasks, which is in fact getting done. Got to make it their tomb and seal off the room. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, you know, maybe pre-make the tombs in the room and then unmake the room when the dwarves die. Something like that. I don't know. Sounds like a very specific theme to me. Dwarves do clean walls the exact same way they clean floors. Yes. Is this a long death too? Not really. I mean... Long Death's goal was to last for 1,000 years. This fort has been running for 21 years, so it hasn't actually been running that long. YouTube chat just asked, what's the goal of this fort? Is also any chance of a Long Death 2? I have almost zero chance of a Long Death 2. I would actually say that this fort's already been going on too long. Simply put, people lose interest in watching my stream if I run a fort for longer than 2 months. And I'm at that point now. A lot less people are tuning in to this fort versus like the fort that goes for about 10 streams. This fort's been going... since May. And we're kind of getting to the point where that's running a little bit too long because I think newer players just get overwhelmed when they see, you know, I think newer players just get overwhelmed when they see end game fortresses or later game fortresses, and I think that freaks people out. So, not to say that it's like a bad thing necessarily, but people do tune out, and at the end of the day, I am motivated to pay my bills. And in order to pay my bills, I do, fortunately or unfortunately, need to have people tuning in. So there is very little chance I will ever do a fort as dense and long as Long Death again. That being said, I'm not against long forts, just not that big. Sure. I mean, maybe it's harder to do that. Dig Dugo. Yeah, no. So I'm okay with doing the occasional longer fortress. Right now we're like it's summertime, which is the slower season for my streams anyway. So it's not that big of a deal for me to take a bit of a break, but how many layers above the circus? I don't know exactly. So the main area that I'm digging is right here. This is the main adamantine spire that I'm digging. We're in layer minus 56. And I know that we've seen adamantine, but it's like further down. I think we're probably around 10 levels above it. Yeah, it's right there. So it's at 65. 11 layers basically. But right now I need better defenses. The main thing that's slowed us up is I keep dying to sieges because the sieges are right now a little bit too strong for my soldiers to feasibly fend off. So I'm basically trying to build a little series of pumps that can flood the access to my fortress and kill things more efficiently so I don't need to worry about them as much. Here's the thing. I'm motivated to pay my bills and also not do a disservice to the community that I've built, you know? And having denied and turned down many offers from online casinos in the past, there is a 0 chance I will ever take any of their offers. So I presume you're saying that as a meme, but I've denied more money than I've ever earned from online casinos. Because nothing is worth having to stream like 40 hours of gambling a month. My streams give you hope that you can figure this game out. I've got tutorials. I mean, asking for help is the best way to learn how to play this game. I used to describe the Dwarf Fortress community, and I still do kind of feel about it this way. Sort of as like the anti-gatekeepers, where we're sort of like the inverse of gatekeepers. And an example of that is like, if you express interest in Dwarf Fortress in the right place, you will just get inundated with offers to assist you and learn how to play the game. So, Necro Navit, thank you very much for gifting out a subscription. I appreciate you. I appreciate you greatly. Means a lot. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. A very lively discussion. I mean, you know my opinions, right? Pig my dear. Telenartho, how goes book sales? How was stream? Chat, if you guys don't know Telenartho, he streams writing as well as dwarfy things. So you should go give Telenartho a follow. Mods, can I get a shout out for Telenartho, please? Unless there are no mods here, in which case I'll do it in a sec. New York gate openers? Yeah! Except for the goblins. We lock the gates when the goblins arrive. Woohoo! Books and stuff. Yeah! Books and stuff. Open the gates slightly. Yeah, just enough to give them a sense of hope so that we can then make fun of them when we stab their faces. Hope the store goes and does management stuff soon. Do you not have a... Oh. Wait, no. Hey, you have an office. The heck is up with you? Maybe you did it stealthily and I didn't see it. Oh, they did it stealthily and I didn't see it. Okay. Well, I will wait. Not a lot of writing today, just a few hours indoors and no migrants, no traders, and you notice that your home save offers treachery. Do you know how to fix that in DF Hack, or do you want to know? Because that is kind of an unfixable, unwinnable situation, unless you want to go to war with your own faction, which can be kind of fun as a challenge, but there is a command there to fix that. Terran Vengeance, yeah. They export Terran Vengeance. Or maybe they import Vengeance and export Terra. I can't remember exactly what the wording is. Don't plan to use it. That is a bug. Just know that. That's not supposed to happen. So that is one of those rare instances where I would fix it. But yeah, I mean, I'm always curious though how civil wars start. because usually it's like you accidentally invaded a thing at the same time as your own faction. You cannot technically fight your own faction. Some things can happen where you end up fighting your own faction, like what's happened to Tel and Artho, but it's not really supposed to be possible. You just basically bork your fort. You can't really progress at any point. You stop getting migrants, you stop getting all traders, and eventually you wither and die. Unless you're, like, extremely resourceful. Having a good time on the current map. You have added Steam, but you have yet to install it. You don't think that you need it? I mean, you can also just disable it, like swap it to a different branch and then just ignore it. You'll just get a pop-up whenever you turn on Dwarf Fort and then tab into it. But like, the command is literally fix Civil War, because it is a bug. But, or rather, bug is the wrong word. An unintended outcome. It's maybe a better word to use. Now that we're through the ads, I'm just going to go place some more coffins. So my dwarves can have a sneezing fit, as they do. But also, there is something to be said for just saying fuck it and fighting back against it. I've definitely done that before. Did you see my DM, by the way, Shadow? I sent you a DM about your question. And Billy Sanford in the YouTube channel. Hello. It's good to see you. Been a vanilla purist until you wanted a Minotaur in armor fighting for your fort and he sucked. I mean, yeah. They're not exactly the most talented combat individuals. But the previous fort in the same civ suddenly had a king. Usually what happens is when somebody gets killed. Like, the last time I had one start was because I invaded a location. And a bunch of members of my faction happened to invade that location at the same time. And my squad killed that entire squad. And we were blamed for it. And then immediately we were at war. I mean, Vivian in the YouTube chat telling me to sell my soul. If this is about like me and funding stuff, I will just say this. I would rather wither into obscurity and like have to go get a real job again than sell you guys to gambling companies or sell you guys in general. So I'm doing okay, but it is summertime. So do think about me if you have a Prime sub. Right, I forgot about that. There's also a Forgotten Beast that breathes fire. Which is down here, currently, and named Cave Crawl, which is very far away from everything, and is currently locked down there. The problem is, I don't think it's really... I doubt, rather, it's going to path out. I can try, though, but I doubt. Not saying I'd leave, but I'd leave if you started hawking gambling sites. There is a world where I start taking sponsorships again, but it's a world where I'm extremely desperate, and it'll never be for gambling sites. I feel sick seeing that on TVs. Like, it makes me feel ill. So, yeah, no, that ain't happening. Ever. Period. I don't think that's a thing that exists, but I would chuckle if it was. Bonesaw. Check, can I get a round of beers for Quoger? Keeping that sub alive for 10 months. You'd buy one? I mean, sure, but I'm not going to pay the bills with that. Did the game run very slowly since last update? Does it run slowly for you since the last update? I don't kill coyotes? I mean, this fortress runs slowly, but that's because this fortress is giant. Not really because of the last update in particular. You already put us on collateral? No, I didn't. What? Excuse me? What is this slander? Yeah, it's the reason I don't watch sports. Well, I'm glad that you enjoy imagining that. I would rather people just subscribe for $5 a month. Ping my dear. I would like to change the subject because this doesn't really do anything. At the end of the day, I like being crowdfunded because I'm comfortable being crowdfunded. I'm not comfortable being financially funded by big companies that might decide to pull funding randomly. I would rather make less money and survive this way. If you think this is hysterics, keep it to yourself because it makes me feel a little gross. That's all. That's all. If you'd like to help fund the channel, do that. If you don't do that. And let's talk about dwarves. Thieving creatures? Sure, yeah. They're considered hostile, so yes. Are you alive? No. I'm pretty sure you're not. No, you are not. You've been dead for a while. And is going slowly if you have 200 dwarves. It's going slowly like if you had 200 dwarves, but you've only done 15. I have a question. I don't kill coyotes. Could you either go back to an old fort or start a new fort? Because I would like to know if it's that fort in particular, or if it's... Like, I want to know if it's affecting other forts. But if it is affecting all forts, you might want to send your system specs and that save file in as a bug fix. Small question, when you start a new fort, do you usually make all work orders manually? I do them all manually. I don't import anything via DFHack. I basically use DFHack for nothing except for checking for bugs and occasionally like tweaking things or making stuff run faster because I'm on a live stream and I don't have 35 minutes to sit here and wait for a fire to burn out so that the frame rate comes back from 0. Stuff like that. I don't really use any of its scripts for anything, and I don't really use any of its assists for anything. I also don't use its overlays for anything. I never really found them to be necessary, so it's just a taste thing. Some people don't like the fiddliness. I find myself doing things differently in almost every fort, and I kind of enjoy that portion of it. I don't think it should be like a vilifying thing where it's like a us versus them. We use it and we don't, so we're better. I feel like there's been points in the past where I've maybe gotten a little bit elitist about it, but like, I just don't recommend new people use it. If you find it useful, then use it. Otherwise, don't use it. Uh-oh. Did I torch a dwarf? I must have. Oops. I mean, that makes a degree of sense as to why that happened, but oh boy. Shit. Because that right there got kerplunked. We'll just have to put a brick right there. And also right here, I gotta plunk a floor piece down there. Right here is where I need to block. Because you love making your computer cry? I think you love making Obsidian. You love stress testing Obsidian, right? Was fun to listen to? Well, thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Started a new fort near... already created 2 forts in 2 different worlds completely new. You deleted one because of this issue. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, my frame rates largely seem to have been about the same as before, so I don't know. I haven't encountered the same exact issue that you're having. At least nothing that's noticeable, but hey chat, has anybody else noticed differences in frame rate from the last update to this version? Because that seems pretty intense. If it's like the difference between like 15 dwarves and 200 dwarves. Right, yeah, it's all capitalized. You're on a potato, no differences here. Your frame rate has been fine. Also watching Smetro fine with 300 dwarves, chugging along fine. Yeah, I would take your specs, Coyotes, and like the save file and describe the problem and chuck it on the KitFox Discord. Let Putnam have a look at it. That's what I would say. Because if anybody's gonna find you a solution, it's that. I'm gonna go top off my water and my coffee. Actually, just my water. I will be right back. The only times you've had issues are in things like fancy gems where in a bit of lava creating smoke. Yeah, that's just smoke. Steam, interesting. With cave creatures and battles, etc. But yeah, that's temporary stuff. You know, it's okay. So Coyotes in YouTube chat says that their PC is mid. They've got a Ryzen 7 and 16 gigabytes of RAM. Can I just say it's ridiculous that we're in a world now where a Ryzen 7 with 16 gigs of RAM is mid? Like, that's more than sufficient for Dwarfort. Yeah, I don't know. That's a bit stumping to me. It's a bit stumping to me. I don't know. I don't know. Because unless, like, I've seen the same thing, then I especially wouldn't have an idea. I mean, there's been, like, the hitching in this map, but that's not uncommon for forts of the size and scale of this one. Yeah, and if that was version 47, Richie, you'd be running at 20 FPS. 4 gig PC with 1 gigahertz that runs a Fort just fine. I mean, that sounds like an old laptop is what that sounds like. Or yeah, an intentional retro box, but yeah, I don't know. This is beyond me. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, most people are probably playing on 51.13 unless they have intentionally stayed behind for some reason. I would try so I don't kill coyotes. I would try enabling and disabling multi-threading. And then for simulation speed, there is an FPS setting. There's also a hotkey for FPS. Maybe you accidentally turned down your FPS. You could show frames per second, and the default is 100 for FPS. I have mine set to 55. So mine will, at peak, it'll cap at 55 just because while I like 80 to 100 FPS, it gets a little fast and hard for people on phones, especially to follow. So I keep it a little bit lower, but that's your default FPS right there. So maybe you've like tripped the hotkey perhaps and slowed down your frame rate. Maybe, especially like if you trip that setting while playing in a big fort and then jump to a smaller fort and you're like, why frame rate no go above 15? No, it works. I mean, see? You put a chest in your, what's it called? You put a chest in your barracks and then you click on this little plus symbol, or not the plus symbol. You click on this little symbol and then you have to tell them to put their ammo in there with this screen. So you have to select this. It's not an everlasting bug. They'll also put equipment there, but they'll remove it if there's a stockpile that fits that equipment. So chat, guess what? We fixed the bug that I Don't Kill Coyotes was having. They'd set their FPS down. There is a hotkey combination to like change it on the fly. Maybe you like hit that. I don't actually remember. I can never remember what it is because I don't use it, but there is a hotkey combination to like increase and decrease your frame rate. Thanks for being around to be gifted a sub, Pulv. Appreciate you, man. Well, I mean, it's Dwarf Fortress's equivalent of speeding up and slowing down time, right? So, yeah, it's kind of silly, but it's also not that silly when you realize that detail, I guess. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack, and thanks for helping keep the channel funded. We're still pretty far off of the daily minimum, so I appreciate that. I'm glad we sorted that out, though, Coyotes. That's funny. Fights at 100 FPS are crazy. True, fact. I mean, like, you know, if you're trying to clear time and the fortress is still small, like, you know, bump the FPS up to 150 and then just, like, clear a season or two while the dwarves are just digging out a big square and then slow speed back down for when things get more intricate. Like, it makes some sense. What are the benefits of running at a lower FPS? It's easier to follow what the fuck's going on. That's basically it. Well, not quite everyone. If everyone gets subs, there's plenty of people that don't have subs yet. I'm just saying. Unless this is Subway, in which case I'll take a cold cut combo with flatbread. If they don't have that, then I'll take Italian herbs and cheese. For veggies, I like the works, extra olives, and some garlic aioli. Yeah. Salt and pepper, please. Thank you. Don't eat at Subway, it's kind of gross. But that is my order at Subway. Subway cookies are like my favorite. Oh shit, I'm going on a hike today and forgot to pack a lunch. Like, I need snacks for a easy hike. Subway cookies are my favorite. I do miss when Twitch had a sale that was sponsored by Subway. It was a Twitch subscription sale and it was sponsored by Subway. It was maybe one of the greatest sales just in general. It was funny to see constantly. It's like, brought to you by Subway. Dumb as hell, but it kind of worked. Yeah, to save the low blood sugar in a pinch, Subway cookies are pretty good. Although any cookies are for that. Considering I asked what's your favorite cookie, macadamia nut, white chocolate chip. But if I'm making it, oatmeal, because then I can eat it fresh. Oatmeal cookies, like a crispy small oatmeal cookie, is my favorite thing in the world. Just no bells or whistles, just small, crispy oatmeal cookie. Doesn't need to be anything fancy. You unabashedly kind of like Subway subs? I mean, I kind of like Subway. Subway is like the shitty fast food that I do kind of like. I know for a lot of people it's Taco Bell. There is a certain level of drunk that I get sometimes, which I haven't been in a really long time, thankfully, where I will almost always go buy Subway and then wake up the next morning and there's Subway in the fridge and then eat it and then immediately go back to bed. It's like, it's a pretty solid hangover cure, but... How you doing, Bobtron? It's good to see you. Also, Rogue Systems. Are you aware that your username is one letter away from the name of a video game that I bought once that never got finished? Like, it's straight up abandoned. Rogue System. It's like a space sim where you fly a ship around. The dev never did finish it. It's a shame. Another thing that I have, like, maybe more nostalgia for than I should are taquitos from 7-Eleven. They're no good. They're awful. But I kind of like them. Taquitos. They're like they're like the mini tacos, but rolled up. And, like, fried. It's kind of like in the shape of a hot dog. They're awful. It's a taco egg roll. Sure. Yeah, I wouldn't give it that much credit, but yeah, it's an egg roll-like substance. Egg roll-ish. So if I dig into that, that's just gonna let the baddies in. Oi. And then you dig through here. You know what's pretty good in an air fryer? Tofu. Tossed in like some spices. Like actually kind of a thumbs up A+. No irony there. Just like a nice crispy tofu is very good. Anyway, now that everybody's kind of hungry, Starbase? Wait, Starbase was that game by the people who made... What? That was the people who made Trine, right? That's the game that you're talking about? I was unaware that that game was dead, so... I'll be honest with you, I recall a trailer for that. Did it fail to complete development or something? I genuinely have no idea. I'm gonna unpause some rock blocks here. Starch breading and soy sauce is god tier. I believe it. Believe it. Yeah, it would sound good. I've been eating a lot of eating a lot of tofu recently. I've been eating a lot of mustard teriyaki. Like I have this like teriyaki sauce that I've been watering down with mustard. And then like spicy chunky mustard and then baking tofu and putting it on rice. I've had that the last couple days because I made a bunch of it. It's pretty good. Edamame is pretty good too. Yeah. Chat, we went from Subway to me making a joke about Subway to talking about vegan cooking. How did we get here? I don't mind. Like, this is great. But, like, how did we get here? Let's go up to here, and then up here I can go kerplunk right there. I just need these to clear. Something we all have in common. That's fair. That's true. That's true. The information of the timeline here, there may no longer be up to date. Well, okay. That's unfortunate. I would say I'm clearly not a true believer because I never played it in the first place. So, although, yeah, I don't know. Early access is such a weird thing. Truly. It's a shame though. I mean, like the pitch for that game looked neat. I don't kill coyotes in YouTube chat says, I think I fumbled while digging through an aquifer. The deepest stairs are 6 levels under. Oh, well, I mean, time to dig around them. Reminds me of other space game with ships that devs never finished. There's a lot of games that never finished because it turns out running out of money is a pretty good way. Extinction mechanics aside, while raising and destroying half the goblin settlements. You know, if you go to war with the goblin faction long enough, eventually they'll start running out of soldiers and just send recruits, which I've had happen a number of times. So I guess the answer is kind of yes. Someone asked about taking over goblins and making rage stop. Like, eventually they'll just straight up start sending bards with books equipped. Early access games is a hard pass 97% of the time. I don't disagree with that statement, but at the same time, it depends on the developer. As an example, like, I'm going to buy Jupiter Hell Classic immediately because, yeah, it's going to be launching into early access. But while it may be launching into early access, it's also a follow-up to a game that had one of the smoothest early accesses that I've ever seen against all odds. Like, there was no logical reason for that game to succeed in early access because they basically had no money. But they made it, and it was an incredibly satisfying, consistent early access period. And that game is starting with the basis of Doom the Roguelike, so that game's gonna already have, like, a full game's worth of content in it. I think it highly depends on what the early access game is and what it's trying to become. If it's a developer that has a track record that I trust, I'm much more willing to buy into an early access game than if it's a, you know, somebody I've never heard of before. Which, you know, that can be fraught as well, which makes sense. I mean, there's been plenty of developers with track records in the past who have betrayed all trust and lost the respect of the community that they're working with, but generally, it depends, is how I tend to think about it. Let's just do that. There's a bunch of dwarves that just fell asleep. I think I've got this problem with beds being too far away. I mean, I spent like 3 days building a circular ramp through a light aquifer out of glass into my fortress from the surface in my previous fortress rogue system. So, been there. Yeah, you can do it though. Where goblins didn't take over? Yes. Usually it's because they're isolated to their own weird island. With a hole in the center with a waterfall going into the cavern? That sounds very dangerous. I mean, you just gotta start at the top and dig the whole thing out and construct inside of it, right? It's the only way to really do it. Got a dwarf that has claimed a magma forge. They've grabbed gold. Yeah, no, absolutely. It certainly takes a while. Kerbal Space Program 2 destroyed all the trust. I mean, that can be single-handedly placed on the publisher, though. Did I ever... Yes, I did. Maybe I should actually put another lever. I should put the lever up here, not down there. I should bite the bullet. I haven't touched Timberborn since it first released, but I've heard through the grapevine that they fixed the biggest problem I had with that game, which was just the dubstep sounds. The fuck caused that? I mean, it's gonna stop itself in a second when... Bastet's on fire. Did they pull the lever? Oh, did I re-engage it? I thought I disengaged this. Oh, Jesus. Well, that was a royal fuck-up. Pull the lever, dwarf. And a Forgotten Beast has arrived. Which is a towering python with lidless eyes. It has large mandibles, and it appears to be emaciated. Its eyes glow spring green. Beware its hunger for warm blood. Where is it? Okay, so it's on the layer where it shouldn't be able to get to me. But maybe it can. I've got bigger problems right now. Not good. Yeah, it's like lava where it's not supposed to be. Well, that's awkward. That is awkward. Very awkward. So's that. Or that's about to be awkward. Well, I mean, it's effective. That's annoying. But now at the very least, this is gonna start, well, not start draining. It'll start draining when all of these have filled up. If they all burn. I'm not sure they will, though. Alright, well, crap. What's a... Ugh. This is gonna take forever. Have you heard about our savior, Lava? I mean, I would Lava to not talk about your religion, thanks. I'm just trying to think, like, what my options are here. How quickly is that moving? Pretty quick. This seems a little sketchy. A little bit sketchy. Days since an accident, 0. Correct. Absolutely factual. Cavalry is coming. I mean, the Lava-ry is coming. Yeah, no, this ain't happening. Yeah, I know. It's just gonna flow down into there. I'm just gonna forbid everything in here so that they don't try and grab stuff. I don't really know what to do at the moment, aside from, well, the idea is this should drain this eventually, but like this is kind of fucking up my plans here. This is kind of fucking up my plans, truly. And I'm just kind of looking at this going like, how can I speed this process up a bit? All right, well, you know, I've had a bunch of dwarves die. A bunch of bad things have happened. I'm just gonna go work on the underground area because eventually, like, this siege will leave. And I'll deal with it when I get to it, I guess. Because I've got stuff down below that I can be working on that is not much safer, but safer than that. And that's probably wise at this precise moment. So that's what I'm gonna go do. I'm just gonna go down into the lower levels, and we're just gonna dig away at the thing that I should be digging away at, and not the thing that is a bit irrelevant. You know? It's kind of the plan. Kind of the plan. Is that somebody or something on fire? Yes. We've lost quite a few dwarves in the last couple of minutes. This is getting out of magnitude? You know, I think what you should really be saying is that this fort is an order of magnitude too much even for me. I don't know how something could be getting out of magnitude. I mean, we're well within the realms of magnitude, if anything. So, yeah. You were thinking about an idea for a mod that lets migrants appear via the caverns. I feel like, you know, Daholo. One, you're kind of talking about deep cavern embarks, which are a DF hack script already. I feel like if that was something that was possible to be modded into the game in its current state, that would have been done already. Migrants via caverns. But I don't think that's possible in the current game. Maybe in the future, but not right now. Can you dig and spread it? Probably. I'm just going to ignore it, though. I'm just going to kind of hope that the enemy siege just leaves. Honestly, that is my current plan. Also, I'm gonna say this out loud because this is a safe space where I can speak my mind, I think. Is anybody else like very tempted to just like make analogies to very current internet drama events when it comes to game developers? When you hear Tarn Adams talking, especially about like needing to be able to understand code later down the line. Yeah, I mean, the VODs are there. How did it go? I think it went very well. Chat, how do you guys think it went? We haven't actually talked about that much. Because I just kind of presume not everybody's seen it yet, but what do you guys think? I think that was one of the better ones. I think I'm getting better at this slowly. Practice. Slow practice. Slow and steady practice. Very good. I'll take it. It's a hell of a review. But yeah, I think there was new information, interesting information, and some fun questions as well. Yeah, I was just a little perplexed by the dyes thing, and then you can tell that it's something Tarn's really passionate about really quickly when like he talks about it in way more depth than you ever expect him to. But yeah, I'm kind of with you. I don't know. Dyes are kind of a mechanic I ignore generally, which doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I don't do much with them. So I'm curious to see how he ends up bringing that into the game, because that's going to be interesting to witness. I'm gonna put a little dining room here and a little spot to sleep right there. I mean, there already is dyes in the game. It's just this is an order of magnitude more complicated than they've been historically, so it's going to be interesting to see what they turn into. Let's see, is all of this... This is one I need to check. Oopsies. Not that back wall. Stop that. Don't do that. That's bad. Just channel down all these, go across here, go over to here, fill out all that. channel in this. And that. That's an obsidian wall right there, so I'm going to channel out that. There are no options for missing work orders, and I don't mean that you need to use linked stockpiles, but you can't automate certain processing tasks without a query. No, you're correct. I mean, I kind of wanted to dig into that, but time is limited. Something that I've kind of adopted, which I've actually gotten criticism on my past interviews for this, is Tarn is more aware than most of us about the issues with the game, except for when he's very much not, like vampires being blue for like a year. And when it comes to things like automation in the game and like UI usability, as I understand it, he's often more aware of the issues than we are and the reasons behind the issues. I would like to think if he's greatly complicating a system like this, there's a plan for that, but... Yeah, I mean, with a game that's perpetually expanding, there's perpetually going to be ways that you could improve them, you know? I mean, the main thing that I see is I'm more excited about Dyes as like a adventure mode thing, because like... Oh, there we go. The weaponsmith has begun a mysterious construction. I'm really curious about that as a adventure mode thing, because there's something to be said for like, you know, fortress mode Dyes, but it's not the most rewarding system to mess with. However, Dyes are like a staple of international trade. Like, that is historically an incredibly important thing. And I love the idea of playing as a merchant in adventure mode. I always have. So, I don't know. I'd like to see that be a thing. But... yeah, no, absolutely. I completely agree. I mean, I haven't engaged with it really because there's not a lot of variety to it, problem number one, and it's kind of tedious, problem number two. And there's other ways to increase the value of clothing. Did you find a spider? I don't kill coyotes. What bug do you think you found? Did I ever try SS14? I'm not super big on SS13, so why would I play SS14? Like, I've always had a vague, distant interest, but that community has been openly hostile to streaming as long as I've interacted with it, so... as a streamer, it's not the most welcoming space. Yeah, and it being a better engine than SS13 doesn't make it more appealing to me, really. Dye already kind of has the aspect with black dye being found in evil lands, etc. No, totally. It would be really cool if, like, that was a... like, if... I don't know. Maybe trade just needs to be hardened and made more difficult. Rith, the weaponsmith, has created Istam Durad, a gold crossbow, and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. I'm also going to swap out Phantom for a different dwarf. Because Phantom is, like, super stressed all the fucking time. And terrible at their job because of it. I realize I'm just kind of throwing random dwarves in, but I need a lot of dwarves for the meat grinder, so... it is the way. But this is a gold crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval rye-like cabochons, tapered cut baguette, faint yellow diamonds, and encircled with bands of gold. And this object menaces with spikes of rose quartz and sheep's wool and forgotten beast bone. Not the most exciting, but beautiful. Istam Durad. I mean, I'll also say that tends to be why I don't mess with milk all that much, Zakaluka. Like, I'm totally... Like, I don't know how popular of a take this is, but I personally feel that it is more important for adventure mode to have more complex crafting rituals, which is funny because it has virtually no crafting in it whatsoever right now. And for Fortress mode to have a little bit more simplified, because Fortress mode is such a sprawling big thing. It's very difficult. Like, the game can get unwieldy, right? Like, I think we all know this. Like, if you play this game, we're all maybe more aware than most that this game can be very unwieldy, and it can kind of just be a lot at times. And I think that overly complicating crafting routines for Fortress mode doesn't necessarily make Fortress mode better for me. I mean, there's always people who are like, man, this game should have tech trees and whatnot and progression. I don't necessarily think that. But I don't think that adding more stress on a pretty... I think the game needs bigger, different overhauls before it needs more complicated, like, crafting. And so that's, I guess, where my concerns would come in. From a system with more developed dyes and stuff like that. Like, on one hand, very interesting. I'm curious to see what comes out of it. On the other hand, there's a lot of stress on the crafting in Dwarf Fort already because dwarves, well, quite literally get stressed. Sounds like Tarn is thinking about expanding adventure mode, though. I mean, he's all the modes are ready and ripe for expansion. Adventure mode roadmap has always been really interesting. Yeah, I think the biggest problem that adventure mode has is the fact that it's a turn-based roguelike. There's just a portion of the audience that will never play it, regardless of how much it's improved. And because that's a pretty large portion of the audience, there's, I think, always elements of it that are just going to take the back burner, or are going to be on the back burner perpetually forever, and there's like almost nothing we can do about it. Just because it is inherently a style of game that a lot of people just don't like. For massive numbers of reasons. And I will state that I do think that kind of sucks, and that makes me sad, but it is what it is. And I think Tarn realizes this. So, like, the biggest battle that adventure mode has is itself. You want to be able to live as a simple farmer in adventure mode. That, I think, is also kind of a funny development disconnect because, you know, the way Tarn's described it in the past and traditionally is like adventure mode is kind of just a murder hobo mercenary simulator because combat is what was popular in like D&D and stuff. Whereas like people who play video games have become a lot more Stardew Valley wholesome gamers in more recent times. Which I think is a little bit at odds with the original envisioned importance of certain portions of adventure mode. But I think that has been made clear to Zach and Tarn, so. Cats have always been legendary climbers, what? If you build a surface from that is touching a boulder, you cannot collect any seeds to plant. If you build a surface level farm that is touching a boulder, no, if you build a surface level farm in an area that can't be planted on, nothing can be planted. If it's one tile under shade, underneath an overhang, only underground stuff can be planted. So I don't think you've hit a bug. Is there something above it? Is it on a mountain biome where nothing can be planted? There's lots of situations that cause the surface to be unplantable that are intended and not bugs. They're more limitations. Yeah, but you've already made it farther into adventure mode, Audra, than a lot of people, right? Audra says, I'd like to enjoy adventure mode. I have no idea then. Kill coyotes. It's probably just a changing biome if it's next to a rock. Anyway, Audra in YouTube chat says, I'd like to enjoy adventure mode, but looking for the one ramp that goes into a lair really bugs me. Yeah, well, if you can say that, then you've played like 100% more adventure mode than many members of my chat. Like, you know, I've had many people say, I don't like turn-based games and will never play that. Doesn't matter, like, what the actual status or playability of the mode is, they just won't play it. And I see that a lot. So, you've already played like 100 times more adventure mode than some people are willing to. Just because you can say that, like, you don't like how a mechanic is built. And yeah, no, I completely agree with that. And I've definitely got my problems with plenty of mechanics in adventure mode, but like, if you can say that, you've already made it further. You will just eventually switch to Fort. I mean, and then you will eventually switch back, right? At least that's kind of how the game's been built. So it's a user issue on your part? I mean, it's just like that too, right? I mean, I recommend that when you're in between forts, play some adventure mode. But, you know, at least be open to trying it at some point. Because it is a very different game. But holy shit, at least in my case, it makes me appreciate the game a lot more. Well, then I guess you can't play Dwarf Fortress then, Coded. Or Codemon. Codemon! They said Dwarf Fortress is unplayable without pearls because pearl is referenced as a color and a bunch of other things, but pearls don't exist. Well, I guess you can't play Dwarf Fortress then. Just gotta wait longer. One of your first tries at adventure mode, you built a log house outside of a village, and you tried being a regular villager, and you kept being ambushed at night naked. Well, I mean, that won't happen anymore. You also hunted elephants, which were abundant there, and became a legendary bone carver and making statuettes to my deity, and eventually you noticed you were soaking wet all the time because of your tears. Probably because you were really sad. Like, the emotions of adventurers is such a weird, interesting mechanic. Like, if you don't RP the emotions of your adventurer gets depressed. Which is, like, kind of grim, but also, I don't know, I kind of love it. Like, if Fortress mode is you're playing D&D with a fortress full of dwarves, adventure mode is kind of you are playing D&D with your adventurer. I think that's the problem, though. Like, being a non-violent adventurer is kind of a non-thing in Dwarf Fortress currently, which I think is or in adventure mode currently, outside of maybe being a poet, sort of. Which I think is a damn shame because I think the non-violent options as an adventurer are infinitely more interesting than violent ones. And the game's just not built for that. It's not really a fusion of modes, it's cabin building, right? Which is an old feature that was in the game previously, which Tarn touched on briefly, which is like expanding cabin building. You used to be able to reclaim cabins, and then play them in fortress mode, but it still requires switching modes. But like you could do basic structures and stuff in adventure mode, and then you could settle on those structures in fortress mode. But it was like you could hack down trees and build stuff out of logs. Who's making the sprite art for Dwarf Fortress? Is Tarn himself. It's 4 different artists, as far as I know. It's Neo Rice is good, although I don't know like what the status of all of these are. Mike Mayday did a lot of the original stuff. Neo Rice is good. Has done a lot of the sprite variations, and more recently, Jacob, who'd made the Iron Hand tile set, I think. Who's Laughing Llama, I think, in the Twitch chat. Has done a lot of the current sprite work. But no, Tarn is not making the sprites himself. Which is why the sprites aren't actually slowing down development at all, as much as some people like to get weird about that. I'm putting a dormitory down here is one of the other things I'm doing. Because this is just far too far away from the rest of the fortress, and dwarves do get stuck down here kind of frequently. So this can just be a dormitory. Oopsies. Because I keep seeing dwarves sleeping outside, which is just that just won't do. Or like sleeping in the caves, and yeah, that's a no-go. Can't do that. Cannot permit that. What do you mean you can't catch a break? Tipping? Yeah, Mike made Mayday and Jacob made Iron Hand. But yeah, having played with that system, Rogue Systems, the cabin system in adventure mode, it is a lot more. Historically, it's been a lot more simplistic than I think people envision it, which is one of the reasons I'm actually kind of happy it's not in right now, because there wasn't much you could do there. You could basically build a structure, and that was kind of it. And there was some basic furniture and stuff you could make. But outside of like building a structure and claiming it, there was no real purpose to it. It wouldn't become like a living hub like in Terraria or anything. So I do think that the right decision is to not put it in right now and then try and expand upon it so as to not disappoint people. That being said, it'll be interesting to see what they do with it, I guess. Certainly, but for like the layman person who skims over the surface of the game, Rum Rusher, it's kind of just a wasted potential, right? Like for somebody who digs really deep into weird mechanics of the game like yourself, absolutely, awesome system. For most people, it just seems like a half-built weird thing. The cabin building. Also, I mean, I once asked a demon for directions, and I was told there was no way out of here. Big Baza from North FC. And then it proceeded to rip my face off. Which, you know, was probably pretty good for it and not great for me. You were there for that, and that was great. Well, I'm glad you thought it was great. Wasn't so great for me, but You know, you live and learn. Mm. Waiting for all my miners to get back over here. What, asking the demon for directions? Sounds like a folk song, Major Nerd. Audra in YouTube chat says that gets the risk of gets into a pretty interesting question of signposting mechanics changes, a real risk of creating enduring negative association. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say if Dwarf Fortress has a problem, it's that. Like, you kind of hit the nail on the head. Like, the biggest issue that Dwarf Fortress has is itself, because a lot of the stuff that Dwarf Fortress does that's really cool and interesting and intriguing is half finished. And I think that if you've played this game for a long time or stuck with it for an extended period, it's pretty easy to come to the conclusion that, well, you know, if something isn't satisfying right now, it could absolutely become satisfying in the future, and you get excited when you see those half-built mechanics. I think for anybody who's used to a normal modern video game, it just seems like bad game development because of what we're used to and what we're conditioned to have to deal with like game abandonment and mechanics abandonment and such. And I think that really sucks, especially from like, you know, a pretty small example of this would be for the past, for the past several years, I've had to, I've had the privilege of being able to cover this game, right? And alongside of that, you also get the brunt of a lot of frequently asked questions, right? When are Marksdwarfs going to get fixed? And there's a lot of people that have it in their head that Marksdwarfs are never going to be fixed. And in 5 years, I'm going to still have people asking me, have they fixed Marksdwarfs yet? Because Dwarf Fortress has this reputation of never fixing bugs. They often do. And a lot of the really, really, really harsh ones get fixed faster than most people give them credit for. However, just because bugs get fixed faster than a lot of people give them credit for, they still have that reputation, and I don't think it's one that they'll ever be able to live out or outlive, right? I think that Dwarf Fortress is just going to always have that reputation, and on one hand, I think that kind of sucks. A lot for his vision of the game, the absolute respect to no compromises in artistic creative fields. And after that last super patch fix in real time, you respect him a lot. What, even more? What, the game, the dwarves all eating and drinking in slow motion thing? Getting fixed? That was a pretty funny one, yeah. Play with a lot of weird quirks since there are some bugs that were fixed. Play with a lot of weird quirks since there was a lot of bugs that were fixed. Or like changes that were made. Like I think one that I always return to, and I'm not mocking them because I genuinely think this was just a hysterical interaction, was like right when the Steam version released. And there was a guy directing his friend who was playing, and he kept going on about how much experience he had and how much time he'd spent playing Dwarf Fortress, and then told his friend to be careful and not to dig rooms too big because it could cause the ceilings to cave in. And it's like, okay, I believe you've played a lot of Dwarf Fortress, but not since 2007. Or maybe you kept playing after 2007 and never realized that was taken out because, like, stuff stopped caving in when the game became 3D. Like, genuinely, I think that's a hysterical interaction. Like, truly funny. I'm going to channel through this and let this lava spill out. Right here. Let's hope it doesn't let anything scary out of down here. Oh yeah, I mean, that, like I said, something evil is emerging from this newly exposed pocket. It's a warthog brute. Let me just erase this and then jump up to here. And then assign all of my squads to right there. Also, that siege is left, which is great. The warthog brute is a very large noseless warthog with deadly spittle. It is twisted into humanoid form, and it has a bloated body. Its midnight blue hair is patchy. Beware its deadly spit. Hasn't started fighting yet. The dwarves are vacating pretty quickly. There's also already a Marksdwarf right here, which is Neezer, who's a proficient Marksdwarf. Are you equipped? I hope you are, fingers crossed. You are, but you're also hauling a lot of gems. So... okay, well, you are immediately bleeding. So is the beast. A bolt hits it. Another bolt hits it in the right leg, which tears the bone. I have a feeling Neezer's about to pass, though. And Neezer's bleeding heavily. I've got another dwarf up here sleeping. Well, that's not good. Bad time to take a nap there, dwarfy. Uh-oh. Who's sleeping? It's one of my elite Marksdwarfs? No! Dwarf, why? Drink your coffee. Ugh. Owl Terror is this warthog brute, who's now seriously injured. I've got a recruit that's dying immediately. Got this dwarf over here, Darius, who's unleashing bolts. And this elite Marksdwarf has now woke up, but is going to die almost as quickly as it awoke. This creature, Owl Terror, is now falling and dodging and avoiding bolts. Darius over there is trying to be a hero. I've got another under-equipped... I should probably train my dwarves up. Darius, no! Darius, why? Darius, run! This was my own fault. I didn't need to do this. Down here, I've got Wood Eye, who is shooting bolts. Or was. I saw a bolt go flying. Where are you going, dwarf? Dr. House, you may want to run away. This seems bad. Dr. House is going to die. Looks like. That dwarf fell asleep, which is always a great time. Merlin Buff is about to die. Chief Medical Dwarf. Although the beast is now dead. Who was the one who got the kill? That's the question. I want to just name them Owl Terror. Nope, you killed a Forgotten Beast. Who got the last hit? Flying Iron Bolt. Is it you? Ah, there you are. Owl Terror got that kill. The question is, are you going to survive here, Merlin Buff? Seriously injured. The red shirts? There's very few red shirts in this fort right now. Maybe if the population was higher. But there's very few red shirts in this fort currently. I'm going to... I'm going to make a little crossbow range. I'm just going to do that. Little archery range right here. And I'm going to get these bottom 3 squads training down here. And I'm just going to set them all to training. Just set them all to training. I'm also going to put a chest in here. And actually, no, not right there. I'm gonna go military, and I'm gonna go archery range. Let's just do a few of these. And I'm gonna go right down here. Barracks. Realize I'm not looking at chat, but just bear with me for a sec. And I'm gonna put a chest right there. Maybe 2. But I want you to be that dwarf. You should know this by now. I don't name myself after dwarves. Because I would always be in the fort, and I don't like that. I don't like being in other people's forts either. So you can do it on your own time, but I will not give myself a dwarf. So if you would like a dwarf, I'll give you a dwarf. If you would not like a dwarf, then I can give somebody else a dwarf, but please do let me know who you would like me to make into a dwarf. I will not take the dwarf, though. Lanix is not around. Lanix passed away, I think, in the last stream at some point. Yeah, Lanix has been gone for a minute, but I think I will just refund it to you, Sam. Actually, no. We'll just do it this way. Sam, I'm gonna refund it, but I'm just gonna name you a statue or something. Because it's called Name Something, and it's very cheap now, and the idea is it's cheap enough that you don't need to gift it. So we'll just do this. Oopsies. Semtex a statue. Like, when it was 8,000, that was a thing. I have more or less removed that from being a going concern. Just because it's too much, man. Dig, dig, dig your hole gently down the fort. Merrily, 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 merrily. I don't know where this goes. But yeah, that's all I request, Sam. Is just like I made it cheaper so that I didn't have to go through the rigmarole of trying to distribute gifted dwarves. It's just silly. So if you want to redeem one for yourself in future, feel free. It's Wednesday, isn't it? It's the first Wednesday of the month, isn't it? I guess it's fire alarm test day. Apologies for that. They do that once a month on the first Wednesday of the month. Gonna get used to that at some point. It only goes off once, though, so. Is it the second Wednesday of the month? Well, the first Wednesday was like close enough to a holiday that probably not. Well, anyway, that'll stop now. Sorry about that. It is, in fact, Wednesday. My dudes. That I used to be rich redeem. I don't even have a way to see that. Like, historic ones, like, once they're cleared, which they've been cleared many times, you'd have to keep a personal tally, I think. Well, good news is a lot of that lava is now gone. And I can now do this. Oopsies. Let's do this. And that. 1st of July is a long weekend in Canada. It's Canada Day. 4th of July is like the late, less interesting version of the superior Canadian holiday. Just like how our Thanksgiving is earlier and better because it's better spaced out to the holiday season. So you don't have to eat turkey 2 times in a month. Instead, you eat turkey 2 times in a season and a bit. Just saying. Speaking of, I used to be rich. Non-major nerd used to be rich. And investments are open if you care, chat. Well, I mean, the suddenly building is on fire alert is still functioning, which is the good news about that fire alarm going off. At least it's like nowhere near as constant as the fire alarm tests in my old building. In my old building, they had to go to every floor and launch and send them all off individually for each individual unit. Here, they do that annually instead of every 3 months, which is nice. Because this building isn't as big, so there's nowhere near as many vacant units, so they don't have to like manually check every single unit. Also, every unit, except for the 2 that are for sale right now in this building, are lived in, so. Yeah, I would say my family typically does a ham on Christmas as well. YouTube chat is discussing that they tend to do ham on the holiday. Hello, Golem. How is you? How keyboard work? Me very drunk. Yes, I love you. Hello, yes. Please drink water. Water important. What's the occasion? Or just you felt like it? Or you really needed it? If you want to know how many you have, Colossus, type in !! tickets. ! tickets. And it'll tell you how many you have, and then you can try and invest them if you want, or don't. It's mostly just like a bragging rights thing with no real purpose behind it. Fun times with grilling and pool. Sounds like a good time. I like pool now and again, although I do associate pool with particularly shit beer because every time I've ever played pool in my life, the only beer they've had available is really shit. So it's like, ugh, pool. Gross. But, you know, that's more of my own fault, not necessarily a fault of the game pool. Oh, pool like swimming. Oh, I thought you meant like billiards. Okay, I mean, hey. Now that's fun. Did anybody get involuntarily shoved into the pool? Because then that's how you know it's a real pool party. My cart's attack in YouTube chat says that they're going to be volunteering at a summer camp all week. Is that just like free room and board for the week to go camping? I mean, I'm presuming you have to like tolerate children because summer camp, but also pool and swimming. Yeah, playing pool means shitty beer, but also going to a pool in the summer with beer also means shitty beer. Unless it's like, unless the pool situation is like run by somebody who happens to have decent beer, then that's a pool party worth going to. For those of you who don't know, I'm very much a beer elitist. Well, maybe not very much. I pretend to be. It's one of those things that it's fun to be a weirdo about because some people take you way more seriously than they should. You know what I mean? Like, there's being an elitist, which is exclusionary and mean to people, and then there's being an elitist because, like, you know that the one person who gets really mad about the thing is going to be funny to get mad at, and that's about where I'm at on such things. Cavern has collapsed? That seems bad. Uh-oh. Dorf, whatever you do, do not fall in the lava hole. Okay, you didn't fall in the lava hole. We survived. So a craft beer enthusiast? Not even just a craft beer enthusiast, Galad. I get like touchy about which brewery and what style of beer and how they're flavoring the beer and what ingredients they're using. In some cases, I'll even get picky over like what kind of hops they're using. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Okay, so this should be a Marksworth squad, not a melee squad. Which also means I need to go make some more crossbows. Just seeing what materials I currently have. You like to have beer around just to give him a finger because I can drink whenever. I mean, that's called being a grown-up, right? I will remind you, though, while you're more than welcome to be drunk in chat, you will be more respected if you're drunk in chat while being well hydrated, so don't forget to drink some water. You'll thank me in the morning. Unless you've already had plenty of water, in which case, then keep calm and carry on. You know, to me, a beer and a Fanta, like if you're just like taking a cheap lager and filling it up with a Fanta, isn't that just like a really shitty Radler? Because a Radler is just beer and like grapefruit juice or orange juice or like some sort of citrus juice or lemonade. So isn't that just like a really crappy Radler? It's had plenty of water. If you're drinking the pool water, I got bad news for you. But, like, that's kind of how I would envision that. Like, that just kind of seems like a crappy Radler to me. And, like, you know, you could do a lot better than a shitty Radler like that, but... Oh, no, you're not being disrespectful. You're fine. You just seem drunk, and I'm telling you to drink water. I'm trying to be a responsible adult here, okay? I'm not the sort of streamer to just sit here and be like, chug, 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 chug. Because, like, my normal mode of operation when I'm out drinking is I sit at the end of the bar and I talk with the bartender and I drink maybe a beer an hour and never really get drunk. That's kind of how I go out drinking. It's like a social activity for me, which is maybe unhealthy actually. But, you know, sometimes the social lubricant is helpful. Oh, my Wordle. These are upset dwarves. I'm clicking all these X's because they'll just get auto-rebuilt, reassigned. Let's get these dwarves fancy new clothes, amongst other things. there a particular reason here, Dwarf, why you don't have a shirt? Also, yeah, I think I'm just going to do this the lazy way. I'm just going to do this the lazy way. Which is get some dwarves to pump this shit out manually. And then just build a drawbridge here once it's been drained. Bah! Humbug! Yeah, we gotta do it. We got to do it. I've also got a lot of gems to remove from here. Got a lot of gems. I did turn the difficulty up, so that's part of the reason we're getting attacked by bigger armies now. But it is bringing a lot of Goblinite, which is useful. Sweaty work, Miner took it off. I suppose. I think it also means I need to make more tunics, probably. She does have a cloak on, though, so... Maybe she likes the airiness in the armpits. A good Radler or a Shandy in the US? I mean, to me, a Shandy's a pretty different thing, isn't that? Like, a Shandy's like a beer and a cider. Radler is a beer and juice. I think, like, the key for me for a good Shandy is, or a good Radler or any of those, it kind of just begins and ends with, like, you just need good beer. And then... What? Where did that... I mean, you're haggard, so it's not that big of a deal. But, like, where did the lava come from? It wasn't too deep there. Okay. Shandy is a beer and lemonade? Oh, maybe I'm confusing a Shandy and a snakebite. I think I'm confusing a Shandy and a snakebite. I don't really drink, like, beers mixed with juice, because beer's already bad enough for me. I don't need to add juice in there. It's like adding insult to a problem. That's like taking something that's bad for me and making it worse. You're back. What'd you miss? I don't know when you left, Jesus. You only like a stout. Hey, I'm of the opinion that, like, rage bait is bad, generally. Asterisk. When it's about things that matter. If everybody's in on the joke and it doesn't matter, like coffee or beer or pineapple on pizza, it's fun, okay? You know? As long as everybody's in on the joke and nobody's actually getting mad, it's fun. That... Motherfuckers, we got one. The Forgotten Beast, Stossbub has come. A great scaly tick. It has a fat, bulging trunk, and it undulates rhythmically. Its mint green scales are jagged and overlapping. Beware its noxious bite. Pineapple this pizza, you beast. The beast must really like pineapple and pizza. He's got good taste, which is why he showed up when he heard me say it. And we can fight it, too. Always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. Sure you do. No known kills. The mayor's been reelected. You know what? Actually, let's cancel these bottom two. A lot of these dwarves don't have... Oh, that's the captain of the guards. Shit. Crap. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, and then over here, then you right here, ammo. Ammo, add ammunition, bolts, combat and training, delete the rest of these. Materials, metal, materials, wood. Confirm. Okay, let's follow that beast. So chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck? Because we've got a gremlin. So what am I gonna do with this gremlin is the important question. Chain it up and make it into a pet is what we do. That thing went down quick. Heart spiders. Congrats, heart spiders. Painted drums. Dreams of mastering a skill. Golem, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, man. Golem writes some pretty neat music, too. Feel satisfied after improving archery. Damn right you do. Get back to it, dwarves. And now... let's see this gremlin. It's zany. Never becomes angry, is very trusting, finds humor in most situations, is ambitious and always looking for a way to better his situation. He dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He does not mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He does not share his own experience and thoughts with others, and he is curious and eager to learn. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and this fortress just got a lot more ridiculous. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Oh boy. That's all I got, is oh boy. Just a little fellow with big dreams? Oh, certainly. We have to figure out what we're going to do with him, though. I'm thinking like that maybe the fortress entertainer or something, perhaps? Now we just need a champion? Oh, true, we could make him the champion, couldn't we? I was thinking Captain of the Guard, but, like... champion could be funny. Although, I think we lost the champion because the Baron died. Who was the previous one? think I'm just going to unassign the captain of the guard for the moment. Virtually impossible. I'm not going to... Having tried to make a dwarf gain a noble rank before, virtually impossible. Virtually impossible. So not even something I'm going to consider. The scope of this fort is already big enough as is. Name the gremlin Shrek. No? No. No, 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 no. No. I'll name him Donkey. Because Shrek's an ogre, not a gremlin. If I had an ogre, sure. But, like, gremlins don't even have layers. Like, if we're gonna name him, like, a gremlin thing, might as well name him a gremlin thing, you know? Tiny ogre? I'm ogre this joke, chat. I can't do it. I mean, if you insist, sure. But, like... if you insist on me naming this gremlin Shrek, I will humor the statement, but, like, come on. Come on. Yeah, and I've already selected a Baron for this fort. YouTube chat. If somebody, I don't know, gifts 5 subs, I will name it Shrek. I really don't want to. But if somebody gifts 5 subs, I'll name it Shrek. Shriek? I mean, that's how I feel having to name something Shrek. The franchise that will just never fucking die. God damn it. This dwarf sketches stuff. What are you going to go grab? Iron bars. Alright, fine. I'll name it Shrek. Alright, Shrek. Well, we already read his description. He has no friends or relationships. And hasn't killed anything ever. And says, I was confined! This is so boring. Yes, yes it is. Hopefully we can catch you, wifey. You did, in fact, snipe Kit Fox. Yeah, I was like, what do you mean by hit Kit Fox? Kit Fox is... I thought you mistyped hi Kit Fox or something. But, yeah, you did, in fact, hit Kit. Let's just... I've got too many military dwarves. And not enough dwarfy dwarves. And the miners keep dying, so... Yes, they did in fact get hit by a sub. Hopefully it didn't hurt. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Sam Texagon, mate? Or maybe a round of ogres, I guess. It's ogre, or whatever that emote is. Schmork. We need a bunch of schmorks. Because chat got what they wanted. Democracy wins. I mean, and by that I mean belligerent bribing. I.e. bribery and corruption wins. Is bribing democracy? Well, depends on who you ask. Depends on who you ask. Okay, speaking of bribery, how's my lava tube doing? Well, it's going. Should also, well, thinking I should open this up, but no, actually I shouldn't. Yeah, we'll let this dwarf just keep doing this because, you know, we're pumping this out at a pretty decent rate. Oh, we checked for heat. What devilry is this? Did we know? Okay, well, that's fine. That could have gone bad, but it didn't, thankfully. Instead, more lava gets to drain. More lava gets to drain. And then up here, these are all cut in gems. One gem at a time. And then transporting them upstairs. So a lot of clothing is getting thrown out. This dwarf needs to be booted out of the military, I think. Let's put somebody else into your place. It's just too sad. Too sad. And now we really need to deal with this army. What's that beast doing, actually? The one that's made of fire. This one. Still just sitting there. Doing nothing of value. Fair. I feel that. It's kind of a vibe. Also need to check something real quick here. Schedule. Edit. Sleeping room at will. I latched on firmly, but that cheeky bastard broke the grip. Oh, you were trying... All the talk about adventure mode got you in a mood to try once again, and now you're wrestling a small camel and you bit it? Why are you biting a camel? I feel like camels should have deadly spit. Just saying. Like, I kind of believe that camels should have like deadly saliva that they spit at you. Because that just makes too much sense to me. Alpha gets it. On Team Camel Spit. Which means like a camel man should just have like, you know, like a Forgotten Beast, Forgotten Beasts are the ones I left in my fridge overnight. Forgotten Beast style, like, deadly spit. Man, if only I was developing this game, it would be significantly worse. It would be great. It would be glorious. All right, let's jump back up to here. Go through here and throw down some more slabs. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go along here. And I'm going to channel all this down. An attendant has been torn. That poor camel. Are you having fun, though? That's the important question. Now you can make engravings in your next fortress of the glorious battle between whatever the hell your adventure is named and this camel. Like, you realize the historical importance of this camel duel that you are currently participating in. Legends will be told of this tale for at least the next 15 minutes. It is a very important moment in the chronicle of your world's history. They should make a 3-hump camel. It would be unkillable. I don't know about a 3-hump camel being unkillable. It would certainly be incapable of dying of thirst. I don't know about unkillable, though. Forgotten Beats have come. Eurus noticed she had them in her backpack, and they are rotting. It smells like miasma in here. It is disgusting. It's probably how that would go, right? Right, that battle will show up in Legends. Literally everything you do in Fortress mode shows up in Legends, and also
Happy
in
Hump Day, everyone.
Adventure mode.
Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
Speedio, thank you very much for the 97 months. You bloody mad lad. You absolute mad lad, man. Thank you so much for all of the ongoing support. You are crazy. Thank you. Speaking of crazy, this isn't even like deep enough to drain. So I have to go like right here basically. And dig out a bigger drain for this. All right. The other good news is I can actually just stop the dwarves from doing this. I'm gonna let you guys follow this dwarf who's doing some weaving. I will be back in a moment. I'm gonna go use the toilet and top off my coffee. You know, I gotta say, I'm very exciting. No, I said I was gonna go use the toilet and refill my coffee. Those are two separate actions. You know what I'm really excited about, chat? Why you use how the toilet? Why you sentence English the speak? What? Let's check. The camel's in slight pain only. Sounds like, I'll tell you this, if you're not a very talented like wrestler in adventure mode, you may have a hard time. Camels are big. Like, have you ever tried fighting with a horse? Anyway, I topped off the last of my coffee and me fail English? That's impossible. That was a meme, right? I seem to vaguely recall this. Anyway, you guys completely made me lose my train of thought with the whole toilet accusation. I'm very offended by this. Is that what that's from? It's from The Simpsons? True story. Never watched The Simpsons. Never seen a full episode of The Simpsons. I had it in my brain and then I completely lost it. So I don't know. It left. The ADHD kicked in even with the pills. That's how strong the distraction was. I'm sure it'll come back. Give me 10 minutes. Is that what you call it, non-major nerd? You wanted to save your bolts? Ah. You know how I train up combat in adventure mode? I wait for things to fall asleep and then I pull their fingers off. I pinch things while they're sleeping, non-lethally. So I go around ripping people's fingers off for months and then eventually I turn into actual combat. How do you pull fingers off? Wrestle, pinch, and then just repeatedly pinch. Also, to like train hunting, hit Control R and then macro the keys for pick up sand and throw sand. And then once you do one full repetition, hit Control P and just spam it. Siege? Yeah, it's been there for a little bit. I'm trying to drain this reservoir so that I can let the siege burn in this walkway. I can't really fight them head on. Or rather, I could, I'm just not willing to, because I need to replenish the population quite a bit. If by fart noises you mean the silent squealing of pain as they lose their fingers, then yes. Oh no, he's got a nose. Yes, he does in fact got a nose. And yeah, they also usually don't wake up. I am currently in the process of that, yes, Terabyte. But I've lost too many dwarves already today, and I need a consistent way of dealing with sieges, because I need the Goblinite, or I guess it's mostly Humanite, for bolts and shields and other things, because I have no access to metal, but I can't really fight them head on because we're primarily a Marksdorf squad only fort, which is fine, but not the best when trying to fight head on again in melee range against things. There we go. You don't need the creature to be asleep to pinch the toe. The problem is that they might fight back. Like, even like tame creatures might fight back if you start pinching them. The nice thing about having really good wrestling is like you can just grab a weapon out of somebody's hand and then disarm them, rip it out of their hands, and then not give it back. Oh, chat, did you guys see the new emote that we have? Crypt Bolt is now an emote. There's another emote that's going to be aligned with it sooner than later. Well, I don't mean disarm them. I mean like grab somebody's knife and then throw it at them. That's more what I mean. But I mean, you could also de-arm them too. If you're really dedicated to being a baddie. This whole thing was kind of a bust, but it's fine. I should have just done it this way the first time. Let's just go back to a lot of pausing tasks. There's just too much clothing job going on right now. Too much clothing job. I do have a lot of clothing I need to replace, but like... right now it kind of doesn't matter. Leave some of those process plants jobs going and some of these weaving thread jobs going, but most of these I'm going to pause. I just don't have the population right now to do it. Let's just see what people go pick up. I tried pumping the magma up and over a thing. What I actually should have done is just did what I'm doing right now, which is drained it off the side of the map. I tried to do it a more elaborate way, and it ended up costing lives. Because I was trying to overthink a problem that's actually pretty simple. You need lava to go away, not lava to like go into another room cleanly necessarily. Yeah, I was overthinking a problem basically. But no, I haven't really explained it. It's just kind of I feel dumb. It's really bugging me. What was I excited about? I was excited about something, but oh well. Can't have been that important. I mean, I am not the thing that I was originally thinking about, but I am quite excited about the dye changes now. That's I think the thing that I wasn't expecting to be excited for, but now I'm sitting here going like, man, updates to dye. Could you imagine? Yes. Terabyte. Yes to both. Siege related and me stupid related. I mean, at one point this fort had about 260 dwarves in it. We started at 130 something today. Is that Chris? Another thing I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to go to my tavern, which is right here. I think that's the tavern? Yes. Wait, what? Is it? No, it's a weaponsmith. You know, actually, the weaponsmith guild is just fine. Put a rope breed rope here, and we're going to chain up that gremlin so it doesn't get up to shenanigans. Well, maybe once all that stuff's in the game, but it's not in the game yet. At least for me, I definitely want to do a fort messing around with that stuff once it's in the game. I think, honestly, my next fort's probably going to be a Forgotten Beast trapping fort, because I want to generate a new world. And probably do something similar to what I did in Creature Keepers, except more elaborate and visually appealing. Just settle on a interesting surface fort and then build a big arena and then make, you know, demons or something fight Forgotten Beasts. I don't understand the question, user. Can I not assign a gremlin? Okay, fine. Bruh. Guess I just have to release you then. I feel like I went through this the last time I did this. And probably every other time since. Oh, how's the hitching? Nowhere near as bad as it was, but the population's also a lot lower. I mean, it's still hitching, it's just not hitching anywhere near as frequently. It's not as frequent and prolific as it was. Still not perfect, though. There we go. Let's actually just get all of these dwarves on monthly orders. Basically everybody but these top three. There we go. We can now release Shrek. Let's just open this up. Go hide. Remove everything. And add Shrek in. There you are. Go eat something. Was annoyed after being knocked underground and confused after choking on dust underground and is now going to go get something to eat. Has an asparagus roast, which I'm sure looks delicious. It's got asparagus, surprise, pork, pig meat, minced, and minced asparagus, and minced asparagus, and minced asparagus. So it's pork. You know, honestly, I could go for a bowl of pork and asparagus. That sounds pretty okay. I could work with that. Speaking of pretty okay, and I could work with that. My well desperately is in need of water, actually. Which means I need this to fill the well. I really need this baddie army gone. All right, well, let's just go down here real quick and see where this is. This is getting constructed. That's good. It's all the way at the edge of the map. Fort of the new stuff sounds rad. I mean, that's kind of would be the idea. Mostly, like, I think that's what Smitchell's been doing, if I'm not mistaken. What? Oh. Really? I failed an artifact? I thought that... Huh. Well, was that Ast who did that? Actually, you'd be Berserk, right? Oh, never mind, you're dead. That was Ast, who's already dead. Went Berserk and then was shot and killed by somebody. Got sniped by one of my Mark stores, probably. That was the beast. But who shot you? Mark's Dwarf, Mincut, maybe? Strikes the weaponsmith in the head, tearing the muscle and chipping the skull and tearing the brain. Damn. Jaeger, thanks for the 5-pack. That's very kind of you. All right, well, rip. You know, the asparagus thing seems like a thing that you would get in like an upper end food court, you know? Like, I feel like I've had that in a few like Chinese food courts where it's just like, except like replace the asparagus with green bean. It's just like green bean and like pork, basically. Like I could see that being delicious. Super tasty. Definitely something I could fuck with, food-wise. Did anyone have any ideas for dwarven meals? I mean, you say that stuff is straight up illegal. At the same time, most of them are like basically just meat biscuits. Like it's just meat fried with meat and maybe a side. Or like thing fried with thing and maybe a side. So basically like normal Louisiana cooking, right? Zircom, hello. Just got your first migrant wave in the new fort, 13 migrants, and 10 of which are children. Well, I mean, hey, gotta start somewhere, right? Did I just lose another dwarf? Oh yeah, I guess it was that dwarf that got shot, right? All right, well... This is the last thing I need to do, and then pull the lever. I mean, children are very efficient at specific small tasks in Dwarf Fort. You know, not liking kids in Dwarf Fort is a very pre-Steam Dwarf Fortress thing. Like, people used to get, like, legitimately mad at having a lot of kids in their forts because, like, they used to do nothing. And it was very common for people to come up with strategies on like how to like efficiently kill them or like contain them so that they didn't exist in your fort for very long. Which like, okay, in older versions of the game, they did nothing. So like, or nothing beneficial anyway. So I kind of see that. But that couldn't be further from reality now. Like, they very much are like incredibly important and helpful to the fortress these days. It was just a surprise. Fair, yeah. I'm a big fan of like the single dad with like a dozen children, migrant waves, where it's like it's one dad and then like 15 kids, and then you're like, oh, you have 3 wives. Well, this is your problem, dad. Practice safe dwarf. Use a beard. You know, that's all. You punched a big ran apart. The adventure is why The adventure is fire. Why haven't I tried it earlier? Adventure mode to me never grabs me as long as a fortress. Like, I could play a fortress for 100 hours and still have something to do. Like, I'm probably not frequently going to play an adventurer for more than 5 or 10 hours. But at the same time, playing adventure mode makes me appreciate the combat so much more. Like, so much more. I used to wrestle turkeys, Audra. Audra is talking about wrestling crabs for training in adventure mode, and I'm like, turkeys. But like, yeah, no, there's certainly a lot of things in adventure mode that are left wanting that could be a lot better, but in the ways it shines, it's really cool. I mean, getting lost is part of it, but I'll also say this. Once you've played a little bit of adventure mode, it gets a lot easier to not get lost. Like, navigating adventure mode gets so much easier. Like, so much easier. One of the moms has 7 kids and her memories are just dwelling on arguments. I mean, checks out. Game too realistic. Developers have no mercy. You didn't expect yourself to enjoy adventure mode at all, and but you've been playing it way more than you expected. I think I kind of stick to the, like, I do a big adventure whenever there's new content, and in between forts, it's a fun side activity for an hour or two in between forts to bring adventurers to the fort. Like, it gives you, I really like, one of the things I really like about adventure mode is walking around my fortress after I'm done with that fortress. I really like looking at the general scenery around the fortress because I find that it gives you a bit more of a sense of space and place within the fortress. And I find that to be really endearing. You know, Arcloid, Dwarf is a pretty good Marks Dwarf, but I've got better Marks Dwarves. Make somebody else leader of this squad and actually give Arcloid a break. I think Arcloid's kind of earned it. You are pretty stressed. Just want to go pray. Like, Tarn didn't talk about it this time, but in previous interviews, he's talked about how there's been ideas of an option for embarking would be you drive the wagon to the location, like maybe like sort of a higher risk reward thing where like there's a higher risk of you dying, but the reward is greater if you make it to the location that you're trying to get to. I think that there's a world where that could be really cool. Like, maybe... Uh-oh. Well, you're just gonna go drink then. You've earned that, dwarf, though. And I kind of... There is part of me that hopes that that becomes a thing at some point. Yeah, driving the wagon to the fortress. Remyork. I mean, maybe you could recruit people along the way. Sure, there'd be some fun there. Then you send a new wagon, I presume, if wagon dies. But, like, you know, maybe it could be an opportunity to introduce new dwarves to the fort or something. You know, like, or if you find like a goblin or somebody interesting along the route getting there, you could recruit them. Or some monks, maybe. You know? Maybe you run into one of your adventurers. Make a road on the way to the embark. Now, let's not be crazy. That seems like a bit ambitious. Yeah, no, there's so much more they could do with roads. So much more they could do with roads. Is there seeds in this? Is there seeds in this? Crumble. Yeah, it's one of those ideas that's been thrown around as long as I've been playing this game, Big Bang. Do you want them to make intercontinental bridge forts only work if you actually build a bridge? I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I think there should just be a way to build bridges. But more so than making the players do something that's often kind of hacky. All right, I set up a Christian in the corner in the tavern and made the 7-kid mom the tavern keeper. Oh boy, she's gonna drown her kids. Let's go. Let's go. Jaeger, your sub ran out again. Tisk. Maybe the way to send out armies could send out construction brigades and stuff on the world. Yeah, I've seen like all kinds of stuff like that has been suggested over the years. I actually went out of my way to not ask a couple questions worded almost exactly like that one, Mareb. Just because I know it gets asked all the time in the future of the fortress, and I've asked very similar and had very similar discussions with Tarn live in the past, and you know, it's one of those like you kind of need to be cautious. I guess I don't want to just like retread the same ground with every interview. Actually, one of the reasons I really liked this one was because we got to talk about a lot of things that aren't normally main topics of discussion for the interviews. Like, I think a lot of the time they end up retreading a lot of stuff, which isn't a bad thing. I mean, it just means that people enjoy it, generally. But yeah, I don't want to just like retread the same thing every time. I think that that's a kind of a bit of waste of everybody's time. Burial. Let's see. For everybody. For everybody. Okay. This is all set up now, so I can go up top here and just channel through all these, and then just let this flow out, because that's all sealed up. You're happy that you asked your question, that you can relax and play DF, but now afterwards it makes you a bit sad that he couldn't really? I mean, I don't want to say that I'm in the same position as him, but like, it's really hard for me to just sit down and relax and play video games. As in, like, almost impossible. I know Tarn in the past has said that his favorite thing to do in Dwarf Fortress is animal husbandry, and he likes, you know, getting the dwarves to try and tame weird animals like jabberers and cave dragons and that kind of stuff. But I mean, it makes sense. I mean, like, if you're building something, it's going to be hard to see it as anything other than a thing that you are financially obligated to improve. Like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would presume most playtime would just become, like, how do I word this? Just gameplay testing, right? And if you're gameplay testing, that's kind of work, right? Okay, I need that kid to get out of here. And then let's pull this. So now we just wait for a dwarf to get up here and pull the lever. Now this drains, then I just need to... I don't really want to build another bridge there. Then I just need to build another bridge here. Yep. And then this will drain this out pretty quickly. pretty quickly. Yeah, his response was kind of what I was expecting, for whatever that's worth. That is more or less what I was expecting for a question like that. Just because, like, it's kind of status quo, I guess, for anybody in a creative industry. It's very difficult to not just see the creative thing that you've built as work. But that isn't necessarily a bad thing. We could name a dwarf Kronk and only have him pull levers. No, but I'll name a dwarf Kronk. What kind of dwarf would you like me to name Kronk? What's Kronk's day job? Kind of seems like a bodyguard assistant, yeah? Kronk is a great dodger. He is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better his situation. He has a strong sense of duty, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he has an active sense of humor. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally sees berry making as a waste and dislikes cooperation and doesn't particularly respect commerce and does not care about family one way or another. He likes native platinum, tin, milk opal, avocado wood, and giant lorikeet. He prefers to consume clown loach, 2-grain wheat beer, and hates rats, and has a pet bunny, who is alive. His name is Urist Dorbury, which is kind of adorable. Of course, Kronk has a pet bunny. That's a very Kronk-like activity, if you ask me. Emperor's New Groove. Genuinely a phenomenal movie. Such a good movie. Such a good movie. Oh, hauling boulders. It's like, what the hell are they doing so slowly? All right, so now that this is like safetied up, I just need to wait for it to drain. Just need to wait for it to drain. This is going to get canceled every single time. I try and do anything. If only it was a chipmunk. Yeah, that would be a little bit closer, wouldn't it? I mean, hey, you know, honestly, I think the bunny is pretty good. Pretty good. I just want this structure to be completed so that I can just deal with these sieges. There's a lot about Dwarf Fortress that fits the Emperor's New Groove vibe. I mean, you can even get turned into a sheep. I don't think you can get turned into an alpaca. Like, I kind of wish that the funny curses existed in Fort mode. Like, in Adventure mode, you can get transmorged into, like, any number of random livestock, which just can't happen in, like, outside of Fortress mode. Or outside of Adventure mode. I kind of wish they could. Like, there's something about, oh, you were turned into a sheep. That's just glorious and amazing, and I kind of love it. Like, that kind of comedy, I'm here for. and always will be here for. I mean, we lucked into it. Although dwarves kind of have like outsized personalities enough that they would suit personalities of a character like Kronk. Please don't step into that when you're done with it, or you will die. Well, you didn't. That's good. Forgotten beast named Kubok has come, a gigantic humanoid composed of mud. Beware its deadly dust. Oh, and it's fighting with the several blind cave ogres. It's also on a layer where it can get to us. Which means I get to tell my squatties to go stand here. But thankfully it's composed of mud, so it shouldn't live very long when we shoot it. What is the effects they're getting? I mean, they already can't see, so that's understandable. Kubok is shaken to the core. Overcome by terror. Are you punching it? Please tell me you're punching it. It's punching the Forgotten Beast, fracturing it and chipping it. Oh, so these blind cave ogres have killed it. I'm just gonna forbid it, actually all of it, because we don't need to carry that body out of there. Well done, beastie. I do wonder what its effects were, though. Saved Smiths. It's a good name. Of a god, and then turns the dwarven kid into an actual kid. The kid becomes a kid. It only lasts for I think it's a week in adventure mode. Somebody could correct me though. I think it's a week that it lasts for, which would also be really funny because it wouldn't be that long in game. Be like, so and so's been turned into a goat. Blah. Suddenly, just a whole bunch of unexpected whimsies added to Dwarfort. Thing I'm certain of is I've already forgotten that beast. I mean, it was made of mud. It did have deadly dust, which means it probably would have killed itself with its deadly dust. And it appeared right next to a bunch of ogres who just beat the shit out of it. So that's kind of a given. Okay, so another thing I'm going to do, the in-fort zone goes down to here. I'm going to turn on in-fort. Assign everybody but the gremlin to in-fort. And I'm actually going to just open this up because we are getting to a point where it's, you know, starting to drain. Might as well. It's still a ways off, but so Valentina, the question earlier about the adventure mode dialogue in the stream and that you're glad you found it funny. Well, I mean, like, yeah, no, I've seen stuff like that before. Like Goblin just caught you off guard the first time you played? Yeah. No, I mean, I like the statement from Twitch chat. I think it was Rum Rusher, actually, who said it, which was... Because Valentino in the questions asked a question about, like, people saying very off-topic things or, like, very situationally inappropriate things in adventure mode, like... They start complimenting your shoes when you're stabbing them to death, which is hilarious. But like, you know, maybe not the best for like keeping things serious feeling. I suppose it's not the most serious situation you could end up in, but like funny. Yeah. Neezer, you have a good night. I hope you enjoyed the interview. And also, sorry to those of you who don't get to catch the interviews because of the time they happen at. You know, like, when I first started doing these, I always happened way earlier in the day, and people in Europe always complained that it was too early for them. They're like, or it would be too late for them, or they'd be later in the day, and people in Europe would complain that it was either too early or way too late, depending on who it was. And now it's like, it's pretty good if you happen to, like, be in the UK, but... There's a lot of other time zones where it's like kind of not so optimal, so sorry about that, but it just kind of is what it is. I work with Tarn's schedule, and that's the one we got. Kind of amazed I haven't torched anybody yet in this process. Those are some damn fine-looking sneakers you got there, mate. I think somebody in YouTube chat was like, bro, are those Jordans? It's like, man, because it's not actually that hard to add in custom dialogue to Dwarf Fortress modding-wise. Somebody needs to just make, like, a Sneakerheads mod that just, like, it's just a bunch of compliments of just referencing different sneakers. Your daughter needed you while you were on... Oh, that's important. Colossus. I will put the VOD up tomorrow. I'm very, like, torn as to whether or not I should premiere it or just post it. I've seen, like, enough legitimate criticism against premieres that it's not a good idea, so I think I'm just probably gonna post it. What tools helped me learn Dwarf Fortress? I learned Dwarf Fortress, like, the wiki helped me learn Dwarf Fortress. The wiki, and then later on with more advanced stuff, Twitch chat. The forums. No tools really helped me learn Dwarf Fortress. Things like Dwarf Therapist and DF Hack, if that's what you mean, I found actually made the game harder to get into because it added more, like, setup complexity, which doesn't help me learn things generally. So, no tools, really. I just did it. I just started trying to learn it. Not gonna lie, that's sketching me out, watching them walk through those, but hey. Scary. Spooky. Then I just gotta get rid of the remaining pieces and fill this sucker in. But yeah, I don't know. I've always found, like, the writing in adventure mode to be goofy as hell, but also, like, kind of suits it in a weird way. Like, I've always kind of liked the weird whimsy that Dwarf Fortress has, which is realistically just a result of maybe not the best design choices. But at the same time, I don't know, it gives it this really funky, funny little unique character that, I don't know, I really appreciate. It just kind of hammers home the classic feeling of like, well, why do you play Dwarf Fortress? Well, because there's nothing quite like Dwarf Fortress, you know? Groggy Limmy Face. It was a good interview. I hope you enjoy it when you get the chance to watch it. Veteran. Apparently dyes are coming and they are going to be ridiculous. Chad, do you have a Dwarf Fortress quirk that you love, even though it's like objectively bad? I think the dialogue for me is maybe like the easiest one to point at for me. Like in many ways, it's objectively terrible, but realistically, I'd be completely lying if I said I didn't enjoy it. Windmills? What's janky about windmills specifically? Or rather, what do you find janky about them? Just having them on the surface when you're building down so the power doesn't transfer later? Just having them on the surface when you're building down. I mean, they can freeze. I'm trying to think what you mean by the power doesn't transfer later. Because I've never had problems with making the power transfer, but I might be missing something. Okay, well, this is clearing up finally. Guess this is maybe an area I should dig out. Oh yeah, we caught a gremlin for anybody just tuning in. Actually, no, it's kind of a terrible idea. Let's take that off. Will they get pants this time? Absolutely not. That's not a feature of the video game. However, this one is zany, so which means they probably will actually enjoy being naked. Also, it's injured. But yeah, they're zany, so... Oh no, humiliated dwelling upon being uncovered. It's possible because they're zany, they'll be okay with being uncovered eventually, but we'll see. I guess I need them to... Yeah, I need them to actually join. Do you have any skills? Dabbling armor user and dodger? And climber. That doesn't seem smart. Don't climb. Do you have the world where you can spend your life in a small town being a cheesemaker and survive multiple random giant attacks before being eaten by a wolf, and the wolf will be named something like Bridge Sparkles, and then live in a cave something called Deep Quill, and then the enemy of every nation of the continent because she kept eating guinea fowl and rabbits, and Bridge Sparkles eventually dies at the old age of 12, and you were the only historical figure eaten, therefore the reason she got a name? Yeah. What? Where did this dwarf come from? Are you some visitor, maybe? Huh. Actually, hold on. Guess that is not a thing yet. Apparently there's a ghost. Howling Haunt. Never had so much hauling efficiency. Oh no, kids are great for hauling stuff. It's one of the best changes they made with premium, actually, and one of the things that like I miss most when on the odd days when I go back to older versions. Super duper miss that. Because it's so nice to just have like the little helpers. Because they are quite efficient. No, this is still going to take a little bit more time. It is getting there, though. You missed the massive bearded babies? Yeah, no, I mean, there's been a lot of changes to like the aesthetics of the game in the last 2 years. I kind of don't. I think like them like being more obvious as kids are kind of funny, and also I think it's a lot better for the game. But they were kind of funny looking. I do agree with that. Let's throw some statues here. I don't know where this clear glass statue came from, but apparently I have a clear glass statue. Man, this dwarf is taking 10,000 years to complete this goddamn task. Well, there's always something cute about them. Sure. I mean, fun quirk. I mean, the bug that I kind of miss, even though it's a bad bug, is the babies born without skin that are negative years old. There was something kind of amusing about that, but it was a bad bug. Same feeling, probably. You were born without skin, Letterin? That seems unpleasant. I'm glad you survived. You have a good night, Rodolfo. You had Flipperfoot? That sounds like something a dolphin would have. What? I don't know what that is, and I'm scared to know what that is, to be honest with you. I will say I genuinely love the general weirdness of gremlins, if that counts as a quirk for Dwarfort. I also love the fact that the only thing I got objectively wrong in that gremlin video that people still kind of frequently correct me on is that, well, actually, the gremlins wasn't... Oh, that's the ghost. Well, actually, Gremlins wasn't a direct to video film. I always thought it was. I'm sorry, but like that gets corrected like constantly. All right, chat, can I get a round of beers? I don't want to look at that line of text again. That's something out of a horror film. That is terrifying. No, it's fine. That's just that's some body horror. Like I said, I'm glad you survived. I was born a bunch of weeks early, and had to be left in a hospital for a while. And apparently my older sister was horrified that they had to take me back, which was like, didn't get to take me home right away. My older sister was very much ready to have like a brother, and then. Nope, he has to stay at the hospital for like another month. I mean, it would give you better. I'm just like, okay, like people with no legs that have hooks, like like I feel like it would give you more like springboard action, but I don't think that's actually how that functionally works. Sounds like something you just need to get operated on. All right, so this is the thing that we are now waiting on. This needs to get closed though. I mean, you can. Okay, so YouTube chat's mentioned danger rooms. You can still make danger rooms. There's just no logical point to it because, like, the damage model, stress, and way damage is distributed between dwarves is different enough now that there's no real reason to make danger rooms. And training has been changed to a point where it just makes more sense to, you know, train your dwarves. Which, like, it doesn't mean that danger rooms aren't a thing anymore. You could still make a danger room. There just isn't any real logical reason to make one. I mean, you could lurk on the Twitch side, too. Nobody's stopping you, Sal. You're welcome on the Twitch side. But you do what you gotta do. Enjoy your walk. All right, chat. So you heard Zalvi's here. It's time to talk about delicious food. So what are you eating for dinner? I had last night I had tofu on rice and beans, and it was delicious. It's this right here. This is what I ate last night. I will show you a photo. It's right that. Right there. Yeah, that's what I ate last night. It was baked tofu and brown rice and teriyaki sauce and microgreens and a little thingy of goat cheese, which I bought on sale because it was very cheap, and kidney beans and green beans and also garlic and onions and like 2 teaspoons of spicy mustard. I got those microgreens as part of the like weekly grocery pickup thing that I'm doing. I almost never buy microgreens, and I do grow them sometimes in the winter, but like it's just not even remotely worth it. But they do look pretty, yeah. You had leftover pastas and beans, mushrooms and cheese as you were working late and your wife kindly made extra. Well, it's very nice of her to make extra. Let's just pull this. I don't know, it was pretty salty. I don't know how healthy it actually was, but it certainly was one of those meals that looks healthy. Oh, you said pasta. I read that as pizza. How do I cook your tofu? Fried up with garlic and chili is your go-to? I mean, I put it into a container. I sliced it into cubes. I set the oven to 400. I put teriyaki sauce and mustard, like spicy mustard, into the container with garlic unsliced, and then shook it, and then put it onto parchment paper and stuck it in the oven for like 25 minutes. Baked it. They can probably get in now. Let's see. Okay, I just need one of these two to disappear. You know, fat is like a color palette. I like it when it's desaturated. Zing. You had leftovers last night and then you got hit with a craving at like 11 p.m. So you made hot berries on the stove. The hell is a hot berry? I mean, it's clearly like the inverse of a frozen berry, but Oh, game's paused. Just gonna let the dwarves do this. Oh, base. Oh, I see. Like, I like how you start with frozen berries to make hot berries. But yeah, like just basically just a pie filling, more or less. Yeah. You didn't have fresh. I just think it's funny that you're making it with hot berries with cold berries. You know, hot berries, cold berries, everywhere I go, berries. Holy fuck, fruit is expensive here. As somebody who lives on an island, yeah. Hot berried. You know, honestly, I'm pretty sure that's a lavish Dwarf Fortress meal. You know, multiple kinds of berries, sugar, and vanilla bean paste. It just needs to be like supremely minced. Or superiorly minced. Are we talking about American dollars or Canadian dollars? Because that's more expensive than here. Like, $8 for a little thing of raspberries is actually pretty common. But like, in Canadian dollars, not in USD. Yeah, that's expensive. Tierson, bearded miner, happy. Now, happy. Let's not be too demanding. This is a not pissed off miner. Led Fedtombs. What a name. Led the Fedtomb. He is incurious and never seeks knowledge or information to satisfy himself. He is unerringly returns favors and the kind actions of others. He is very comfortable around others that are different from himself, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He rarely feels discouraged and can sometimes act without deliberation, and he tends to hang on to grievances, and he is very humble. He tends to avoid crowds and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He's conflicted by this. He values artwork in his creation. He does not handle stress well, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore. He dreams of making a great discovery, and personally views the pursuit of knowledge as deeply important. Hold up. Led's about to get a day job. He's now an astronomer. He likes to late native platinum and iron and chrysoberyl, as well as clear glass and desert tortoiseshell. Ballista parts, giant beetles for their protective shells, and the words of the velvety incenses and the sight of the velvet meadows, and when possible prefers to consume, giant red panda and yak cheese, as well as cassava beer, rye flour, and hates flies. And you have a pet goose who's still alive. Welcome to the fort. The old loosey-goosey, yes. So we're digging through this so that the enemies can get through quicker because I'm going around the edge of the lava. Also just gonna smooth a bunch of this, because this will speed up the drainage process. Actually, why don't I just go all the way to here. But the baddies are going to start coming in pretty soon. But hopefully, I'm only going to need to do this once. And once this is done, it'll just be done. We won't need to worry about it anymore. Also, this needs some floors on top of it. What's up, Wolfist Wolf? It's good to see you. I see the pun in what you said, Letterman. How are you doxing yourself, Salvi? That's on you for having, you know, a real name as your account. Do you want me to bop that? I can delete those messages if you like. You could also retract them if you like. Fascinated by the idea of astronomers and dwarf culture? They're just a dwarf that smokes a lot of hemp and then stares at the sky and goes, ooh la la. I don't think there's much more to it than that. It's kind of like, you know, the ancient Greece equivalent of astronomy. Or like Roman astronomers more so than like modern day astronomy. It's like there's stars up there, man, kind of thing. You have to rename your channel. Is how you hide your name on your YouTube account. That's been like a weird quirk ever. Like there was that very weird moment where Google was like, hey, what if we became Facebook? What if we were eviler, guys? And then they had a social media service called Google Plus. And in order to comment on YouTube, you needed a Google Plus account. And it was very clear that it didn't work because literally nobody commented on YouTube for years. Like I remember seeing videos on YouTube with like 100,000 views and like 3 comments because like just fucking nobody did it. And then some people just like removed the ability to leave comments. Like I think that's why Total Biscuit did at one point. And many people never re-added comments on their videos. And then eventually, like Google got rid of the entire thing, and that's why a lot of people have like 2 weird YouTube accounts, one with their real name. And like I had a YouTube account at the time that was a named channel, and when Google Plus became a thing that existed, they made me a new YouTube account, which is under my real name, which still exists. And I can't really figure out how to get rid of it. It like permanently spaghetti borked the behind the scenes code of YouTube. I'm actually just gonna erase these. Just get these dwarves out of here. Because this siege is now probably coming towards us. Yerp. It is. Have fun getting super arrested, I guess. I mean, like, it's one of the reasons I'm not too concerned about making it known where I live. I live in an apartment building. If I lived in a house, I'd be a little bit more worried. But, like, when you live in an apartment building with quite a few other units in it, I mean, like, even if you figure out the building I live in, like, good luck. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it would suck, but it's not something that worries me too much. Also, like, you know, I don't have 100,000 people watching me play Fortnite, and they're all children who are super immature and think that it's funny to, you know, harass people. I like to think that my audience is more mature than that, right, chat? Chat's plural, right? You wouldn't fuck with me, would you? Smiley face, yeah. I mean, I kind of had like a lot of internet security stuff scared into me early on doing this, because back in 2015, I think, somebody at one point just like, this was back when Twitch had a messaging service built in, just DM'd me all of my passwords. It was like, hey, you should go reset your passwords. I was like, whoa! Got it, man! Yeah, So ever since then, I've been pretty smart about things. You think you'd have a panic attack? I didn't quite have a panic attack. I had a panic attack the one time somebody leaked my phone number. But even that wasn't so bad. It was literally just I had to call my phone network and be like, hey, can I get a new phone number, please? And like literally 15 minutes later, I had a new phone number and it was fine. Then I just had to text a bunch of people and be like, hey, got a new phone number. You're in my walls already? You're a spider, Mooncat? Huh. Wild. According to Arcloid, I'm a poo-poo head and his mother dresses me, and my mother dresses me funny. Yeah, probably, actually. And I mean, my hair does kind of look like shit if I don't brush it in the morning, so. What shirt do I have on, though? It's a local band called Empress. Yep, they have that vibe. The tarot card. Good luck looking them up, though. They're one of those bands that has such a generic name, they're bloody impossible to find on the internet. Like, look up Empress Band. It's like, okay, which one? Empress Band from Vancouver. Okay, which one? It's kind of like Anakin after he became evil. Huh. Do they have a Google Plus account? Nobody has a Google Plus account. So you're in your pajamas is what you're saying. There's one kind of funny thing this is Empress, is that it actually? Did you find it? Oh yeah, you did. Well done. A+. I mean, like I've looked them up on like streaming services before, and it's been like bloody impossible to find. Wow, the frame rate went down to like 7. Well, now it's back. Game decided to hitch. Frame rate nuke. Exactly. It's like frame rate. Frame rate, come back! I barely knew you. I want to be friends. Frame rate. Friends, I say. I know you meant to say clean, but saying I don't like putting a clear shirt on if I'm gonna shower at some point is just a funny sentence to write. Sometimes, yeah, Big Baza. Certainly. Also, in regards to the band Empress, I've had this running joke with a friend of mine for a while that we would love to see Empress at the Empress, which is a hotel here in Victoria. It's never going to happen because that's like a super classy, like old hotel that rich old people stay in. And just rich people, mostly. And like, I need to figure out how to make that happen. That's like one of my dreams is to see Empress at the Empress. It's never going to happen, but I did see them in an auto repair shop, though. Be like, best I can do is 17, take it or leave it. Mate, I would take it over 2, which is where it was for a second. Allegedly, it has a really nice restaurant attached. I've never actually been inside of it. I have been in Miniature World, though, which is beneath it. Miniature World is, Warhammer for a bunch of World War II nuts, basically. 16-month sub-anniversary? I mean, hey, if you click the button, you could totally share it. You're gonna guess mini golf? I mean, Miniature World is worth looking up, and also if you're ever in Victoria, actually worth going to. It's totally worth $20. Was fun to hang today. Cheers, man. Glad you had a good time. Still got a lot of editing to do tonight. Also the Bug Zoo. Yeah, also the Bug Zoo.
And 1 month streak crypt cry.
Man, it's like a default. Miniature World is dope. Okay? Super fucking cool. It's just like a bunch of tiny dioramas and that are like functional, and it's also like the whole history of Canada within like done in miniatures, as well as a bunch of fantasy dioramas. They're really fucking cool. A lot of neat perspective stuff going on in Miniature World. It's one of the rare tourist traps that's totally worth going to. A 1 month streak. Hey, mate, don't worry about the 1 month streak. Thank you very much for the 16 months, though. It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. Your summer's been fun. We're slowly starting to get to that time of year within summer where a lot of people who like forgot that the internet exists at the beginning of summer are starting to slowly crawl back to the stream. It's nice to see people again, so. Although that may also have something to do with the fact that Dwarf Fortress updated. I think it went really well. Silversheet, I think it went really well. Your king and queen had a tragic accident. The liaison still lives in the fort, but the new king just visits and moving in, and you've never had a monarch? Well, they don't live in your fortress now. Shouldn't you just move in? No. The last king died there. Why would you move somewhere where you die? That seems like a dumb idea. No, they don't move in. If they're not a member of the fort already when they inherit it, they won't move in. Okay, just let me see where the rest of them are. There's one guy right there. But yeah, I don't know if that's like an intended behavior or an unintended behavior, but they don't move in if they don't live there. Lava time soon? I'm hoping I can get a couple more in here, but yes, soon. Currently, I am at 17 frames per second, so that really is what the game's giving me currently. Best I can do is 17 FPS. My name's Rick Harrison, and this is my pawn shop. It is, even if I'm currently working overtime for this month. Or how am I? I'm pretty good. You know, it's been a nice summer so far. I got to go on vacation, maybe a little bit too long, just because like I don't know if you've ever been on a vacation that goes on long enough where it starts to like actually kind of negatively impact your work. So I got to go on vacation for maybe a little bit too long, which was lovely, and I do appreciate it. But so that was great. I got to go to Montreal, and then I came back and streaming. I've had some videos do well. I've had some videos do not so well. Some ups, some downs. Learning slowly how to be a homeowner, which is weird because I moved here in February, and I do have some takeaways that I think are kind of fascinating. I bought it's Prime Day week, whatever the fuck, and one of the things that I did, now that it's Prime Day week, whatever the consumerism, blah, I purchased a NAS. So I'm entering, not really home lab, but like, I'm entering that part of nerddom now. You know, I said that 2 years ago, later on. Many times. I was completely convinced of that. Who's pulling that lever? Arx and Dumb. And here goes the lava. Huzzah. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't want to just talk about the realities of the world later on. Let's move on. I ended stream kind of suddenly and early last time, or yesterday because of that. I don't want to do that again. Let's just move on. Rip frames, I'll come back. It's just going to take a little bit for them to realize that there's nowhere to pass to. Uh-oh. Actually, there is somewhere for them to pass to. I'm actually going to need to send my military into that tunnel to go finish off the last of them. But now there's no way out for them. All right, well, this ain't too bad. Where do they pop out? It's up here? Well, gonna have some fun up here, I think. Here come the Marks dwarves. It's not that they don't like, they literally are mechanically incapable of it. That around. So I've got a bunch of wrestlers. And Obok has been appointed to Diplomat of the Obstinate Rampart, which... Does that mean I have a Diplomat now? Is that one of my dwarves, or is that somebody else? No, that's not one of my dwarves. And here... Whoa! Did you just one-shot him? Iron Bolt strikes the Beak Dog in the head, which destroys the brain. Just one-shot that Beak Dog. Like, one-shot it. Here comes a Goblin who just lost a hand and had to swap over to the other hand, and is now... Both of the hands have stopped functioning, and this other Goblin with his spear is coming in, but is now is now becoming a pincushion. Mark's dwarves are kind of running into some spacing issues, but where's the rest of the dwarves? Here comes some more, including one with a sword, which is good. They're now trying to run because they've run out of opportunities to reasonably live. And also because the siege is over. So they're now trying to retreat, but it's not going to work. Charging through they go. Dashing all the way. Moving the dwarves up a little further. Once they're done ending that goblin. Moving forward. Starting to fire more bolts, and the ranged dwarves pummel them from a distance while the melee dwarves finish them up. And I can now give these dwarves a break. Go get some beer, dwarves. And down in here, I can also turn off this burrow. Because there's now nowhere else for them to go, I don't think. And slowly this will fill up, and then eventually they'll all die. Beers for the squads. Check, can I get a round of beers for those dwarves who did good dwarven work? Armok shall be pleased. So I could just let them leave. Well, some of them. Those ones in the side there will never escape. I don't think there is any friendly fire. At least if there is, I haven't seen it. Fire and ice. Zalvi in YouTube chat. I went for a 15-kilometer walk once that started at 1:30 in the morning. So, and finished at about 4. So, I don't know. If you think you have issues, then you have issues. Otherwise, you just like it when it's quiet outside. Yeah, well, not outside of siege weapons. Siege weapons, well, ballistas specifically have friendly fire. Now I also have a janky, albeit better way of draining this. This will be the slowest process for draining this that I will ever have, though. Ballistas are fucking dangerous to mostly just your dwarves. Like, the last time I used ballistas, I managed to kill an entire Marksworth squad with one ballista bolt. Like, all 10 of them. Just, thump, just cut them all in half. It went right through the side of the battlements and then just, like, sliced them all in half. It was grim. I would just wait until they remake them. I mean, we talked about that during the interview today. I mean, that's one of the planned features for the next couple months is fully remade Marksdorf stuff, which means, and Tarn also said they already have art done for it. 10x collateral is pretty insane. Yeah. Actually, that's something I kind of miss about old versions is inanimate objects keeping kill counts, which they still do in Legends, but like it's not surfaced in the current game anywhere. Like minecarts used to say has killed 15 cats or whatever. And that used to go for, like, ballista arrows as well. So you click on a ballista arrow, it's like, killed 11 dwarves. That ballista arrow now has a name. A dwarf skewer, correct. You can't name mugs because they're not a constructible furniture item. I can make a statue of mugs, though, Zavi, if you get that redemption. I got it. Platinum statue. 1 of shape. Goblet. It's an image of goblets. Named the Goblet Cup of Brews. Done. Also, speaking of goblets, there was a forum post I saw ages ago which was complaining that baby goblins are not referred to as goblets. And Dwarf Fortress doesn't need any more redundant naming because the game is confusing enough with that already. Since then, in my headcanon, baby goblins are goblets. Like, to me... we already did it. Why not goblins? I don't know, because goblets are funnier. Baby dragons are drakes. Yeah. I love how many people don't know that, like, a male, like a mallard is a drake. Look at all of this free gear we're getting. A dwarf can kill a goblet with a goblet. Yes. By throwing a goblet at the goblet. This is like the jankiest lava trap I've ever built, considering like right in the middle of it is a thing that literally released a demon, which slowed down the construction of it quite a bit. All right. Well, I can now turn the sucker off. I think that's the one I need to do, yes. How magma traps work? Probably. I mean, you have to just listen to the interview. Just listen to the first 45 minutes of the interview, I guess. We talk about sieges for quite a bit. Maybe, probably, possibly, likely. We're going to have way more varied defenses is the gist I get. Like multiple entry defenses and such. I'll say this. I'm also going to be editing the VOD tonight and uploading it probably at 6 in the morning tomorrow. So tomorrow morning there will be a pretty early upload of just the VOD. I'm not going to premiere it. Traditionally, I tend to premiere things, but I'll just chuck it live. My hair went silver? I mean, my hair's been, like, gray for a while. I mean, especially, like... Hold on. I mean, it's gotten more surface. It's hit the surface more as of late, but, like, my grandma was completely gray by 35, and I'm 31, so, like, you know, we're getting there. I'll be able to do a pretty baller Sephiroth in a couple of years. Geralt, is that you? I've had some people say that it looks kind of Witcher-y. But again, needs to be a little more gray, I think. I mean, I remember the first gray hairs I found were when I was 16. How long have I been growing my hair out? The last time I got a haircut was in 2015 because I moved work locations and had to do a job interview. That was the last professional haircut I had. Oh, for fuck's sake. Grumble. Rude, man. Very rude. All right, well, I guess I'll turn this back on. This is admittedly not a bad time to, like, sort out a lot of moods. Now let's just hope that this drains quickly. I mean, this went from 6 deep to 3 deep, so pretty quickly, probably. You cut them and you're regretting it, so growing them back again? I know somebody who had hair about as long as mine for a long time. And then he cut his hair and realized he had a bald spot. I'm not too worried about that personally because, like, admittedly, literally nobody in my extended family has lost their hair. However, there is, like, a small part of me that's, like, worried enough about it that, like, I think that's going to spook me from cutting my hair for a very long time, if not maybe ever. just gonna make some quivers. Some leather quivers and some crossbows. I don't know why this dwarf is just stuck here, but this dwarf seems to be stuck here. I'm kind of amazed that this dwarf survived. Okay, dwarf. Where is... At least they're not coming in. You thought about growing long hair, but in the middle of it looked really bad, so you kept your hair short. Yeah, that's the problem with, like, for me with growing my hair out. The last time I grew my hair out, there was about 1.5 years where it just looked fucking awful. Eventually, like, it got long enough that it started to work. Like, my friend Kevin, who I go to concerts with, so we're both metalheads, used to always, like, make fun of me for my hair. He's like, man, fucking cut your hair. It looks terrible. Cut your hair. Like, dude, cut your hair. Your hair looks awful. And then one day, he just kind of stopped. And then I brought it up a couple months later, and he goes, no, it looks good now. It grew in enough. Which I genuinely think is really funny. Let's just jump down to the base level. Just dig out a little more of this. That or... Could also just build roof on this. This could be a good time to build a roof. Really? I guess I'm out of jet. What else do I have? Quite a bit of stuff. Let's do... I'm making rock blocks. Yeah, we're making rock blocks. Really, 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 really need some better gear. You know, they got wood stuff. I really like how the moods have sorted themselves out quite a bit. But man, I'm kind of tempted to just fight these things. It's pretty annoying. That's why I stopped cutting hairs. It saves money. With long hair. Beard now, it's kind of... I mean, hey. I'll say this. There was one time where me and my ex were out for dinner later on. And the waitress walked up behind me and my ex and verbally said, so what would you ladies like? And then looked at me in the eyes and went fucking beet red and didn't say anything for the rest of the day to us. And aside from, like, you know, bringing food and whatnot. And just looked embarrassed for the rest of the day. And... one of the funniest moments of my life, I'm not going to lie. So, you know, it happens to everybody, I guess. I took it as a compliment. I don't know. Got a cranky gremlin running around. Which chat named Shrek, of course. So what do you think, chat? Do I fight the zombies or do I wait for the trap to reset? What do we think? ET on trap reset? If the frame rate holds, 10 minutes. Maybe 2 weeks in game. Like, not that long. The thing is, they don't actually have the best gear. Like, they're elvish culture, so they have wooden stuff. Is that short you say just wait? We really need migrants is the problem. Like, we really need migrants. I think I'm also going to make a big central cave-in thing here. Make another... Yeah, you know what? I'm going to risk it for the biscuit, chat. These dwarves are all fully armed. Let's get them patrolling the top wall. Let's get them back here. And them over here. Unlock these 2 doors and pull this lever. And then let's also turn the fight sparrow back on. And remove this whole area. All right, chat. Wish us luck. Wish us luck. Here come the shambling dead. Or... I presume here they come. There's 31 humans, 22 elves, and then like 10 experiments. I don't seem super interested. The door did open, right? What if we just charge them? What if we just, you know, charge them? I mean, like, what could go wrong, right? I mean, most of my dwarves have weapons. Some of them don't. Most of them do. Why don't you have a weapon, dwarf? Oh, you're going to go get yours. Well. You're grabbing your wooden shields? Damn right. Have they moved? They really haven't. All right, well, dwarves are gonna group up for another minute. Can they slip on the ice and die? And die? No. Can they slip? Maybe. That's not really the big concern, though. Kronk, the militia commander, is grabbing his leather gear. Cilantro here is grabbing nothing of value. Let's get a few more of them queued up. What? The forest retreat of Embraced glistened. Half a day's travel to the northeast has been conquered, and now looks to your thriving economy for its future prosperity. Excuse me? I mean... What? Really? Why? Where is it, though? I don't see it. The squint. Oh, it's this one. The Human Forest Retreat of Embraceglisten. It's of the sensitive confederacies, which is like my allies, not even me. Huh. Well, that's kind of nifty. Neat. The humans took over something and were like, you guys are the biggest economy. Blah. Also, I don't know where this elephant is going, but it's going for a walk. So good luck, Ellie. Fenty. Also don't know where Kronk is going, but Kronk is going down. Something fierce. Ah, okay. I don't even know what Kronk grabbed, but Kronk grabbed something, probably a backpack. All right, I think that's a solid squad of dwarfs. Let's move them up. Up and at 'em. There we is. Taking our sweet times here, aren't we? So chat, what do you guys think is the death count going to be on this? 1, 3, 6, 12? 32? 1. What are we expecting? 7, 4, 5? I think it'll be more than 0. This will also be another pretty good example of Mark's dwarves in the modern era, which sounds like the title of a book in Dwarfort. Mark's dwarves in the modern era. Hallowed be thy dwarf. All right, well, here we go. Some of them more armored than others. Like this one, much more well-armored. I can't click on you. Owl Terror, the Adept Marksdorf. Seems to be leading the charge at this point. Wasn't books one of the goal? I mean, it kind of is, but goals shift and change. The Marksdwarves patch kind of changed the goal of this fort quite a bit. All right, chat. If you're in the Twitch chat, I need a round of bolts. If you are in the YouTube chat, I don't know, just post beers. Keep it simple. Because this is going to be a toughie. I mean, they are using wood gear, but our bolts shall blot out the moon and the sun. Good luck on that, Ficod. An elf has sprung from ambush. You what? Okay, Okay, so there's already a dead human here. This dwarf is in melee range without a weapon for some reason. But I do actually have like a little gang of dwarves that are equipped with gear, which is something. I'm not seeing any many martial trances yet. Just one dwarf over here who's entered a martial trance. One dwarf is stunned and bleeding. We've also got a lot of zombies at the back. They do appear to be cleaning things up at a rather decent pace. At the back, I need to see this in ASCII. Okay, look at that. That's pretty cool. Just all little bolts flying. Choop, 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 choop. They do continue to fight. I feel like most of the dwarves should end up in a martial trance at this point. Kind of amazed by how many, like, mostly unarmed dwarves are in this. Like, in the thick of things in this. Cog, the Hammer Lord, is stressed and overexerted and in a martial trance. Okay, yeah, there's gonna be some bodies here. Nobody's died just yet. But these zombies aren't the biggest threat to us so far. We've got a dabbling spear dwarf who's never speared dwarfed before. Okay, our first death is about to happen, Logem. The Marks dwarfs are continuing to spray bolts. Makart's attack over here. It's continuing to push through the wall of goblins. Bombwreck, the Deadhook, the dungeon master up there, is about to fall. Lycott, the Marks dwarf, has fallen. We've got two dwarves right here. One of them's a Marks dwarf, apparently, and then the other one is this Axe dwarf, who is not going to live much longer, it looks like. We've got Kronk, who's fighting through these zombies, heroically even. Has killed a number of zombies already. If Kronk survives this, Kronk will be a legend. We've also got the overexerted dwarf back there, who isn't dead yet. Not quite yet. How many zombies have you killed? You're now in a martial trance, which means you won't get any exertion points against him until the martial trance ends. We've lost quite a few dwarves now. Most of my melee dwarves, in fact. Bolts are continuing to fly. We've got the very exerted Kib, who's now about to fall. Kronk, who's very overexerted, but aside from wanting to think abstractly and admire art, he's now exhausted and dying. Rest in peace, good dwarf. Lolar, the Marks dwarf, is being pushed back. So 10 dwarves we've lost so far. It seems that most of the Marks dwarves are backing up to go get ammunition. I do kind of think maybe the wise thing to do here is to tell them to go station on the top of the wall. See if they actually attack us now. That seems to be the case. Whoop. A haggard, thirsty dwarf, Vokar, comes running in, all on their own. Come on, you can get a martial trance, dwarf. Be an absolute hero. I believe in you. Some bolts are still flying. That's kind of for the best that this dwarf falls, actually. Although, this dwarf I will miss if you die here. I would really like you to turn around here, dwarf. This dwarf is trying to pick up equipment. Trying to pick up bolts. And it does look like they did just that, actually. And then runs away. But it does appear that they're assaulting us a little more properly now. There are still some dwarves that are firing out the last of their bolts. Although they should turn around at a point. Still shooting. What do you have left? 7, 6, 5, 4. You should start backing up, dwarf. Dwarf! Dwarf! What are you doing, dwarf? Run away, dwarf! Runs off to go pick up equipment and starts out walking these zombies. The funny thing is, like, that's exactly what I would do in adventure mode. Like, wait for them to get right into melee range and then just fucking book it. Well, you're pissed off, so if you go die, that's a you being dumb moment. I mean, hey, if they want to... Wow, they took out another one. Got another zombie up there. Most of these are, like, very effectively softened. It is so neat watching them fight now, though. Because they do actually just stay at a safe distance and then just, like, shoot. Like, that thing's dead now. Like, let's see what this dwarf does. I mean, aside from being haggard and thirsty... I mean, you're just gonna go die, aren't you? How many bolts do you have left? Handful. Uh-oh. Well, you waited a little bit too long. Start kiting, dwarf. It's trying to go patrol, but kind of can't, because... Too obsessed with the fighting. What squad are you in? The Righteous Inks? What if I boot you out of this squad? Like, just get out of here, dwarf. Still shooting bolts, though. I mean, I respect it, but, like, you should run away. Got another one who lined up. Who also just got a kill, I think. Yeah, killed a zombie human. It's that one. These are, like, so effective, man. Then Dewsum just, like, kites away. Runs off. They're also probably trying to grab bolts, too. There goes Udib, who survived somehow. Okay. Well, they are invading us now. So, hold on. Let me check. What's the status of the basement? It's still draining. I'm just going to close this. And keep them patrolling up here. Because if I actually check this... Yeah, most of them have ammo, and I'm presuming that the ones that don't are in the process of getting it. Some of them are going to bed, like that one. No, okay, I was going to say, or are sleeping on the battlefield. No, they're just in the process of getting more ammo. No, they were shooting back. It's highly likely they're out of ammo. Or because they're zombies, their line of sight might be lower. I don't know. Yeah, no, they're probably all just out of ammo. Yeah, I mean, this one still has 20, but it is very likely that the zombies are just out of ammo. They're just, like, bullet spongy, is how I would describe zombies. Like, they're not dangerous in the, like, we're gonna stab you in the face to death kind of way. They're dangerous in the, we won't die particularly quickly, even though you want us to, kind of way. Is there an animal up here? Because we're going in the wrong direction. You know, it doesn't matter how good you are at this game, chat. There's 2 dead dwarves in that tree. Doesn't matter how good you are at this game. No idea how that happened. It's not impossible, Vakruk. It's hard, but it's not impossible. You also still have another dwarf over here. Who's got copper bolts? Who's trying? It's got 6 bolts, 5. Yep, now he's backing up. Now he's in a martial trance. Oh, that's interesting. When they go into a martial trance, they start backing up. All right, dwarf, where are you? Hopefully you're going back to the fort. The Mark dwarves up here are all going to need drinks soon. Well, they are heading towards the fort. Yeah, no, I've seen brains destroyed. Your dwarves went from novice to legendary doing that and still did not kill the zombie? Because I saw a zombie get hit in the head by a legendary Mark's dwarf with a bone bolt and it killed him. So, I mean, I presume they were legendary, it was elite. I think that means that they have like a high enough collection of skills to be considered legendary or whatever, but... But it's one of those things where, like, there are certain situations where, like, dwarves can't kill a zombie whale if it loses too much of itself, which sounds weird, but I swear makes some sense. Okay, so not all of them have bolts still, but a lot of them do. As far as why they don't have bolts, that's a good question. Because there is bolts right there. This dwarf is going to go pick up something. Do you have bolts? Yes, you do. Now you don't. I don't know where you're going, but you're going for something. This dwarf is just dodging. Come on, Irvish. You really got to get that backpack or whatever the hell it is that you're going for, man. This zombie's had a rough week. He's just dodging through all of them. That's funny. Okay. Shouts to this dwarf who just decided to go to bed. It's a vibe. The shots begin once again. Okay, so they should be able... Just keep pummeling them. Thankfully, I do have some cage traps down in there, so... I mean, we got one. Yeah, we got plenty. Should be good. There goes two down. Another one went down. The experiment went down. This is also great training for us. Yeah, I mean, that's something that I would like in the future. Necrontyr, like, you know how, or not Necrontyr, Vakrak, you know how, like, in adventure mode, you can, like, select your combat preference, whether or not you back off, dodge, or whatnot, or entirely manual? It'd be cool to see more player controllable or scriptable combat behaviors. That'd be cool. Bolts are still flying. A little worried about ammo consumption here. Are you just, Arcloid's just stumbling around obliviously down here? I'm presuming we're pretty much out of ammo. I don't know. Let's just send them all down here. Well, there's one. Copper Bolt strikes it in the head, bruising it. Eventually it'll destroy it. That's two down. Got a handful left. think this may be Arcloid's time to perish. Did 4K? Welcome back. Or maybe not. He ran away. It's been a pretty tense little fight, not gonna lie. Do need dwarves to equip stuff so that my squads work. Come on, dwarves. I don't know why they keep dodging away. Oh. Well, you don't have any weapon equipped right now. This dwarf is just the one that I assigned. Is just punching them. Managed to kill one by punching it. This is not going to end well for you. Can I send in the rest of these squads, please? Can we, like, go help that dwarf up? Like, maybe? Maybe? Maybe. You know, like... Or are we just going to keep running away? Is that what we're going to do now? We're just going to keep running away? We're just going to keep running away. Okay. Is that dwarf dead yet? They don't look dead, but they're also not really doing great. They're in a martial trance and fighting. Now they're overexerted. There's the dwarf with the mace. Can we get you in there to go help, please? Go help your recently appointed militia commander and go get some free kills on all of these pincushions. I mean zombies. You fight through or you jump past the first one. He's not dead yet, so I guess there's that. I guess that's kind of impressive in its own way. And this should be pretty much it. It's just the last one, probably? How many zombies are left? One. Well, all right, dwarves. You've got one job. Kill the zombie. It's very important. It doesn't appear to have much left. It cannot stand, so it's crawling. It's all gone. Most of it is gone. Its nose is quite long and lobed and narrow, and its ears are tall. But the rest of it is gone, more or less. Skin, fat, muscle. So you could probably kick it, and it would, like, crumple. And out come pouring the dwarveses. And hopefully... we can recover. It's crawling along. It's like wriggling mass of something. Whatever it's got left. I don't know. A wriggling mass of nose. It knows where it's going, though, so there's that. And there's a bumblebee. Come on, dwarves. I'm kind of glad we fought this. This was a very funny fight. I'm not going to lie. Uh-oh. It's back there, dwarf. Dwarf. It's back here. Oh, well, there we go. And now it's dead. All right, well, are we ready for the moods to get terrible again? We got wounded to recover. We got dwarves dead. Got messes to clean. Bodies to please. Tasks to complete. And 15 dead. Although I think the moods have actually improved, Bone Doll. Yeah, I mean... And also, by the time it's time to do something like that siege again, I will have... Do they not carry drinks? By the time we're ready to do a siege like that again, Maybe I just... Oh, I see what it is. I just need more flasks. My trap will be ready. Let's just do 40 water skins, maybe? Those are leggings. No, certainly. I mean, like, at the beginning of today, we had, like, 50, maybe not 50, maybe, like, about 40 dwarves down in this area. I think a lot of that is to do with a lot of them have just died. Like, a lot of the really upset dwarves have just died, which maybe isn't great, but at the same time, like, what are you really gonna fucking do, right? Read Errors in Mellow Woman. Uh-huh. Sounds like a book. I have a short to rep in the interview. Oh, really? You like are doing a job interview and you're using a YouTube short for it? Like one of the ones you made for me? Or am I confusing something? Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you meant like you were doing a job interview. I was like, I thought you were employed. What? Right. Did you link it to me? I guess I'll have to look at it. Oh, I don't even need to look at it and I know what song you're asking about. I know exactly which question that was. I don't even have to look at it. And I know which question. Yeah, you're right. Necrontyr. Literally just like look at the thumbnail for it on the secret Discord server that we have, and it's me asking about Creed. Tisk. I don't know if I should be disappointed in you or myself, so. Dwarves being found dead. Lots of dwarves picking up equipment. Okay, so I'm going to go here for a second, and I'm going to go... It's this one, right? Interesting. Okay. So I can't request people from that. I can only raid it. Interesting. Well, that's where people are going to go if I'm not impressed with them. I'm also going to go here, and I'm going to grab this before I forget. Once that fills this up, I just need to make sure it's not going to go somewhere it's not supposed to. It's going to stop there. Yes. Then we'll have wells again. And I'm just going to do this with all of these squads. And I'm going to set them all to off duty. Oh man, got a harrowed dwarf. You don't see that very often. It's how you truly know that things are fucked. Hi, Fraga. How are you? How'd the Q&A go? Pretty good, Ryder. Pretty good. I have a lot of editing to do tonight now. Possibility for a Herod crafting mood? Yeah, I wonder. I mean, you're probably the most upset dwarf in the 4, right? Glad you're not, too. I mean, that would be fun. I've got nothing against having dark, strange moods. Those can be fun sometimes. Especially in the right situation. We've got several Herod dwarves, actually, although you're a visitor who I just expelled, so... No, I know. Like, it's what causes the fell moods to happen. They need to be Herod to go into a fell mood. Which is fun. Looking forward to it. Kind of hoping it happens. Frame rate is extremely bad right now. It's very rare that I actually see dwarves that are Herod, unless I am, like, kind of intentionally neglect their moods, which quite literally I have been. So, you know. How's the gremlin doing? Hopefully better than most of the dwarves. Is attending a meeting in a weird spot, or wants to attend a meeting. Who's trying to conduct a meeting? Nobody's trying to conduct a meeting. Queenie's busy. Although Queenie wants a scepter, so... not great. Somebody please make a scepter. Yeah, game's running really slowly. That's just because there's a lot of tasks that need to be done. Can gremlins marry? Sure, if you have 2 gremlins. It's one of those things that's, like, theoretically possible. I've never seen it, though. So, like, 100%, I believe that it could happen. I've never seen it. Not once. Yes. Human outsiders can, in fact, start with legends, or with gremlins. This is true. I'm just gonna pause a whole bunch of tasks. And we'll keep orderlies going, because that's kind of important. And we're just gonna haul for a bit, more or less. I'm also gonna go into here, and I'm gonna pause a bunch of things that aren't, like, mission critical. Basically, most things. Like, I don't really need to be weaving all of this thread into cloth right now. I do, however, need to be getting a lot of stuff dealt with in the cleaning department. Means right now it's just a lot of pickup equipment and stuff away. We don't have any donkeys, I don't think, so we're not hauling ass, but we are hauling stuff. I don't have any visitor dwarves. I don't permit any visitors, Rydern, so I can't give you a visitor. I mean, I could give you like one of the random nobles that visits occasionally, but they would just die to the next siege, so you don't really want that. So what's your next choice, Rydern? I literally do not permit visitors in my fortress. Any dwarf? Okay. Happiest dwarf that isn't named. Rydern is in the help of Constructs, which is one of my Marksdwarf squads. He forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment, is very trusting and has a greedy streak, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He has a sense of duty, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He's conflicted by this since he generally is confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He's given to flights of fancy, generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, needs alcohol to get through the working day, doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time, doesn't really care about much anymore. He dreams of raising a family and believes that war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Word! And values nature, values a harmonious existence, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Like sandstone and brass, as well as 2x8 and plum wood, windows, yaks for their shaggy hair, and the sound of the tressed lilac, when possible prefers to consume persimmon wine and hemp seeds, and absolutely hates slugs. You've got several friends in the fort, and 1, 2, 3 of them are dead, because I think Yuvesh is dead too. These ones are alive, though. Remember the Bronze Sect, former member of the Weaponsmiths Guild, the Metalsmiths Guild, and the Craftsdwarfs Guild and the Weavers Guild. And you're currently a Militia Dwarf. Welcome to Fort. Good-hearted dwarf. Yeah, honestly. A dwarf with a soul. I'm gonna throw Arcloid into the Scholars and see if you have a chance at life. A lot of astronomers, though. Let's keep 2 of these squads on no orders, and the rest of them can just be whatever. Phantom is the super pissed off dwarf, though. Well, we'll see what they're able to gear up on. At least closer than usual, or like more accurate-ish. That was a fun fight. I'm glad we went through with that fight. Even though, like, you know, definitely lost a bunch of dwarves because of it. That was an entertaining one. Whoa! Letteran! Thanks for the money.
Letteran cheered. X 1000.
Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the $10 from Letteran? Appreciate you, friend. First notification of money in a while, actually. The last one was an hour ago, and that was a Prime sub, and then 2 hours ago before that. Some gifts. So thank you. I don't like having visitors in my fort because then I just have to go out of my way to like if thieves of your artifacts weren't so friggin' common, I would absolutely have like that. I don't find building things to hide stuff from thieves to be particularly fun. If it was less of a pain, then I'd be more for it, but it's just such a, I don't know, weird setup currently. I actually like the performers. It's not the performers that bug me generally. It's quite literally just the... It's quite literally just... the thieves that steal your stuff. Exactly. Like, you know, that if there was a bit more of a way to defend against it, it's just it's the one of the more half-baked mechanics that bugs me. That and like, you know, people talk about, yay, you know, Mark dwarves are better now, which is great. It's great. But where creatures can still migrate to your fort, which isn't supposed to happen. That's also a bug. So I don't know. There's enough like fortress ending things that can happen having a public tavern or allowing visitors that aren't really intended, that it just kind of removes a lot of the fun from the game for me. Yeah, I mean, hey, if you enjoy doing that, be my guest, Ryder, and I don't really have any desire to do that. At least, not right now. I don't know. Because they'll still steal your stuff, even if it's outside of your fort. You know? You have to guard every single artifact in your fort now. And it's like, I don't know. Just not willing to do it. I've tried before. Maybe I'm just lazy. I don't know. Maybe I just lazy. Certainly possible I'm just lazy. So many dwarves just going to sleep. This is like the worst the frame rate's been in a while. I'm just going to do a real quick series of FPS fixes. Huh. Let's see if I can improve the FPS a little bit. Let's also do a spot clean. Because I've been running at like 22 frames a second, which is a bit tough. What's the actual command for spot clean? See if that helps. Not really. Stable temps. Yeah, that gave me 10 FPS. What's a good minimum age? I think it highly depends on the maturity of the individual. I mean, I curse sometimes, right? And I talk about politics sometimes, so I'm not going to be the judge of that. I personally, like, if you were to ask on Twitch's end, I don't technically allow people under the age of 18 to watch my stream. Highly depends on how old they, or the sort of stuff they normally watch. I don't know if they're 6, maybe don't. Send them to my YouTube videos. Those are much more family friendly. Otherwise, I don't know. But I don't know. At the same time, I'm probably cleaner than most people playing Roblox, so I don't know. I don't have kids. I don't think I have the right to say what a kid should and shouldn't be watching. Duh. I mean, I would describe my cousin as a friend when he was a small child. Like, I don't know, I've got family members who I would describe like that. Normally, I'm the, like, younger friend. And they want to go bowling. Thankfully, none of my cousins really want to go bowling. Yeah, well, I mean, I think these days I'm probably a lot more kid-friendly. It's more just how, like, can they handle occasional cursing and occasional politics? If no, then send them to my YouTube videos. Curly Teen doesn't stream Dwarf Fort that much, though, does he? Or at least I haven't seen him stream Dwarf Fort in a while. I think he's, like, pretty rimworldy these days. I tend to get along better with boomers than I do with young people. Veteran? Paradox and Civ? Yeah. Pretty standard Quill stuff. Yeah, I don't know. If you've got somebody who you're, like, concerned about, like, the content that I make, like, honestly, just show them the... Just show them the stuff that I make for... into the YouTube videos, because that stuff's pretty family friendly, I think. At least in comparison to some of the other stuff I do. Like, I mean, hell, I censor out swear words sometimes for the sake of comedy. That is a very specific number. Later on. I don't really have any friends, generally. Like, to give you an idea on, like, the state of my social life, usually it's I'm friends with whoever the bartender I see most frequently is currently. And that's about it. I'm not really much of a friends kind of person, which sucks. And it's kind of just the reality of my life. I mean, it's kind of self-inflicted in a way. I mean, being transparent here, usually when I meet people my age, the topic of work comes up, and the second people figure out what I do for a living, conversation becomes insufferable to me. Because they just want to know everything about what I do for a living and also want me to promote their Instagram account, and I want them to go away immediately. So, you know. I got you? Sure. Yeah, but you have family, Letterin. I just, whenever people say they're like, yeah, I'm pretty isolated, it's like, yeah, but if you have family, then like that, sorry, doesn't count. But anyway, this isn't a contest. Let's not get into a spitting fight. I mean, that's the one thing I miss about actually having a normal people job. Suited Giraffe? That odd random stranger who drops by in Vancouver? Well, I mean, I don't live in Vancouver anymore. Who's the odd random stranger that pops by in Vancouver? If you mean like my old neighbor Tony, Tony was never really a friend. Tony was a guy that Tony was nice for a bit, and then Tony smokes too much weed. I'll explain Tony like that. Tony smokes too much weed. It's kind of a shame. He'd be a better person if he smoked way less weed. But he smokes too much weed. This dwarf has no pants. Dwarf, you should go get pants. Holy shit, that's a lot of tomb tasks. Yeah, you said your husband, though. Do you live with your husband? Because that's living with family. Like I said, I don't want this to turn into a spitting match. But, like, I frequently go 5+ days, sometimes 10+ days without speaking with another person. So, you know. Let's not get into a spitting match here. Currently between shows, so you're hoping to catch more. I mean, you saw Devo, right? Was the last one? Oh, no, it's fine. It's something I'm kind of used to. Live alone for... Jesus, how many years has it been? 7 years? Then you'll know what I mean? And also work from home for the entirety of that time. The pandemic didn't help much. Don't be. It's fine. Like I said, it's mostly self-inflicted at this point. Like, the easiest way to kind of, like, explain it is my ex took all of the friends in the breakup. And then a pandemic happened. And now I'm an adult who works a lot from home and doesn't ever see people. So, you know, it's better than it was. Still not great, though. Jesus, that's a lot of bodies. Good God, dwarves. These are all put item in tomb tasks. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to everything clothing related. How is Severance? I want Apple to give me a full refund after the end of that second season. Actually, after most of the second season. That first season was great. That second season was kind of mid. I kind of fucking hated it, actually. Like, not even in like a, oh, that's a funny cliffhanger kind of way. Like, I just think that season was bad. Like, that first season had a really interesting through line, and my favorite character was the office building. The second season, there was like 3 episodes that didn't even enter the office building. It's kind of like there's bits of it that were interesting, but like it's kind of like, you know, in a horror movie when they show the monster too early. It's kind of how I feel about season 2 of Severance, where like the thing that made that show interesting was the weird ass office that they're in. And they spent way too much time not in the weird-ass office in season 2. And like, you know, that one character on the train at that one point when the thing happens is cool, right? And like, the whole season with the one person in the really deep down floor stuck in a loop is cool. Like, there were elements of it that I liked, but that first season was like a 10 out of 10. That second season had like 2 episodes that are fantastic, and the rest of it was just kind of not great. Like, I don't know, it was like exposition where exposition didn't need to be there, that like didn't really add much to it for me. It was my biggest issue. We've got an artifact starting. It's a weaponsmith. And they grab platinum bars. Please make me a hammer dwarf. I mean, sure. It's one of those things where like, is it inspired? Could it be inspired by Stanley Parable? Possibly. Is it like capital I inspired by the Stanley Parable? I don't think so. There's certainly elements of it that are evocative and similar too, but I don't know. Everything's... It's a puzzle box show about a weird building, right? Fucking tanked it, and you're glad that you're done with that? Well, I mean, I've never watched Gilmore Girls, so couldn't tell you. Pretty outside of my realm of knowledge, but... Okay, let's just go into here. Start reassigning things. Let's just get only selected doing this. Now all the tasks should spin up and running again. I mean, I think my favorite rebound for a show was probably The Expanse. We just subtract the funny British guy. I mean, The Expanse, okay, the Expanse, it's like it's a dystopian thriller about a weird office building for people that sever the their personality between them at work and them at home. It's a really interesting psychological idea. And then the second season kind of throws half of those concepts out the window because of events that happen at the end of season 1. So like it kind of makes some sense, but like if I was directing that show, not even close to how I would do it. But, you know, I'm also not directing that show. I still think it's really well shot. I think it's really well acted. I think there's chunks of that show that is awesome. But, like, we're up to 45 frames a second now, which is great. But, like, yeah, I don't know. There's just elements of that show that just make me kind of mad. Just started reading The Expanse. It's incredible. I believe it. I've been told that some of the characters are very different in The Expanse, the book, versus the show. I've only seen the show. They put all their eggs in the basket early. Like, I have a question. Has anybody seen the show? This is going to be a blast from the past, but there's a logic to it. Has anybody here seen the show Prison Break? Have you seen the show Prison Break, chat? Because Prison Break has a shtick. Yeah? And that shtick is, yo, these dudes are in prison and they're going to try and break out. And the show's really fun. Until they break out of prison, which happens at the end of season 1. And, like, the end of that first season is fucking dope. And it's all downhill from there because then they're trying to break back into prison. Is season 2. Which just, it stops making sense really quickly and then it becomes like a global conspiracy. Like, there's a couple reveals in that first, sorry, I'm spoiling a bunch of shit from Prison Break. Don't watch Prison Break. It's not a great show. But, like, there's a sequence in Prison Break where it's just like, what's up with this dude? Why is he gone to prison for a crime he clearly didn't commit? Why did he plead guilty when he clearly didn't commit the crime? Like, we saw on TV that, like, he clearly didn't commit the crime, and then you find out that he's got the map of the whole prison tattooed to his back, and it's like, oh my God. Like, there's just some kind of neat shit in that show. Like, it had ideas. And then they got a second season. They're like, oh shit. And then the rest of the show just like feels like they're writing it from one episode to the next after that. It's like, it just like they came up with a really cool like idea for 24 episodes because that's how long that first season is. And then it just falls apart after that. I mean, I could have said Lost was a blast from the past. We're at 40 frames a second, chat. This is fantastic. Feels good. And this is also the best moods have been in a very long time. It's also the least dwarves I've had since basically the start of the fort, so hopefully we can recover the population. Yeah. But, you know. Was strung out way too goddamn long. I think you just described every single anime I've ever seen. Well, I think we should actually make some progress on this. I do have some like historical fondness for Lost. I don't think Lost was a great show, especially towards the end. Lost absolutely fell apart in a lot of ways. It didn't stick the landing like a Breaking Bad did. Lost is also another one of those shows that I keep expecting to come back. Like, I don't know if any of you guys have this, but like I feel like I'm going crazy whenever I remind myself that, oh yeah, they've brought Dexter back. What the fuck? Like, why? Every time I see that, I think I'm going kind of crazy. Lost 2, found. Lost, found, you mean. 2 lost, 2 found. There we go. We've done it, chat. Lost was good until they got off the island. Well, like I was saying, Severance is good until they get out of the office. And until you see too much of outside of the office. And, I mean, Dexter was good and... Well, Dexter had good seasons and bad seasons all the way up until the end, I guess. Lost, Tokyo Edition. I mean, I feel like I would get lost in Tokyo. I've never seen Westworld. I don't disagree with that, Sheepherder. I think that last season of The Expanse was kind of rough. I don't agree that it was dog shit. I really liked the weird... I don't want to spoil anything in Lost. Not Lost. I don't want to spoil anything in The Expanse, but I really liked that stuff. I thought it was fun. I think those the first 2 seasons, the writing in them was maybe the strongest, and the last season, the writing was a little bad, but that's almost, in my opinion, more due to the fact of the state of the planet. A lot of TV shows and stuff were rough because, like, you know, we're in a pandemic. So, and you could only film with one person in a room, and they were figuring out how to do that. But I don't know. I there wasn't really a part of The Expanse that I didn't like. So. I also really like the progression of the characters in The Expanse. Like, there's some really... This is a show I like, so I'm not going to spoil anything. But there is some characters that disappear early on that then come back in my opinion, really fucking cool ways. So. It fell apart for you after the first season. I kind of want to watch Silo because I still have Apple TV. For a chunk of time, so I don't know. I might watch Silo. I've heard mixed things about that second season of Silo, but it is kind of on my maybe list. Maybe. Okay, what do you need? Oh, you are still strange mooding stuff. Wow, okay. Where the hell are you going? I've not seen Chernobyl, no. There are 2 shows that are only a handful of episodes that I've really wanted to see, and that's because I've never had a streaming platform that's had them. It's Chernobyl, which, is that on Apple TV? I don't think it is. And Devs. Like, Devs is only available if you purchase it in Canada, and I don't really feel like borrowing it from the Swedish Public Library. Is it HBO? Yeah, fuck that. I'm never going to give Max money. Fuck that! I tried to watch Dark. I can't do a dub for a show like that, and I don't have the brain capacity to... Like, if I'm watching TV, I don't want to fucking read... Unless it's something like The Raid, where, like, the dialogue is optional. If it's, like, dialogue critical and there's multiple people arguing at the same time in the first episode, sorry, I'm never going to watch your show. I don't see well enough to read subtitles like that. Also, yeah, there's the... Well, it's a Belter accent, not a Gaelic accent, but the Belters are... That's what I mean by I fucking love the character progression in The Expanse. They do a lot of, like, even in the seasons that are a little weaker, overarching plot-wise, there is things from every season that I like. There is either a character relationship or a side plot or something that they're doing. Like the planet, like the episode, the whole season on the planet, I think is a little weak, but it ends really fucking strong. And there's a couple of side plots in that season that I love. So, yeah, Devs is the one from the Ex Machina director, correct? Have I seen The Foundation? No, I have not. I don't even know what that is, Ryder. I don't know. And they also do such a good, like, I mean, this is also just from the book, right? But they do such a good job of, like, replicating the weird cultures of that show. Of that world, I guess is maybe the better word to use. Yeah, Devs is like 8 episodes or something, and there's zero fucking way I'm gonna spend like $40 on a TV show that I can only watch through like Apple TV, which I have to pay it. Like, fuck that. You never liked Marcos? That's fair. I tend to agree with you. I think that's the weakest part of the later seasons, is that dude. But let me I'm not going to say who does this or how it happens. But even in that season, there are sequences and chunks that I like. You know, the spaceship strapped with bombs and the person who jumps out of an airlock without a spacesuit and survives. Shit like that. Like, even when the writing got weak, and I think that the writing got, well, not the writing got weak, the acting got weak. And I think the acting got weak because they were all in individual rooms on green screens because they were filming that in early 2020. Like, I maybe I give it like too much leeway, but even the seasons that had story arcs that I didn't like as much, I think stand on their own because of the things in between those bits. But yeah, no, that last season's the weakest by a lot. I mean, they also have to kill off a character because, like, he was apparently harassing people on set, which is like, what? Which just sucks, by all accounts. Yeah, it's good that they got rid of him, but it sucks for the continuity of the show because, like, they just had an actor that they had to kill kind of off screen and everybody's like, nah, because it was like while they were, like, after they were done shooting was when they booted him from the show. So yeah, it's just a really unsatisfying ending to a character arc, unfortunately, because he literally got fired. So. Like, he blows up in a ship. Like, he's dead, but... That's why you wanted to read the book to see what... Hey, I'm trying to not spoil things, Fraga. Sheesh. Don't spoil The Expanse. Don't spoil The Expanse! It's against the rules. I'll keep deleting your messages. I have a mouse, and I know how to click the button. It's all good. It's like, I have a mouse, and I know how to use it. I'll hit you with the rat if I have to. Well, the bad news is the frame rate is back down to 26. The good news is it went up to 40 for a bit. And I'm kind of hoping that it'll continue to improve. I'm going to forbid this for a wee bit, though. So that they stop hauling as many of the logs. And so that we can get rid of these various bodies around the place. Chat room! I've been streaming for 5 hours. It's 5:05. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 3 minutes. We had an interview with Tarn earlier today, which means I have to go edit that. It's like I'm a trained Navy SEAL and I have a rifle that shoots ban bullets, and I will bop you the second you spoil TV show I like. But no, seriously, chat. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in today. And thanks to those of you who stuck around from the interview. It means a lot. I don't even know if I hit the daily minimum today. I haven't looked. Did I? Shit. But thanks to the 135 of you still watching on the YouTube side of things and 145 of you still on Twitch. We are going to need to start a new fort soon because people have started to make it clear with their tuning out that they don't find this fort super interesting. So I would like to finish this fort in the next week because if I don't, then I probably never will. So we've got a lot of digging to do. We'll have to work on that tomorrow. However, that being said, thank you everybody for tuning in today. If you missed the interview, Tarn's the blabble with me will be on the YouTube channel tomorrow. I will prune it up and edit it a wee bit, put questions on screen and such, and make it all nice and watchable. And then tomorrow we'll stream again. We'll continue plucking away at this damn fort. God damn it. YouTube chat, if you'd like to raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, you know where to find me tomorrow. Thanks for watching, friends. Take care of yourselves.